Hanju studies the system screen in front of him. His attributes appear as Hanju, with a lifespan of 11 out of 65, an inferior spirit root, and a wood and earth dual attribute spirit root that strengthens both wood and earth attributes. His Conet Providence also includes Spear Genius, which increases his affinity with the spear and strengthens his physique. Still unsatisfied, Hanju presses the system's roll button again. The dice roll across the screen, and the result immediately ruins his mood. His spirit root becomes none, while his Conet Providence changes to Destined Loner. This fate gives him no friends, no family, and no lover, leaving him alone forever, though it does increase his lifespan by 100 years. Hanju curses in frustration. He refuses to spend his entire life as a Destined Loner and demands an explanation from the system. In anger, he slams his hand down while cursing his own luck. After 11 whole years of waiting, Hanju can only hope the system finally takes pity on him and gives him something good. In his past life, Hanju was a 21-year-old man on Earth who was diagnosed with late-stage cancer. He did not want to suffer through long and painful treatments, so he chose to stay home and wait for death. To distract himself from the pain, he spent his final moments playing a sketchy immortal cultivation game. Then, after passing away, Hanju wakes up in a world resembling ancient times. He finds himself inside the Jade Pure sect of the Great Yan dynasty. His parents are servants of the outer sect Elder Iron. They are forbidden from cultivating and spend their days tending poisonous spiritual herbs. However, when Hanju is only 6 years old, his parents flee and leave him behind. With no other choice, Hanju takes over their duties and grows to the age of 11 under Elder Iron's watch. His powerful system sounds promising, but it only allows him to re-roll his spirit root and Conet Providence once a day. Even so, Hanju is willing to wait for the perfect result. He refuses to begin cultivating until he rolls a top-tier spirit root and a powerful Conet Providence. Many days pass. During his morning exercise routine, Hanju counts each stretch and continues his physical training. Once he finishes, he sighs in relief and calls up the system to test his daily luck. Hanju presses the roll button, and the dice spin across the interface. Unfortunately, the new spirit root result is complete garbage, described as 1 in a million trash. The shock is so bad that Hanju vomits blood. After crying over his terrible luck, he shifts his focus to rolling for Conet Providence instead. The dice land, and this time, everything changes. Hanju rolls 4 top-class Conet Providences. The first is unparalleled, giving him the charm of an immortal and maxed-out charisma. The second is Destined Sword Fanatic, granting him the highest aptitude and learning efficiency for the Tao of the sword. The third is Peak Movement Technique, giving him top-notch aptitude in movement techniques. The fourth is Descendant of the Immortal Emperor, which grants him a peak-grade cultivation technique and 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones once the game begins. Hanju stares intensely at his attributes before breaking into loud celebration. After so many failures, he has finally hit the jackpot. He rolls around happily on the ground, celebrating his sudden burst of good luck. After calming down, Hanju closes his eyes and plans his next step. Since his Conet Providence is already amazing, he only needs to keep re-rolling his spirit root next. Even if it takes until he is 40, he is willing to wait. As someone who has lived 2 lives, Hanju vows to live a satisfying life this time instead of being trapped there forever. One day, the world will see his name carved into history. Just then, the servant orders everyone to come out immediately and line up to greet 2 immortals from the main sect. Hanju wonders why cultivators from the main sect are visiting the herb garden. On the cliff, Xing Hongshuan and her companions stand before the servants. The servants whisper among themselves, admiring how impressive the immortals are and wishing they could become like them. Hanju scowls. Once he rolls a top-class spirit root, he will become even stronger than them. The man informs the servants that he and his companion will be cultivating there while watching over the herb garden, and no one is allowed to disturb them. Hanju looks surprised and brings up Elder Iron, questioning whether something has happened to him. Xing Hongshuan explains that a fiendish cultivator has appeared near the Jade Pure sect's territory, so Elder Iron has to leave the herb garden for official business. She also assures the servants that the outer sect sent them there to guard the place, so there is no need to panic. Hanju is instantly relieved. Before obtaining a top-class spirit root, he still needs Elder Iron's protection. After all, the cultivation world is never peaceful. and he can only hope his luck is good enough to roll a top-grade spirit root soon, giving him at least some ability to defend himself. The next day, Hanju calls on the god of fortune to pull an SSR for him, only to curse the result as trash again. The day after that, he celebrates with Hallelujah and declares himself God's chosen one, then curses the result all over again. One excruciating year later, Hanju no longer cares which religion's god answers him. He only wants luck. 2 years later, Hanju stares in complete silence. After 2 full years, he still has not received even one high-grade spirit root, let alone a top-class one. At this rate, he wonders when he will ever be able to start cultivating. For a moment, Hanju considers using a mid-grade spirit root first, but immediately rejects the idea as far too wasteful. Since he has been given a second chance at life, he is determined to live the best and longest life possible. Then, a servant orders everyone to come out quickly and greet their lord, announcing that Elder Iron has returned. Hanju wonders if Elder Iron is finally back after disappearing for 2 years. The crowd respectfully greets him, and Elder Iron praises them for doing a good job in his absence, thanking them for taking care of the place. The servants quickly insist that serving him is their duty and honor. Hanju silently mocks them as ass-lickers, knowing that no matter how sweet their flattery sounds, Elder Iron will not give them any real benefits. Elder Iron then summons Hanjue, Zhangge, and 2 others. The servants point out that the Lord specifically called the 4 of them over, guessing that he may be assigning them to a certain part of the garden. But Elder Iron orders them to show their hands, explaining that he will examine the grade of their spiritual roots. Hanju immediately focuses on the words spiritual roots. He questions why Elder Iron is doing this now, especially when he was the one who forbade the servants from cultivating in the first place. Before he can finish processing it, he notices fresh blood. Elder Iron orders the child to show his hands, and Hanju can only comply. At once, Hanju senses that something is wrong. He suspects Elder Iron may be planning to refine them into pills to recover from his injury. After checking Hanju, Elder Iron finds no spiritual root and moves on. Hanju is secretly glad he has not used the system to start cultivating yet. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Then, Elder Iron checks Zhangge and finds that he has a spirit root. He decides to accept Zhangge as his disciple and bring him out for training. Given the chance, Zhangge immediately accepts. The other servants envy Zhangge as a lucky dog who must have used up a lifetime's worth of fortune. To them, he is about to become an immortal, completely different from the rest of them. But Hanjue sees them as idiots. In his view, once Zhangge walks out those doors, he is probably never coming back. The world of immortal cultivation is extremely cutthroat. Hanju believes he can only be safe once he possesses absolute power, so he needs to obtain a top-class spirit root and begin cultivating as soon as possible. Another 3 years pass. Finally, Hanju laughs in triumph. The system reveals his spirit root, the spiritual physique of the 6 paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potential, while also increasing providence to a certain extent. Hanju celebrates because the spiritual physique of the 6 paths is finally his. Now that everything is ready, he sees no reason to wait any longer and prepares to start cultivating. But then he stops himself. Elder Iron is still monitoring them. Ever since Zhangge was taken away, he never returned. Hanju suspects he has already been refined into a pill. If anyone discovers that Hanju can cultivate, there is no telling what they will do to him. At that moment, the system offers a solution. Hanju can choose a small area, and the system will create a secluded world there, preventing outsiders from sensing any changes inside. Hanju immediately chooses to create the secluded world. This is exactly what he needs, and the system finally proves how useful it can be. With that settled, Hanju presses the attribute button. Today, Hanju officially steps onto the road of cultivation. He commands the system to begin. Suddenly, a bright light appears. The energy field expands rapidly. A powerful vortex begins swirling. Hanju looks at the strange phenomenon and wonders what is happening. Hanju is born as a mortal inside an immortal sect, but from the very beginning he possesses incredible charm that makes him loved by almost everyone around him. Even though his parents abandon him, an unspeakable destiny rests on his shoulders. He not only possesses unparalleled talent in the Tao of the Sword, but can also sense 6 mysterious powers dwelling between heaven and earth. Today, Hanjue finally awakens the inheritance of an immortal emperor and receives the peak-grade cultivation technique, 6 Paths of Reincarnation, officially stepping onto the path of cultivation. The system immediately prompts him to choose his main cultivation path: sword cultivation, thunder cultivation, earth cultivation, fire cultivation, water cultivation, wood cultivation, and wind cultivation are all available choices. Hanju considers each one carefully, but the 6 paths of reincarnation should allow him to cultivate all 6 elements eventually. Choosing only one elemental path would be a huge loss. With that in mind, becoming a sword cultivator is clearly the best option. After settling on his future path, the system selects sword cultivation and announces the beginning of his cultivation. As the process starts, Hanju wonders whether this is what cultivation feels like. His body gradually grows warmer, and energy seems to fill every part of him. However, once someone truly steps onto the road of cultivation, thousands of years can pass in an instant with no way to turn back. Because of that, Hanju reminds himself that he must remain disciplined. The system then displays his attributes and wishes him good luck. Looking over the interface, Hanju notices several new options, including something called the Relationships tab. Curious about what it contains, he opens it. The first person listed is Elder Iron. According to the system, Elder Iron absolutely hates Hanju. Worse yet, if the old man ever discovers that Hanju possesses cultivation potential, he will definitely scheme against him. Hanju immediately curses the old bastard in his mind. He has spent years working himself to the bone while taking care of Elder Iron's herb garden, yet the man somehow hates him. After thinking about it further, Hanju figures that Elder Iron's petty resentment probably comes from the fact that his parents ran away. Still, none of that has anything to do with him. Fortunately, Elder Iron has disappeared again these past few years, and nobody knows where he has gone. That means Hanju should be able to cultivate peacefully for now. Not wanting to waste another moment, he immediately begins meditating with full concentration. His plan is simple. Once he reaches the 9th stage of the Qi refinement realm, he will leave this place and see what that old fogey can possibly do to him then. During cultivation, Hanju starts noticing tiny specks of light around him and wonders whether they are the so-called spiritual Qi. However, he can only sense wind, earth, wood, and water spiritual Qi. There is no trace of fire or thunder Qi anywhere nearby. With no better option, he decides to focus on those 4 elements first. At that moment, the system announces that Hanju has officially begun his first round of cultivation and presents him with 2 possible development paths. The first is to become a high-profile, unparalleled prodigy, which will reward him with 1 piece of Qi refinement realm equipment. The second is to remain a low-key cultivator, granting him the ability to conceal his cultivation level, spirit root, and potential. Hanjuo can barely believe how generous the second option is. The system is practically spoiling him by giving him exactly what he needs. After a satisfied hum, he naturally chooses the second path. 2 years pass. As the morning sun rises over the town, Hanjuo carefully tends to the plants in the herb garden. He uses earth spiritual Qi to nourish the wood spiritual Qi, creating a cycle that promotes growth. Water spiritual Qi keeps the plants properly moistened, while wind spiritual Qi clears away the bad air surrounding them. Hanju encourages his precious spirit herbs to grow properly, and the plants begin glowing with spiritual energy. During these 2 years, cultivating those 4 types of spiritual Qi has already brought him to the 7th stage of the Qi refinement realm. Before continuing, Hanju checks his surroundings to make sure nobody has seen what he is doing. Once he confirms that everything is fine, he decides to stop for the day. As he returns, several servants greet him in the morning. While greeter casually checks how today's harvest went, Hanju responds that the harvest is pretty good. Nearby, the maids immediately start talking about him. They are impressed that Hanju is not only handsome, but also incredibly skilled at growing spirit herbs, with one even wanting to marry him. Hanju can only blame his charm attribute. Ever since he started cultivating, its effects have become increasingly obvious. He cannot decide whether being this noticeable is a blessing or a curse, and he wishes the system could hide his charm along with everything else. Just then, someone calls out to him. After a brief hum, Hanju recognizes Immortal Xing. Xing Hongshuan instructs him to come with her for a while, and Hanju agrees. The two head deep into the forest. Hanju knows that Sing Hongshuan has been staying here to guard the herb garden while Elder Iron is away, but she has never interacted with the servants before. That makes her sudden interest in him especially strange. Curious about why she specifically chose him, Hanju asks the system to display their relationship. Sing Hongshuan's information appears, revealing 2 stars of favorability and a deep interest in him. That immediately feels strange. Hanju has never even interacted with her before today, meaning she must have been watching him for quite some time. The most likely reason is his charm. Once again, Hanju feels that this charm attribute is starting to cause trouble. He even wonders whether Sing Hongshuan intends to use him as a human furnace or drag him into dual cultivation. Still, part of him is a little excited to find out. Sing Hongshuan reassures him that there is no need to be nervous before questioning whether he truly intends to remain a servant here for the rest of his life. Hanjuo responds that no one would willingly remain a servant forever. However, he has lived here since birth, and Elder Iron is also still a factor. Sing Hongshuan then offers him a deal. She wants Hanju to help her with something. In return, she will help him begin cultivating properly and free him from his mortal identity. Hanju immediately wants to know what she needs him to do. Sing Hongshuan reveals her objective. She wants him to obtain Elder Iron's alchemy recipe, and once he succeeds, she will take him with her to the fiendish cult. She even adds that if Hanju's aptitude is good enough, she would not mind becoming his Dao companion. Hanju is completely caught off guard by the revelation. This woman is actually from the fiendish cult. Hanju immediately suspects Sing Hongshuan belongs to a fiendish cult. Offending the Jade Pure sect would mean being hunted to the ends of the world, but refusing her is just as dangerous since she could easily kill him to silence him. Worse, they are deep inside the forest, and Elder Iron is nowhere near the herb garden. Even if Hanju screams until his lungs give out, no one will come to save him. Sing Hongshuan calmly reassures him that there is still plenty of time to consider her proposal, and she is willing to wait for his answer. Hanju quickly weighs his situation. Both of them are at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm, but he has never learned any spells and does not even possess a weapon. Sing Hongshuan, on the other hand, almost certainly has several hidden methods prepared. Brute force clearly is not an option. Trying to stall, Hanju points out that he does not know where the item is located. On top of that, one of Sing Hongshuan's own companions is still guarding Elder Iron's attic, while Hanju supposedly has no cultivation at all. Sing Hongshuan already knows the alchemy recipe is hidden inside Elder Iron's attic, since the old man has gone out searching for herbs. She expects him to remain away for the next few years. As for the guard, Hanju does not need to worry about him. Her plan is simple. She will lure everyone away, giving Hanju the chance to enter the attic and search for the alchemy recipe himself. After laying everything out, Sing Hongshuan produces a pill as insurance. According to her, it can unlock Hanjue's spirit root and make it easier for him to move. She presents it as nothing more than a greeting gift and orders him to swallow it. Hanju immediately curses the so-called gift in his mind, suspecting it could easily be some kind of gut-piercing poison. Before he can resist, Sing Hongshuan forces the pill into his mouth, leaving him no choice but to swallow it. Satisfied, she praises him for behaving and promises that once the job is finished, she will personally groom him into becoming her husband. Hanju politely thanks the fairy while inwardly cursing her. Later, he immediately commands the system to expel the pill from his body. The pill is successfully expelled. With the danger removed, Hanju silently vows that Sing Hongshuan should just wait. He has no intention of letting her get away with this. For now, however, he still needs to decide what to do. People from fiendish cults will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, and even helping Sing Hongshuan may not benefit him. In fact, cooperating with her could easily lead to something even worse. At that moment, the system presents him with 2 choices. The first choice requires him to steal the alchemy recipe, gain Sing Hongshuan's favor, and receive a 5-star hatred level from the Jade Pure sect. The second choice requires him to defy Sing Hongshuan and prevent her from obtaining the alchemy recipe. Once she leaves, Hanju will receive the sword technique known as the Unparalleled Finger Divine Sword. Seeing that the system even rewards him for refusing her, Hanju no longer sees any reason to hesitate. As far as he is concerned, he and Sing Hongshuan are already irreconcilable. The night passes without incident. After spending some time inside, Hanju sits on his bed until a sound catches his attention. Xing Hongshuan returns with new information. She has confirmed that the alchemy recipe is somewhere inside the study room. Soon, she will lure away the guards stationed at Elder Iron's attic, and Hanjue must use that opening to search inside. Hanju acknowledges the plan. Before leaving, Xing Hongshuan warns him that the attic is protected by an array. If anything goes wrong, Elder Iron will immediately be alerted and rush back. Hanju, therefore, has very little time and must finish the search as quickly as possible. Hanju stays focused and waits for the right moment. Later that night, he finally approaches the towering attic. Near the entrance, Hanju discovers the guard's corpse and immediately recognizes how ruthless Xing Hongshuan is. Even though the dead cultivator followed a different Dao from hers, they had still associated with one another. Yet she kills him without hesitation. Hanju quietly wishes the man peace, despite not even knowing his name. In the distance, the remaining guards shout that Xing Hongshuan escaped in a certain direction. Several pursue her, while another is ordered to inform Elder Iron immediately. Hanju is impressed by how quickly the witch manages to draw everyone away. With the path now open, he reluctantly decides to play along for the moment. He slips inside the attic and begins searching through everything he can find. Unfortunately, the place is enormous. Hanju curses the absurd size of the storage area, unable to imagine how he is supposed to find one alchemy recipe among so many items. Xing Hongshuan herself would have had a much easier time sneaking inside and searching, yet for some reason she insists on forcing him to handle the troublesome part. As he continues searching, another detail catches his attention. Even Elder Iron's writing brush is made from gold. Hanju cannot help comparing that luxury with the miserable lives of ordinary servants who can barely afford to feed themselves. In his mind, Elder Iron is nothing more than an evil rich landlord. Suddenly, Xing Hongshuan interrupts his complaints and demands to know whether he has found the alchemy recipe. Hanju admits he still has not located it. There is simply too much stuff inside, and he does not even know where to begin searching properly. Xing Hongshuan immediately suspects he is deliberately slacking off. Hanju hurriedly denies it, dramatically insisting that his loyalty toward the fairy can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Unfortunately, Xing Hongshuan has already seen through him. She cuts off the nonsense and reminds him that she has already killed plenty of people tonight. Adding one more person to the list would make no difference, especially if Hanju truly intends to screw with her. Hanju quickly tries to explain himself, but during the commotion, he accidentally knocks over a vase. The vase falls from the shelf and smashes apart. Something hidden inside immediately catches their attention. Hanju looks closer and discovers an item concealed within the broken vase. It is labeled as the alchemy recipe. Both Hanju and Xing Hongshuan instantly recognize that they have finally found what they were searching for. Hanju and Xing Hongshuan both fall completely silent. Hanju immediately wonders how he is supposed to hide something like this. Now that the alchemy recipe is in Xing Hongshuan's hands, he fears he is completely screwed. Once she gets what she wants, she could easily kill him. Xing Hongshuan, however, happily remarks that Hanju really is her lucky charm. She never expected someone as beloved as him to know how to be romantic, while Hanju simply responds that as long as she is happy, that is enough. Internally, Hanju is far less relaxed. The alchemy recipe is already in her possession, while his unparalleled finger divine sword is gone. At the same time, he notices that Xing Hongshuan's breathing is unstable and assumes she must have spent a great deal of energy distracting the others. That leaves him considering whether he should launch a sneak attack. Before he can act, Xing Hongshuan wonders how she is supposed to open the scroll. Then, something suddenly happens. Hanju cries out as Xing Hongshuan is violently thrown backward. A hand immediately grabs the scroll. Elder Iron appears and condemns their audacity for daring to target the alchemy recipe. Xing Hongshuan is stunned that Elder Iron has already returned. Elder Iron reveals that he has actually been back for a long time and was simply waiting for them to appear. During his previous return, he had already noticed both of them. Over the years, none of the other disciples ever accepted his mission, yet these two were the only ones willing to take it. That alone made their behavior suspicious. Now that the trap has worked, Elder Iron orders the fiendish cultivator to prepare for death. Xing Hongshuan recognizes that she has fallen directly into his trap. She already consumed too much energy distracting the others, and fighting Elder Iron in her current condition would definitely end in defeat. She immediately flies backward through the air and lands safely on the ground. With the alchemy recipe still in Elder Iron's hands, Xing Hongshuan knows her chances of taking it back are extremely low. For now, escaping is her only option. Elder Iron orders her to stop, but Xing Hongshuan warns him not to assume that this is everything she has. Even so, Elder Iron remarks that without her excellent escape art, she would not even have a chance of getting away today. After she escapes, Hanju groans in pain and calls out to Elder Iron. He claims that Elder Iron has finally returned, and that he nearly died while trying to hold off that witch. Elder Iron immediately questions whether the two of them are actually accomplices and demands an explanation. Hanju gives him his version of what happened. After hearing it, Elder Iron concludes that Hanju was simply being used. He even mocks him for genuinely believing Xing Hongshuan wanted to groom him into becoming her husband. Hanju quickly urges him to stop bringing that part up. Internally, Hanju feels relieved. It was dangerously close, but Elder Iron apparently has not noticed that Hanju was acting. As long as that remains hidden, he will not be held responsible for the crime. Elder Iron ends the matter and orders him to return to sleep. Hanju obediently agrees before checking the system screen. Relief immediately washes over him because he has finally obtained a life-saving technique. The system confirms that because Hanju did not help Xing Hongshuan steal the alchemy recipe, he successfully receives the sword technique known as the Unparalleled Finger Divine Sword. 2 years later, Hanju fires a beam from his finger. Although the technique is called a sword technique, he remarks that it is actually closer to a magic spell. Even so, it proves extremely convenient for chopping wood. He figures showing off his ability once in a while should not cause any trouble, especially since this is the last time he plans to chop wood here. Hanju has already decided that it is time to leave. The herb garden can no longer provide what he needs for cultivation. During the past 2 years, he has cultivated 4 of his spirit roots to the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm. Only his lightning and fire spiritual roots remain. Once he cultivates those to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, he will finally be able to break through into the foundation establishment realm. Unfortunately, there is no fire or lightning spiritual Qi around the herb garden, meaning he has no choice but to search elsewhere. Hanju refuses to remain in this herb garden forever, viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. Quietly leaving the herb garden will not be difficult either. Even if Elder Iron personally tries to stop him, Hanju is confident that he can still escape unscathed. Around this time, the other servants discuss Elder Iron. One mentions that Elder Iron has gone out again to search for herbs capable of increasing his lifespan. Another points out that the Elder has been leaving unusually often lately and wonders whether his remaining time is running out, only to be warned not to speak such nonsense. Hanju already knows the likely reason. Elder Iron's cultivation has remained stuck at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm without any further progress. Not everyone can achieve breakthroughs as easily as Hanju, and this is the difference created by cultivation potential. Still, changes in environment are equally important for both of them. Just as Elder Iron leaves this place to increase his lifespan, Hanju also intends to leave so he can become stronger and extend his own life. Before departing, Hanju takes one final look at the place that has been his home for 20 years. He quietly bids farewell to those 20 years. A new life is beginning. Later, Hanju remembers that the herb garden is affiliated with the Jade Pure sect. By benefiting from Elder Iron's status, even a servant like him can technically be considered a member of the sect. That gives Hanju a simple plan. He intends to establish himself here and continue cultivating. As long as he does not accidentally run into Elder Iron, the others should have no reason to discover the truth about his identity. However, the guards stop him and demand to know who he is before ordering him to present his sect pass. Hanju introduces himself, a rogue cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, then inquires about a way to join the Jade Pure sect. The guards are stunned when Hanju reveals that he has reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. They immediately prepare to notify someone, but young Luo happens to be heading out and stops them from going through the trouble. After confirming that Hanju is indeed at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm and wishes to join the sect, young Luo introduces himself as an outer sect warden of the Jade Pure sect. Before accepting him, however, he wants to inspect Hanju's abilities. Over the past few years, fiendish cultivators have occasionally attempted to infiltrate the Jade Pure sect, so Yang Luo requests a demonstration of Hanju's spiritual energy. Hanju readily agrees and activates the Unparalleled Finger Divine Sword technique. Pointing one finger toward the sky, he unleashes a powerful blast that strikes the mountain. The guards can barely believe someone at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm can produce that kind of attack. Yang Luo quickly determines that what Hanju used is clearly not an ordinary sword technique and is most likely some kind of magic spell. For someone at his cultivation level, the power is almost outrageous. More importantly, Hanju's spiritual energy is extremely pure and completely unlike the energy of fiendish cultivators. With his suspicions cleared, Yang Luo brings him to the outer sect for registration and formally recognizes him as an outer sect disciple of the Jade Pure sect. Hanju expresses his gratitude before inquiring about the number of outer sect disciples and the requirements for entering the inner sect. Yang Luo explains that the outer sect has more than 2,000 disciples, while only cultivators who reach the foundation establishment realm are qualified to enter the inner sect. Reaching that realm is extremely difficult, so the sect holds a competition every 3 years. The top 3 disciples receive foundation establishment pills, which can help cultivators at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm break through into foundation establishment. Hanju then wants to know how many disciples belong to the inner sect. Even Yang Luo does not know the answer, because the Jade Pure sect's inner sect exists inside a small world. Outer sect members have no idea what happens inside. Hearing this, Hanju concludes that the Jade Pure sect must be quite powerful. Yang Luo confirms it without hesitation. The Jade Pure sect is a prestigious and long-established cultivation sect within Great Yan. Hanjue then brings up another important matter, wanting to know whether the sect has cultivation locations filled with lightning and fire spiritual qi. There are no such places in the outer sect, although Yang Luo believes the inner sect might have them. At the same time, he privately considers the possibility that Hanjuo possesses a thunder spirit root. Yang Luo explains that anyone with a thunder spirit root can appeal directly to the Elder Hall. Since such a spirit root is extremely rare, the sect may even make an exception and allow that person into the inner sect so he can receive special nurturing. That is exactly what Hanjue needs to hear. After confirming that possessing the thunder spirit root is enough, he requests Yang Luo's nomination and promises to remember the favor if he successfully enters the inner sect. Yang Luo freezes in shock before agreeing to help. He decides to make an exception and personally explain the matter to the Elder Hall so Hanju can potentially skip the normal process and directly enter the inner sect. Hanju sincerely thanks him, and Yang Luo assures him that it is no trouble. Soon, they arrive before a building marked as the Elder Hall. Yang Luo reports that a rogue cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm wishes to join the Jade Pure sect. The elder prepares to begin the normal procedure by inspecting Hanju's spirit root, but Yang Luo interrupts to find out whether the first elder is present. Unfortunately, the first elder has not returned yet. Hanju quietly observes the elder and notices that he cannot see through the old man's cultivation. He suspects the elder may already be in the foundation establishment realm. More importantly, Hanju becomes concerned about the upcoming spirit root examination. If all 6 of his elemental attributes are exposed, he will attract far too much attention, which brings him no benefit. He immediately instructs the system to suppress his abilities. Revealing only a portion is enough. Being discreet is always better. Yang Luo then reveals that Hanju possesses a thunder spirit root and requests that the elder arrange for him to enter the inner sect. The elder is immediately interested because thunder spirit roots are extremely rare. At Yang Lu's request, Hanju demonstrates his spirit roots. However, instead of revealing all 6 elemental attributes, he only exposes his fire spirit root, thunder spirit root, and wind spirit root. Yang Lu is stunned once again. Hanju actually possesses a triple spirit root. Later, Hanju completes the registration process and receives a sect pass, a storage bag, a bottle of Qi condensation pills, 100 low-grade spirit stones, and a Jade Pure Sect Taoist robe. The elder has already reported Hanju's situation to the first elder. Once the first elder returns, the matter of bringing him into the inner sect can finally proceed. Until then, Yang Luo arranges for Hanju to rest and promises to notify him as soon as there is news. Hanju never expected to receive special treatment so quickly, but his only concern is whether any of this will interfere with his cultivation. After entering his assigned room, he immediately notices something unusual: fire spiritual qi. Hanju silently thanks the old man for assigning him such a suitable cultivation location. Since the first elder has not returned yet, he decides to use the opportunity to cultivate his fire spiritual qi all the way to the 9th level of the qi refinement realm. For Hanju, cultivation is an incredibly pleasant experience. Normally, cultivators focus on a single cultivation technique, and most techniques correspond to only one elemental attribute. Hanju possesses 6 elemental attributes, meaning reaching each breakthrough requires several times more effort. Fortunately, his top-notch spirit roots completely make up for that disadvantage. Cultivating does not exhaust him at all. Instead, he mainly experiences the sensation of becoming stronger, or more accurately, the feeling that his lifespan is increasing. Ever since Hanjue first sees his attribute panel, one goal dominates his mind. He wants to live a long life. In his previous life, Hanjue never cared much about his health. He constantly stayed up late browsing the internet until he was eventually diagnosed with a terminal illness at a young age. Only then did he truly understand how precious life is. There may never be a third life waiting for him. Because of that, Hanju has no interest in fame, fortune, or beauty in this life. He only wants to live for as long as possible. Time passes quietly as Hanju continues cultivating without interruption. Half a year later, Yang Luo finally returns with news. The first elder is back, and Hanju has already been waiting for 6 months. However, the moment Yang Luo sees him, surprise takes over. Hanju appears to have spent the entire half-year cultivating inside the room without ever leaving, and his aura has become significantly stronger. Hanju is equally surprised to learn that half a year has already passed. During that time, his fire cultivation has successfully reached the 9th level of the qi refinement realm. Later, Hanju greets the first elder, who immediately notices that his fire spirit root has improved considerably. After half a year of diligent cultivation, the progress is obvious. Yang Luo points out that Hanju has not stepped outside once during that entire half year, and at this rate, he might even qualify as an elite disciple. The first elder praises his temperament as well. In that regard, Hanju is already comparable to an inner sect disciple and nearly on the level of an elite disciple, though Hanju humbly denies it. The first elder then explains the requirements for entering the inner sect. Hanju first needs a master. The inner sect consists of 18 peaks, each with its own missionary elder. As long as one of those 18 elders takes a liking to him, he can directly become an inner sect disciple. Otherwise, his only option is to participate in the competition between the outer 18 peaks and strive to reach foundation establishment as quickly as possible. Hanju silently acknowledges the explanation, and the first elder decides it is time to leave. Later, the two travel across the vast sect. Along the way, the first elder suddenly remembers something important. Every peak has a different coaching elder, and both their personalities and cultivation culture vary greatly. Some peaks are highly competitive, others focus on discreet cultivation, while some constantly send disciples out on missions. Because of that, he wants Hanju to choose the cultivation environment that suits him best. Hanju prefers somewhere discreet. He dislikes crowds and has no desire to attract attention. After considering this, the first elder suggests Jade Serene Peak, confident that Hanju will like it there. Hanju is confused at first, but as the bird carries them through the clouds, the massive scale of the sect comes into view. In front of them lies the inner sect of the Jade Pure Sect, with towering peaks stretching across the valley. Hanju spots cultivators flying on swords, but the first elder reminds him there is no reason to be envious. He will also be able to learn sword flight during the second inner sect test. The first elder then points out the inner sect area of the Jade Pure Sect, where disciples can accept missions, collect their salary, and conduct trades. Only now does Hanju recognize how much he underestimated the Jade Pure Sect. He assumed it would be some small sect like the ones from cultivation dramas, never imagining it would be this enormous. The first elder immediately wonders what a cultivation drama is, since he has never heard of such a thing. Caught off guard, Hanju panics and starts falling. The first elder quickly warns him to be careful. Even at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, falling from this height can still kill him. Sometime later, they finally arrive at Jade Serene Peak. The sight catches Hanju by surprise. Among all 18 peaks, Jade Serene Peak is the lowest and also the most deserted. The first elder confirms that it has the fewest disciples. Its coaching elder is Fairy Shi Xuan, whose cultivation is unfathomable and whose preference for silence keeps the peak from becoming lively. There is also another strict rule. Fairy Xishuan forbids her disciples from developing feelings for one another or becoming cultivation companions, meaning the disciples of Jade Serene Peak are basically ascetics. The first elder gives Hanju another chance to reconsider. Instead, Hanjue becomes excited. To him, this arrangement is perfect. With barely anyone around, there is little chance of being disturbed while cultivating in seclusion. He can finally cultivate in peace, while matters involving companions can wait until his cultivation reaches a phenomenal level. Seeing this reaction, the first elder considers the young cultivator quite promising. Later, Hanju is formally introduced to Fairy Xishuan. The first elder presents him as a rogue cultivator with 3 spirit roots, including the rare thunder spirit root. After looking into Hanju's background, he also learned that Hanju prefers peace and dislikes drawing attention, making Jade Serene Peak a fitting choice. Fairy Xishuan gives Hanju a simple condition for joining. He must ignore mundane affairs and dedicate himself completely to cultivation. Nearby, Changyuer already regards him as her new junior brother of Jade Serene Peak. At the same time, the system reveals that Changyuer finds him handsome and encourages him to look her way and consider her. However, Hanjue notices that her favorability toward him is only 2 stars. Considering his excellent charm, he cannot help questioning whether his attractiveness is really that ineffective. Hanju then makes his priorities clear. As long as nobody gives him instructions, he is perfectly willing to enter seclusion and remain there for 100 years. Changyuer immediately protests at the idea of him remaining single for that long. Right after that, her favorability drops by 1 star. Hanju can only lament the unpredictability of women. Fairy Xishuan then wants to test his actual ability. She has him use whatever magic spells he knows and launch an attack directly at her. Hanju decides that, under those conditions, he will go all out. Energy gathers in his hand as he prepares a powerful attack. A brilliant beam bursts forward toward Fairy Xishuan. Hanzhou unleashes his sword ki. Fairy Xishuan simply commands the attack to dissipate. Watching from nearby, Changyuer is impressed that Hanjue is capable of this much and judges his ability as quite good. Hanjue looks toward her with determination. The system immediately updates once again. Changyuer's favorability rises back to 2 stars, while Fairy Xishuan develops 1 star of favorability toward Hanjue after admiring his temperament. Xishuan checks whether that sword technique is Hanju's only skill, and Hanju confirms that it is. She considers the technique fairly good and allows him to remain at Jade Serene Peak from now on. With that settled, the first elder takes his leave, noting that he will be looking forward to Hanju's future accomplishments. Xishuan, however, continues staring at Hanju in silence. Hanjue has no idea why she is looking at him like that until Changyuer quietly reminds him that she is waiting for him to greet her as his master. Only then does Hanjue formally greet Xishuan, wishing her a lifespan of tens or even hundreds of thousands of years. Xishuan immediately dismisses the exaggerated blessing, privately wondering whether this boy somehow sees her as an empress. After a small cough, she instructs Yuer to take her new junior brother to register with the inner sect and arrange a cave abode for him. Changyuer accepts the task and checks whether Hanjue already knows how to fly on a sword. Hanjue admits that he has yet to learn. As she guides him away, Changyuer quietly evaluates her new junior brother. His appearance and temperament are both excellent, and his character does not seem bad either. Later, she properly introduces herself as Changyuer and lets Hanjue know that he can simply address her as senior sister. Since he is new to Jade Serene Peak, she encourages him to come find her whenever he encounters something he does not understand. Hanju thanks her for the offer and politely claims that he would not dare trouble her. At the same time, he assures her that she can call on him whenever she needs his help. His response immediately wins Changyuer over. She finds this junior brother incredibly kind and decides that she absolutely has to protect him. A good junior brother like this is difficult to find, so there is no way she plans to let anyone bully him. After all, Changyuer has been waiting exactly 5 years for this moment, and in her mind, no one could possibly understand how she endured that entire time. Throughout Jade Serene Peak, Hanjuo is her one and only junior brother. On top of that, he is handsome, and both his attitude and personality suit her taste perfectly. To Changyuer, he is simply too good, making those 5 years of waiting feel completely worthwhile. Hanjuo, meanwhile, discovers that Jade Serene Peak is quite different from its reputation. From his perspective, The female disciples around here act almost like hungry wolves. Eventually, Chang Yuer brings him to his assigned cave abode. Her own cave is located right beside his, so she assures him that he can cultivate peacefully. Hanju thanks his senior sister before finally letting out a breath. Even with her reassurance, the inner sect is far beyond what he expected, ever since he began cultivating. This is the first time Hanju has genuinely felt intimidated by the gap in strength around him. The higher his cultivation becomes, the more clearly he senses that disparity, and this time the difference in power is enormous enough to make him anxious. His new master is a nascent soul cultivator, a level far beyond anything he can currently imagine reaching. Hanju recalls the explanation the first elder previously gave him. The difference between the outer sect and inner sect is almost impossible to cross. Even though the first elder has reached the foundation establishment realm and stands half a step from the golden core realm, he can still only serve as the first elder of the outer sect. Qi refinement begins when a cultivator absorbs the spiritual key of heaven and earth, directs it into the dantian, and uses that energy to temper the bones while dramatically improving the physical constitution. Once enough spiritual qi fills the dantian, the cultivator compresses it until it transforms into spiritual energy, allowing him to ascend into foundation establishment. At the golden core realm, spiritual energy coils together and condenses into a solid pill. The cultivator acts as a human cauldron, gathering vital essence, qi, and spiritual energy to create a sacred fetus. After enough spiritual essence, qi, and spiritual energy are continuously poured into the golden core, the core eventually shatters and gives birth to the nascent soul. With a nascent soul, a cultivator naturally obtains immeasurable power. According to Hanju's knowledge, only the founder of the Jade Pure Sect possesses cultivation above the nascent soul realm. However, that founder left many years ago and still has not returned. That makes Fairy Xishuan the strongest cultivator Han Jue has personally encountered so far. More importantly, she is now a powerful pillar he can rely on. Until Han Ju becomes strong enough himself, depending on his master is the safest option. There is no telling what dangers might be waiting outside, making him even more thankful that he chose to enter the Jade Pure Sect. For someone determined to become stronger and live a long life, survival comes first. Worldly affairs can wait until after he secures a safe and stable life. Rather than wasting time dwelling on those matters, Hanju decides to focus on cultivation. His immediate goal is raising his fire spiritual root to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Now that he has such excellent backing, he intends to work seriously enough that Fairy Xishuan will never lose face because of him. At that moment, the system confirms that Hanju has successfully become an inner disciple of the Jade Pure Sect and officially begun his cultivation after enrollment. 2 development paths appear before him. The first path requires him to earn reputation and lead Jade Serene Peak into becoming the strongest peak. The reward is 1 piece of unparalleled equipment, but choosing this path will offend Fairy Xishuan. The second path allows him to remain low profile and continue cultivating. By obtaining Fairy Xishuan's recognition, he will receive a maneuverability technique manual. Hanju stares at the options. From his perspective, working hard enough to gain his master's recognition should obviously be a good thing. Yet the system's wording makes Fairy Xishuan seem strangely difficult to understand. 3 years pass. After cultivating in seclusion for that entire period, Hanju finally decides that it is time to learn sword flight. Moving throughout the inner sect without it is too inconvenient, and he cannot keep relying on senior sister Chang Yuer every time he needs to descend the peak. Fortunately, Hanju is completely confident in his sword talent. With his top-tier aptitude, learning how to fly on a sword should be effortless. He expects to understand the technique after seeing it only once. That is the advantage of possessing top-tier providence. At the very least, he has no intention of embarrassing himself like Shuang Jun putting up a fence around the sword. Sometime later, Xishuan calls Han Jue before her. Even she finds his behavior remarkable. He has actually remained in secluded cultivation for a full 3 years. Han Jue respectfully greets his master before bringing up the reason he has come. His wind and fire spiritual roots have both reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, and he now hopes Xishuan can guide him in cultivating his thunder spiritual root. Xishuan immediately understands what he is attempting. Hanjue wants to establish a foundation using 3 different types of spiritual qi. He confirms it without hesitation. Of course, what Xishuan does not know is that Hanjue is not stopping at 3. His true goal involves cultivating all 6 paths. Unfortunately, Shixuan gives him an answer he never expects. She is afraid that he cannot do it. Hanjue can only gape at her in shock. Hanjue questions his master about the reason behind her warning. Shixuan explains that specializing in even a single type of spiritual qi is already extremely difficult, setting aside the stronger heavenly tribulations he may face in the future. The sheer amount of time required to cultivate multiple spiritual roots could easily become a waste. Hanju admits her reasoning makes sense. Possessing several spiritual roots naturally comes with a cost, but his master has no idea that he has methods of his own. Even so, he respectfully acknowledges her advice and remains confident that his determination will carry him through. He is willing to devote all of his time to cultivation if necessary. Shixuan studies him for a moment before allowing him to use the inner sect's teleportation formation leading to the Thunder Spirit Pool. Hanju immediately thanks her for the guidance and heads there without delay. Later, Hanju arrives at the Thunder Spirit Pool and finds himself impressed by how generous the Jade Pure sect really is. He had imagined something closer to an ordinary fish pond, but the actual place is far beyond his expectations. Even from a considerable distance from the teleportation formation, he can already feel the intense Thunder Spiritual Ki coming from the other side, so he decides to investigate further. As expected, the purity of the Thunder Spirit Pool is extraordinary. Hanju estimates that cultivating near the center could push his Thunder Spiritual Ki directly to the 9th level. Compared to this speed, his previous Fire Spiritual Ki cultivation cannot even compete. What surprises him is that such a massive place only has one other person cultivating inside. From the looks of it, cultivators with Thunder Spiritual roots really are extremely rare. Before Hanju can wander any farther, a tree spirit warns him not to move around carelessly. He is only permitted to cultivate beside the pool, because getting too close to the center could leave him struck to death by lightning. If that happens, he would only have himself to blame. The sudden warning startles Hanjue enough to scream, immediately catching Mofucho's attention. The tree spirit mocks him for making such a noise and wonders whether he has never seen a handsome man before. Hanju readily agrees that the tree spirit is so handsome it borders on demonic. But since this handsome man is currently stopping him from cultivating, he is practically the light of his life. Amused by the sweet talk, the tree spirit allows him to choose any place he wants, provided he stays away from the center. Hanju is stunned that he has actually encountered a tree spirit here. The Jade Pure sect must have spent a fortune, because a tree spirit is also known as a cultivation catalyzing treasure. Despite its demonic appearance, cultivating near one can double a cultivator's efficiency. To Hanjue, that makes it an extraordinary treasure, and he even wishes he could grow one himself. With this advantage, reaching the 9th level of Thunder Spiritual Ki ahead of schedule suddenly seems possible. Hanju is convinced he came to exactly the right place. Starting from nothing, he declares that he will reach the 9th level within a single year, then loudly begins cultivating. Mofucho can barely believe what he just heard. Reaching the 9th level in 1 year sounds completely absurd. From Mofucho's perspective, Hanju's current purity is far too low. No matter how arrogant someone may be, cultivation still has its limits. Nobody should be capable of reaching the maximum level in just 1 year, and with an attitude like Hanju's, Mofucho doubts he will go very far. 1 year later, Mofucho silently takes back every word. This person is insane. For Hanju, the day he has been waiting for finally arrives. With all 6 paths of Ki cultivation completed, he is now ready to attempt foundation establishment. His master once worried that cultivating several spiritual roots would make his heavenly tribulation far too powerful. What she does not know is that Hanju's cultivation method already contains a technique specifically designed to split tribulation. Mofuchu quickly recognizes the gathering phenomenon as the thunder tribulation required to break through into foundation establishment. The tree spirit immediately curses Hanju's choice of location, prompting Mofuchu to wonder what the problem is. The explanation is simple. Hanjue is not supposed to break through here. The Thunder Spirit Pool will actuate the Thunder Tribulation and double its power, meaning everyone nearby needs to escape before they suffer for no reason. Mofucho becomes concerned about Hanjue's chances, but the tree spirit makes it clear that saving him is already impossible. The tribulation cloud has formed. Massive bolts of lightning crash into the ground as the heavenly tribulation begins. Thunder continues raining down with terrifying force. Hanju remains focused. To him, this is only thunder, and he intends to turn it directly into energy for his foundation establishment. The method for splitting tribulation works by absorbing thunder from the heavenly tribulation and converting it into the purest spiritual chi. That spiritual chi then forms a barrier capable of helping defend against the remaining impact. A beam of light slams into the ground, and the resulting force shakes the entire area. Mo Fucho cannot identify what kind of cultivation method Hanju is using. The tree spirit is equally uncertain, but one thing is obvious. Hanju successfully advances into foundation establishment. Mo Fucho can only marvel at how ridiculously fast the breakthrough happens. 2 years later, Hanjuo finishes his stay at the Thunder Spirit Pool. After spending 3 years there in total, he is charged 100 upper-grade spirit stones before being thanked for his patronage. As Hanjuo walks through town, he reflects on the results of his cultivation. Originally, he only intended to stabilize and strengthen his cultivation after breaking through. So reaching the 3rd level of foundation establishment comes as an unexpected bonus. His lifespan is now approaching 200 years, and Hanju cannot help appreciating just how good staying alive feels. At that moment, a notification appears. Having successfully become an inner disciple of the Jade Pure Sect and completed his first cultivation session after enrollment, Hanju is allowed to choose between 2 development paths. The first path requires him to earn reputation and lead Jade Serene Peak into becoming the strongest peak. The reward is a piece of unparalleled equipment, but choosing it will offend Fairy Shishuan. The second path allows him to remain low-key and focus entirely on cultivation. He will still receive a piece of unparalleled equipment, while also gaining Fairy Shishuan's recognition and obtaining a maneuverability technique manual. Hanju cannot help wondering just how much his master loves quiet cultivation. Before he can dwell on it, Mo Fucho approaches him. After only 2 years, Hanju has already reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment, placing him among the best disciples in the entire inner sect. Mo Fucho introduces himself as a disciple of Heavenly Thunder Peak and requests Hanju's name. Hanju accepts the compliment and introduces himself as Hanjo of Jade Serene Peak. Hearing that affiliation, Mo Fucho considers it a waste of Hanju's talent. Since his own master is a thunder cultivator, he encourages Hanju to consider transferring to Heavenly Thunder Peak instead. Hanju refuses without hesitation. He has already acknowledged Fairy Shishuan as his master, and she will remain his guardian. Changing families so easily is not something he intends to do, though he still appreciates Mo Fucho's kindness. Mo Fucho accepts the refusal for now, but reminds him that the opportunity remains open and hopes Hanju will reconsider carefully. Hanju then looks at the screen in front of him, and his eyes widen. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, several cultivators search the area but find nothing. With no trace of their target, they decide to check another cave instead. The elder has already ordered them to capture the traitor, promising a reward to whoever succeeds. Another cultivator reports that there is still no sign of the target. Not far away, Xing Hongshuan stares ahead. She has finally escaped the viridescent nether cult, but now she has nowhere to go. Her identity remains the biggest problem. No matter where she runs, someone will eventually hunt her down. Even if she wants to abandon her evil past and become a better person, there is only one person she believes will accept her. After all, he is the first person in her entire life who ever stood up for her. That person is Hanju. Suddenly, a bird chirps near a bush, where red hair can be seen. Xing Hongshuan gasps at the discovery before immediately leaping through the air. The pursuing cultivators order her to stop. They do not care what method they have to use. Their only priority is making sure the sinner does not escape. Meanwhile, Hanju receives several notifications. His good friend Xing Hongshuan is being hunted by the Jade Pure Sect and has suffered severe injuries, though she manages to escape through luck. She is also being pursued by her fellow disciples and successfully counterattacks. On top of that, she has betrayed the viridescent nether cult and is now being hunted by them as well. Finally, Xing Hongshuan's favorable impression of Hanju increases to 4 stars. Hanju finds the situation strange. They have not met for many years, and he does not even know whether she is still alive. They have barely seen each other, yet her favorable impression keeps increasing, making him wonder whether something is wrong with her head. Still, this confirms that the system possesses something similar to a character activity record. Hanju becomes curious about just how many functions the system actually has. Its origin clearly does not seem simple, especially since it has remained with him for so many years. Rather than dwell on it, he returns his attention to cultivation and decides to begin with his fire spirit. At that moment, a sound catches his attention. Bells begin ringing across the sect. Han Jue recognizes the sound and wonders whether something has happened. Chang Yuer soon appears and greets him after their long time apart. She confirms that the bells are ringing and urges him to meet their master together. While looking at Han Jue, Chang Yuer notices something unexpected. He has already reached foundation establishment, though Han Jue brushes it off as simple luck. That explanation does nothing to ease her surprise. As a second-level foundation establishment cultivator, Chang Yuer can no longer see through his cultivation. That means Han Jue must already be at least at the third level. His cultivation speed is ridiculous. Chang Yuer immediately feels pressured to cultivate harder. She refuses to lose to her junior brother, especially after previously promising that she would protect him. With the viridescent nether cult situation and the Jade Pure Sect sparring competition approaching, her reputation as his senior sister is already in danger. Right then, another notification appears. Chang Yuer's favorability toward Han Jue decreases, with her current favorability falling to 1.5 stars. She urges him not to waste any more time and promises to explain everything along the way. Han Jue, however, cannot see which part of her behavior actually looks hurried. Later, Chang Yuer explains that Jade Serene Peak normally never rings this bell. Whenever it does, their master is summoning every disciple. In all the years she has been here, this is the first time the bell has rung, which is why she never mentioned it before. Hanju thanks his senior sister for the explanation, but the fact that every disciple is being summoned makes him hope this will not turn into something troublesome. Soon afterward, Hanju arrives before his master alongside the other disciples. The disciples are already discussing the viridescent nether cult. Apparently, spies from the cult have infiltrated the Jade Pure Sect, meaning the sect needs to be more careful when recruiting new disciples. What makes the situation worse is that these spies do not even cultivate fiendish techniques, making them much harder to identify. Others complain that the viridescent nether cult has become increasingly arrogant. Some disciples constantly encounter their members whenever they leave the sect to train, and those cultivators never hesitate to cause trouble. Amid the discussion, several disciples suddenly notice Hanju. His handsome and delicate appearance immediately draws attention. Some wonder when such a junior brother joined Jade Serene Peak and why they have never seen him before. One female disciple even jokes that she might have to break Jade Serene Peak's prohibition on lust. Lu Sangson quickly identifies him as Han Jue, the new junior brother their master recently accepted. He introduces himself as Jade Serene Peak's first disciple. Since their master prefers cultivating in silence, Lu Sansen handles most matters concerning the peak. He assures Hanju that he can come to him whenever something needs to be handled. Hanju respectfully thanks his eldest senior brother, and Lu Sansen casually accepts it. Xishuan then orders everyone to sit down before revealing why she has summoned them. The sect master has made a new decision. From now on, the 3 peaks that place last in the inter-peak sparring competition must each select 10 disciples to join the battle against the viridescent nether cult. For years, the viridescent nether cult has continuously planted spies inside the Jade Pure Sect and schemed against them. This time, the sect master has finally decided to counterattack. The disciples quietly absorb the news. Looking at his senior brothers and sisters, Hanju doubts Jade Serene Peak needs to worry much about deployment. Still, one part of the decision seems strange to him. Sending the lowest-ranked disciples into battle almost sounds like helping the enemy kill them. Xishuan remains unconcerned about their ranking, however, because this matter involves the viridescent nether cult. Conflict between the two factions is now unavoidable. She warns everyone to remain careful when accepting missions, and reminds them to continue contributing to the sect. Lu Sangson confidently assures their master that although Jade Serene Peak keeps a low profile, they will still contribute properly. He then brings up another recent development. The sect has created a nurturing program for outstanding disciples. Those chosen will be trained together and developed into the trump cards of the Jade Pure Sect's younger generation. Lu Sangson immediately wonders who will be selected. In his mind, a program like this seems practically designed for someone like the first disciple. Xishuan soon reveals her choice: Han Jue. He has only been part of Jade's Serene Peak for a few years, yet he has already advanced from the 9th level of the Qi Refinement Realm to the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. In Xishuan's evaluation, that level of progress is enough to call him a genius. She therefore offers Han Jue a place in the sex nurturing program. The entire group falls silent in shock. The disciples cannot understand why Master chose Hanju instead of senior brother Lu. In terms of both strength and talent, many of them believe Lu Sangxin should be the obvious choice. Hanju has barely been here, yet he is already being personally selected by their master for such an important program. Everyone immediately begins viewing the newcomer more seriously. Hanju quickly addresses his master. He appreciates her recognition, but he only wants to remain at Jade Serene Peak and cultivate quietly. Besides, he is still a newcomer, so an opportunity like this should go to one of his senior brothers or sisters instead. Internally, Hanju becomes cautious. Either his master values him far more than expected, or she suspects he could be a spy from the viridescent nether cult. Rather than take the risk, refusing is the safer option. Xishuan confirms whether he truly intends to reject the offer. After receiving his decision, she turns to Lu Sansen instead. As Jade Serene Peak's first disciple, he will take the position, though she warns him not to cause any trouble. Lu Sansen respectfully accepts. Xishuan, however, remains focused on Hanjue. He has just rejected an extremely valuable opportunity to train, leaving his motives increasingly difficult for her to understand. Lu Sangxin greets his junior brother and thanks Hanju for speaking well of him in front of their master. Before leaving, he assures Hanju that he can come to him for help whenever he runs into trouble. Right after that, the system notifies Hanju that Lu Sangxin has developed a favorable impression of him, raising his favorability to 1 star. Hanju simply wishes his senior brother success. Chang Yuer then assures Lu Sangxin that he can leave their junior brother in her care. Seeing this, Lu Sangxin teases his junior sister for finally becoming a proper senior, capable of looking after someone before preparing to leave. He gives Hanjue one last wish of good luck and heads off. With Lu Sangxin gone, Chang Yuer brings up another matter. Hanju has already spent so long cultivating, yet he has never accepted a single sect mission, so she offers to guide him through one. Hanju immediately wonders whether avoiding sect missions altogether is an option. Chang Yuer confirms that it is, but points out that cultivation inside the cave abode is rather slow. Completing sect missions can provide plenty of cultivation resources, making them extremely useful for disciples. Unfortunately for her, Hanjue has no interest. He still possesses enough spirit stones, so he sees no reason to take the risk. Chang Yuer continues by explaining that sect missions also reward contribution points, and accumulating enough of them allows disciples to exchange those points for pills. Even then, Hanju refuses. His reason is simple. He is afraid of dying, so he would rather pass. Chang Yuer cannot understand how a cultivator can openly admit to fearing death. Hanju counters that if she does not fear death, then there is hardly any reason for her to cultivate in the first place. That response leaves Chang Yuer hesitating for a moment before admitting that he actually has a point. In the end, she can only call him a coward and let the matter go. Watching all of this, Xishuan concludes that Hanju truly does not appear to be a spy from the Nether cult. He seems more like a rogue cultivator with both talent and resources to spare. So she decides to continue observing him for a while longer. Time quickly moves forward. 10 years pass. When Hanjue returns to the tree spirit, it immediately confronts him. Years ago, it considered him a genius. Yet after all this time, his visible cultivation is still stuck at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Hanjue remains unconcerned. In cultivation, nothing can ever be judged with absolute certainty. Internally, he considers the tree spirit far too inexperienced to understand just how deep the waters of cultivation truly run. What others can see is only his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. In reality, Hanju previously spent nearly 400 superior-grade spirit stones and successfully raised another spirit root to the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. His true cultivation has already reached the 5th level. For now, his goal is to use the smallest possible number of spirit stones to fully cultivate his thunder spirit root. At that moment, Mo Fucho notices Hanjue nearby and approaches him. Hanjue greets him after their long separation before becoming curious about the person accompanying him. Mo Fucho introduces the girl as Mo Zhu, his younger sister from the same clan. He also introduces Hanjue as the disciple from Jade Serene Peak, whom he previously mentioned to her. Moju greets Hanjue, but immediately finds his cultivation strange. Her brother once believed Hanjue might already have reached the 6th level, yet the cultivation he displays is still only at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Hanju simply explains that he prefers progressing steadily, since remaining here consumes quite a few spirit stones. Hanju decides not to waste any more time and begins cultivating. Before starting, he warns the siblings that if they also plan to cultivate, they should stay some distance away from him. Moju is unimpressed at first. After hearing Mo Fucho repeatedly praise Hanjue as a genius, she expected far more from him, yet so many years have passed without any visible improvement. Meanwhile, she has broken through 2 entire levels in only 10 years. As far as Moju is concerned, that is what a real genius looks like, and she confidently directs her elder brother's attention toward the difference between them. However, the moment Hanjue begins cultivating, her confidence disappears. The surrounding spiritual qi is being absorbed at an astonishing rate. Mo Fucho is equally stunned. Hanju's speed of absorbing spiritual qi is actually faster than his own, even though Mo Fucho has already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Unable to understand it, Moju wants to know what kind of cultivation technique Hanju is using. Mo Fucho explains that this phenomenon comes from Hanju's spirit root aptitude rather than some special technique. That only creates another problem. If Hanju's aptitude is really this terrifying, then his cultivation level should have risen long ago. Mo Fucho suspects that Hanju possesses some method of suppressing his cultivation. He even considers the possibility that Hanju's real cultivation has already surpassed his own. Faced with such talent, Mo Fucho can only accept that there will always be someone better. Immediately afterward, the system notifies Hanjo that Mo Fucho's favorability toward him has increased to 2 stars. Mozu also develops favorable feelings toward him, with her favorability reaching 2 stars as well. Another 8 years pass. By now, Hanju finally raises his Thunder Spirit root to the 9th level. With his cultivation here complete, he requests that the senior activate the teleportation formation and send him back to the inner sect. It is almost time to collect his salary again, and Hanju has not claimed it for quite a while. Naturally, he is already wondering how many spirit stones have accumulated. Before he leaves, the tree spirit stops underestimating him. After observing Hanju for all these years, it recognizes that he must possess a method of suppressing his cultivation and praises him for being truly remarkable. The tree spirit then presents him with an opportunity capable of bringing him a large amount of resources. Hanju's first concern is whether the opportunity involves danger. The answer is exactly what he does not want to hear. Fortune often comes together with risk. Hanju immediately weighs the offer. The tree spirit hurriedly tries to stop him from leaving. To be fair, Hanju is slightly tempted. However, the moment danger becomes part of the equation, collecting his salary regularly suddenly sounds much more attractive. From his perspective, there is no reason to abandon stable employment when it works perfectly well. After returning, Hanju finds himself attracting attention while waiting in line. Several female disciples become curious about the incredibly handsome man among them. They recognize that he seems to belong to Jade Serene Peak and wonder when the Jade Pure sect gained someone like him, with several of them becoming curious about his name. Hanjue can only lament that possessing too much charm is troublesome. Unfortunately, he cannot simply escape because he is already stuck in the queue. Just then, Mozu appears. She greets Hanjue warmly and remarks on the coincidence of meeting him again. The surrounding girls immediately react with intense anger. Mozu quickly gets to the reason she approached him. She needs Hanju's help with something, and according to her, it involves a major opportunity. The moment Hanju hears the word opportunity again, horror immediately sets in. Not another opportunity. Mozu insists this is a great opportunity. Certain Hanju would not want to miss something this big. If everything goes well, becoming rich will no longer be just a dream, and there may even be additional rewards waiting for them. Still, Hanju firmly reminds Lady Mo to behave herself. Mozu tries to stop Brother Han, but he apologizes and immediately leaves, claiming he needs to return to cultivation. Mozu is completely baffled. With such a huge opportunity in front of him, she cannot understand why cultivation is still his priority. She is about to bring up something else when she suddenly notices that Brother Han is already gone. Meanwhile, Hanju wonders whether that lass actually chased after him. Not long after, several girls nearby start discussing the male cultivator who just passed them. They regret not finding out which peak he belongs to, especially since they consider him even more handsome than Mo Fucho, the winner of last year's intersect competition. The mention of the intersect competition immediately catches Hanju's attention. Holy shit! He has been cultivating so intensely that he completely forgot about such an important event. Worse still, his master definitely will not let this slide. Later, Hanju arrives before Fairy Xishuan and respectfully greets his master. Xishuan allows him inside, mentioning that she also has something to discuss with him. Hanju sincerely apologizes for missing the intersect competition after becoming too absorbed in cultivation. However, Xishuan brushes the matter aside since there will be plenty of other opportunities in the future. What concerns her more is his cultivation. Hanju is supposedly still at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and Xishuan openly questions whether he is joking with her. She already knows this cannot possibly be the limit of his ability. Hanju privately considers that rather flattering, because the truth is that he has already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. He admits that he only concealed his cultivation because he wanted to remain low-key. Chang Yuer is stunned by how quickly her junior brother manages to break through. Xishuan remarks that if everyone on Jade Serene Peak cultivated as diligently as Hanju, then Jade Serene Peak would undoubtedly become the strongest peak. At that moment, the system confirms that Hanju has successfully gained Fairy Xishuan's recognition by keeping a low profile while cultivating. His reward is a movement technique manual known as the 7 Illusionary Steps. Hanju is delighted. He almost forgot there was still a reward waiting for him. Even so, he modestly claims that he is nothing special and simply enjoys cultivating. Then, he notices someone unfamiliar and wonders whether a new person has joined them. Elder Iron turns toward him. Hanju looks back with a goofy expression. The two silently stare at each other. Even Chang Yuer notices the strange atmosphere and wonders why it suddenly feels like fallen leaves should be drifting through the room. Then, both men recognize each other at once. Hanju blurts out Elder Iron, while Elder Iron reacts just as strongly to seeing Hanju. Chang Yuer immediately wonders how the two of them know each other. Their response makes it clear that their connection goes far beyond simply knowing one another. Xishuan explains to Elder Iron that Hanju is a newly accepted disciple of Jade Serene Peak. She then informs Hanju that he can address Elder Iron as Junior Brother Iron. Hanju immediately rejects that idea, claiming he would not even dare. Elder Iron, meanwhile, can barely believe that Hanju actually managed to become an intersect disciple. Back then, Hanju had no spiritual roots according to Elder Iron's testing, and Elder Iron remains certain that his method could not have been wrong. Yet here, Hanju stands. For the past 20 years, Elder Iron has done everything possible just to break through into the Foundation Establishment realm, while Hanju has somehow already reached the 9th level. Such aptitude leaves Elder Iron wondering what might have happened if he had discovered Hanju's talent earlier. Chang Yuer notices Junior Brother Iron's strange expression and immediately becomes cautious. She firmly reminds him that Junior Brother Han is the genius of their peak and warns him against having any funny ideas. Elder Iron thanks his senior sister for the reminder, explaining that he is only lamenting how magical the world can be. Xishuan cuts the matter short because she still has something important to discuss. Since Hanju enjoys cultivation so much, she assigns him a mission to guard the Jade Pure Sect's 10,000 Demon Realm. The name alone immediately catches Hanju's attention. It sounds awesome. Unfortunately, it also sounds dangerous. Chang Yuer explains that the 10,000 Demon Realm is where the Jade Pure Sect raises its beasts, then requests permission to accompany Junior Brother Han. Xishuan refuses immediately. The 10,000 Demon Realm is dangerous. Beasts frequently go berserk there, and some disciples have even been brutally killed. Hanju can only wonder what kind of treatment this is, especially when his master does not even bother hiding how dangerous the mission can be. Xishuan reassures him that every peak sends a disciple to guard the 10,000 Demon Realm. The spiritual key there is extremely dense, making it highly suitable for cultivation, although the place naturally carries a certain level of risk. As long as Hanju remains careful, he should be fine. Hanju notices that he was never really given the chance to reject the assignment in the first place. Still, he simplifies the situation in his head. It is basically just being a zookeeper, so he can simply slack off while handling the job. With that settled, Hanju respectfully accepts Master's arrangement. Shishuan approves and instructs him to prepare himself. Someone will soon come to escort him to the 10,000 demon realm. Chang Yuer immediately offers to help junior brother Han pack his belongings. After Hanju leaves, Shishuan turns her attention back to Elder Iron. She has no interest in hearing any fuss about whatever history exists between him and Hanju. From this day onward, the two of them are senior and junior brothers. Maintaining a good relationship with Hanju will only benefit Elder Iron, and unless their past involves some unforgivable grudge. Shishuan believes it is better to resolve it. Based on her understanding of Hanjuo, he will not secretly plot against Elder Iron, so there is no reason for concern. More importantly, Shishuan reveals that Hanjuo will become Jade Serene Peak's core disciple in the future. Elder Iron's eyes widen in silent shock. A core disciple. Even so, after everything he has seen, Elder Iron cannot deny that this brat deserves it. Later, at the 10,000 Demon Realm, half a year has already passed since Hanju arrived. After cultivating every single day, his wind spirit root finally reaches the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, while his other spirit roots remain unchanged. Hanju can only sigh at how much effort it takes just to cultivate a single root. With nothing else happening, he grows bored and checks the system, curious whether the relationship tab has received any updates. Sure enough, the system displays new information about his good friend, Mo Zhu. She has been attacked by a fiendish cultivator and nearly suffered serious injuries. Later, she is also attacked by disciples of the Jade Pure sect, falls into a perilous situation, and ends up falling from a cliff. Seeing this, Hanju figures that nothing good really comes from accepting so-called opportunities and can only wish Lady Mo good luck. After a yawn, he decides it is time for his patrol, since he is already going out. He plans to train the 7 illusionary steps along the way. Chang Yuer previously explained that although the 10,000 Demon Realm is an excellent cultivation ground, disciples stationed here still need to patrol occasionally. Otherwise, the beasts could suddenly go berserk and cause trouble. As Hanju moves along, he suddenly turns his head and spots a white cat. He casually calls out to the little kitty, finding it hard to believe the beasts of the 10,000 Demon Realm are supposed to be dangerous when they look like this. The white cat simply stares back with glowing eyes while Hanju hums a strange tune. Without warning, a dark beast lunges at him from behind and slashes straight through his body. Hanju is instantly torn apart. Fortunately, that body is only a clone. His real body watches from the roof, relieved that he has already mastered the 7 illusionary steps. Without the technique, avoiding that attack might have been impossible. However, something feels strange. The forbidding spells surrounding the pavilion never activate, even though a beast has broken inside. This is the first time something like this has happened. Hanju immediately becomes cautious. The beast clearly is not ordinary, and if creatures can freely enter and leave despite those defenses, then those forbidding spells are hardly living up to their name. He activates the 7 illusionary steps again. Each level of the technique allows the user to create 1 additional shadow clone. Once mastered to the peak of the 7th level, it can produce 7 shadow clones at once. Besides dramatically increasing speed, the technique can also confuse and mislead an opponent. Hanju immediately warns everyone to stay alert. A beast has gone berserk, it can bypass the forbidding spells, and its speed is roughly on their level. Dealing with it will require cooperation. The feral beast lets out a furious roar as Hanju's clones surround and corner it. Hanju then unleashes the unparalleled Finger Divine Sword. Bright beams appear, followed by piercing rays of light that slice toward the beast. Unfortunately, there is one major limitation to the 7 illusionary steps. Among all the clones, only Hanju's real body can actually deal damage. Otherwise, the beast would never have survived against so many attacks. Thankfully, its main advantage seems to be speed, rather than powerful offensive abilities. Still, Hanju cannot help wondering about the origin of that white cat and how it managed to bypass the forbidding spells so easily. Thinking back over recent events, the 10,000 Demon Realm has not been as peaceful as before. The beasts have been going berserk more frequently, so Hanju decides it would be safer to report the situation. Later, inside the main hall, the elders discuss the strange incidents. They agree that the matter is suspicious, and suspect the viridescent nether cult may be involved. In their view, those Ganefs could be trying to exploit the beasts inside the 10,000 Demon Realm. The Jade Pure sect has already eliminated more than 30% of the viridescent nether cult spies who infiltrated their ranks. Yet the threat clearly remains. Some elders propose sending additional disciples to guard the 10,000 demon realm. More troublingly, suspicion begins falling on the sect's own higher-ups. There may even be a traitor among them, especially with the sect master currently missing. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder concludes that both the sect master's disappearance and the recent beast rampages in the 10,000 demon realm need to be investigated properly. He then notices that his junior sister, Xishuan, has remained silent throughout the entire meeting and wonders whether something is occupying her mind. Xishuan leaves the decision to everyone else. Meanwhile, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder keeps another concern to himself. He wonders whether she knows something about what is happening behind the scenes regarding the nurturing program for the talented disciples of each peak. The sect master has taken 18 core disciples somewhere, yet no one seems to know exactly where they went. Xishuan reminds her senior brother that she has always focused quietly on cultivation and only possesses a superficial understanding of these matters. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder responds that if there truly is a traitor among the elders, then his junior sister is the only person he can completely trust. Since they were taught by the same master, the two of them need to work together. Xishuan naturally agrees. Satisfied, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder announces the final decision. More disciples will be dispatched to help guard the 10,000 demon realm, bringing the meeting to an end. 2 years later, Hanju sits on the ground inside the 10,000 demon realm. By now, he has grown quite fond of the forbidding spells placed throughout the area. They make excellent rest stops whenever he is patrolling or cultivating. More importantly, every one of his spirit roots has now reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. While remaining inside the protection of the spells, Hanju does not even need to worry about Golden Core Realm beasts or enemies, despite not having reached the Golden Core Realm himself. For someone as cautious as him, the setup is simply wonderful. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly reaches him. Li Qingzi wonders whether his young friend has actually been treating the 10,000 demon realm as his personal cultivation ground. Hanju casually chuckles, seeing no reason to use the place for anything else. Then his composure immediately disappears. Holy shit! Hanju demands to know who this person is. More importantly, he cannot figure out when Li Qingzi entered. The man apparently passes through the forbidding spells without being affected at all. That alone leaves Hanju with one immediate suspicion. This cultivator is probably above the Golden Core realm. Hanju is immediately shocked, but Li Qingzi calmly urges him not to panic. The old man explains that he is also a disciple of the Jade Pure sect who was sent to watch over the 10,000 demon realm. Li Qingzi then points out something strange. Hanju appears to be at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but judging from the rate of his expiration, his true cultivation should already be at the 9th level. He directly questions whether Hanjue has reached the 9th level. Hanjue is stunned that the old man can see through his cultivation and starts wondering who he really is. Li Qingzi reassures him that there is no need to be nervous before questioning whether Hanjue came here voluntarily or was sent by his master. Hanjue reveals that Fairy Xishuan sent him. That immediately catches Li Qingzi's attention. He questions whether Fairy Xishuan gave Hanju some kind of mission, but Hanju refuses to reveal anything, pointing out that even if she did, there is no reason to share it with him. Li Qingzi wonders whether Hanju truly intends to keep everything secret, then comments that his junior sister has taken in quite an interesting disciple. His tone quickly changes as he warns Hanju that the brat has no idea what kind of trouble he has gotten himself into. Hanju is shocked again. Li Qingzi orders him to follow, explaining that for Fairy Xishuan's sake, he can help deal with the situation. At that moment, the system reveals Li Qingzi's true identity. He is none other than the sect master of the Jade Pure sect, and he also adores Fairy Xishuan. Hanju immediately curses the old man in his mind for pretending to be an ordinary disciple. Li Qingzi is actually the head of the entire sect, and to make matters even stranger, he has feelings for Fairy Xishuan. Later, Li Qingzi warns that the beasts inside the 10,000 demon realm are likely preparing to go berserk. Every beast gathering here is one of Tiger White Dragon's subordinates. Li Qingzi explains that Tiger White Dragon is naturally violent and always takes revenge, and this time it has summoned a huge number of beasts in preparation for a riot. Because of that, Li Qingzi demands to know exactly what Hanju did earlier to provoke Tiger White Dragon. Hanju completely ignores the question. Instead, his mind drifts toward imagining Li Qingzi together with Fairy Xishuan. Unable to accept the thought, Hanju suddenly yells that Li Qingzi does not deserve her. Li Qingzi is left confused and reminds the young man that he is still waiting for an answer. Hanju finally begins explaining that something happened 2 years ago. After hearing the story, Li Qingzi finds the situation strange. The beasts began showing signs of going berserk earlier than expected, which means Hanju was probably not the cause. The most likely culprit is the Nether cult. Li Qingzi concludes that Hanju's encounter with Tiger White Dragon is probably only one incident connected to their actions. In fact, Hanju is incredibly lucky. The Demon King may have already fallen into one of their traps and had much of its strength consumed. Otherwise, Hanju would likely be dead already. Li Qingzi then becomes curious about the movement technique Hanju used, since his speed was even greater than Tiger White Dragon's. Hanju casually claims that he picked up the movement technique somewhere along the road. So being faster is perfectly normal. Li Qingzi immediately rejects that logic. Tiger White Dragon is a demon king, and when it comes to pure speed, even a Golden Core Realm cultivator would struggle to surpass it. Still, their current priority is stopping the beasts from going berserk. To accomplish that, they first need to deal with the source of the problem. Hanju wonders whether dealing with it means killing Tiger White Dragon. Li Qingzi immediately refuses. The Demon King possesses enormous potential, and if Hanju kills it, Li Qingzi has no intention of compensating for the loss. That leaves one obvious problem. Hanju wants to know what they are supposed to do instead. Li Qingzi presents the situation as a possible lucky encounter. He believes Fairy Xishuan most likely sent Hanju to assist in the 10,000 demon realm so that he could earn merit. More importantly, Hanju's abilities clearly are not as simple as they appear. Anyone capable of safely retreating after facing Tiger White Dragon must have more than a few hidden tricks. Because of that, Li Qingzi gives him a simple task. He wants Hanju to tame Tiger White Dragon. Hanju immediately rejects the idea and recommends finding someone else. His only goal is to cultivate peacefully. Li Qingzi desperately stops him from leaving. Hanju points out the obvious issue. There are far too many beasts surrounding Tiger White Dragon, so taming it is hardly simple. Li Qingzi already has a solution. He will establish a formation to trap the surrounding beasts and personally withstand the pressure while Hanju focuses on Tiger White Dragon. To make the offer even more tempting, Li Qingzi promises that if Hanju succeeds in taming the Demon King, he will reward him with the Jade Pure Sect's ultimate technique, the Pure Jade Technique. Li Qingzi laughs, clearly expecting the reward to tempt him. Hanju only stares back in silence. At that moment, the system presents a mission from the sect master of the Jade Pure Sect, with two choices. The first option is to accept the mission and do everything possible to tame Tiger White Dragon. The reward is the Jade Pure Sect's ultimate technique along with Li Qingzi's attention. The second option is to reject the mission and continue cultivating. In return, Hanju will receive a sword technique manual, while Li Qingzi's favorability toward him will decrease. Hanju weighs that against Tiger White Dragon's hatred and the attention of the viridescent Nether cult. His decision is immediate. He politely excuses himself and leaves. Li Qingzi can only wonder how his junior sister ended up accepting a disciple like this. Even after handing Hanju such a valuable opportunity, the young man remains completely impossible to understand. In the end, Li Qingzi laments that all the burden still falls on him. He turns his attention toward the Demon King and wonders whether it also refuses to cooperate. Having already expected that it would easily sense something unusual in the area, Tiger White Dragon responds with a deafening roar. Li Qingzi accepts that answer. A massive surge of energy erupts as the two begin fighting. Meanwhile, Chang Yue and Meng He are traveling together. Chang Yue explains that their master warned her about beasts going berserk inside the 10,000 demon realm, so she needs to meet up with Hanju as quickly as possible. Before they can continue, Meng He stops her after noticing something happening ahead. Chang Yue wonders whether the disturbance was caused by the rampaging beasts. Meng He immediately denies it. The energy ahead looks far more like the result of an unparalleled sword technique. Chang Yue calls out to her junior brother, but Hanju immediately wonders why his senior sister is here. Chang Yue playfully announces her surprise arrival and wonders whether he missed her before introducing the person accompanying her. Meng He introduces himself, and Hanju politely returns the greeting. Meng He explains that their master recently learned the beasts inside the 10,000 demon realm have been going berserk. Because of that, she sends Chang Yue and him over to assist Hanju. Hanjue then checks how much Meng He knows about the current situation. After all, Meng He is the seventh disciple of Jade Serene Peak and has already reached the ninth level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Looking toward the rear hills, Meng He notices that many trees have been cut down and wonders what happened. Hanju explains that a large number of beasts surrounded him earlier, but fortunately, an elder arrived and helped him. Hearing this, Meng He concludes that the situation inside the 10,000 demon realm is indeed serious. Since they have just arrived, he decides to investigate the surroundings and leaves Chang Yue behind to rest. Later, Han Jue prepares tea for his guest. Chang Yue explains that their master sent them because she was worried Han Jue might be in danger. More importantly, she has heard that spies from the viridescent nether cult have infiltrated the 10,000 demon realm, meaning they need to remain vigilant. Hanju immediately connects this to the previous mission, which warned that he might attract the attention of the viridescent nether cult. This could also explain why Sect Master Li Qingzi personally came to the 10,000 demon realm. With the viridescent nether cult involved, the situation here is far more precarious than Hanju anticipated. He calls out to his senior sister and proposes that they leave the 10,000 demon realm. Chang Yue is caught off guard, because leaving now would mean abandoning their assigned post. Before the discussion can continue, Meng He suddenly returns and urgently checks whether they have activated the forbidding spells. Han Jue confirms that the spells were activated long ago. Relieved, Meng He explains that he just encountered an extremely powerful beast and nearly died. Chang Yue wonders how senior brother Meng managed to provoke something like that. Judging from its strength, the beast should be at least in the Golden Core realm. Meng He explains that he spotted a group of beasts several kilometers away, and all of them appeared to have been trapped by someone. The moment he encountered the powerful Golden Core realm beast, however, his explanation trails off. Han Jue immediately cuts him short and urges his senior brother to focus on recuperating. Chang Yue points out that they have barely arrived, yet their seventh senior brother is already injured. This place is clearly far too dangerous. She finally understands why Han Jue wants to leave. He has stayed here far longer than them, yet somehow remains completely unharmed. From Meng He's condition, Chang Yue concludes that recklessly wandering around is clearly a terrible idea. Before long, Meng He notices that the presence of the surrounding beasts is becoming stronger. The beasts are rapidly moving, and their target appears to be them. A massive stampede surges toward their position. Meng He warns that there are far too many beasts, and even the forbidding spells might not be enough to stop them. Han Zhou immediately proposes running away, but Chang Yue hesitates. This area falls under Jade Serene Peak's jurisdiction. Running away would mean leaving their post without permission. Han Zhou bluntly leaves her with another option. She can stay behind and wait for death, while he reports her heroic deeds to their master afterward. Chang Yue immediately protests, but Meng He agrees with Han Zhu. Since all 18 peaks are responsible for their own areas, they cannot possibly be the only disciples facing this beast wave. As long as they remain alive, there is still hope, so Meng He urges them to move immediately. The incoming beasts tear through the area, crushing the structures and splintering the wood apart. Chang Yue notices that even the pavilion has already been trampled, yet the beasts do not stop. Their target is not them after all. Meng He concludes that the beast wave is simply passing through their location and wonders what exactly the viridescent nether cult is planning. However, Hanju suddenly detects an exceptionally fervid aura. A gigantic creature appears behind them, followed by an enormous bird that blocks the sky. Hanju immediately identifies it as a beast in the Golden Core realm. At the same time, he notices that Meng He has already abandoned them and escaped on his own. Chang Yue looks upward and counts the approaching enemies. There are 6 of them. No, 7. The predators dive toward them for the kill, and Chang Yue believes they are finished. Hanjuo grins before launching his attack. He activates the 3 Pure Shadow Sword technique. This is the sword technique Hanjuo receives after refusing the sect master's offer. Once his sword chi materializes into shadows, the technique can create up to 3 swords, each carrying a different type of spiritual key. Every shadow sword possesses its own spiritual key, making the attacks powerful and domineering. The technique can also be activated continuously until Hanju completely runs out of spirit energy. With the Golden Core realm beasts descending toward them, Hanju unleashes the 3 Pure Shadow Sword technique and commands the attack to cut. The powerful strike slices forward. A while later, Chang Yuer sits on the ground, completely stunned by what just happened. She can barely believe that one of those creatures was actually a Golden Core Realm beast. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never believe just how terrifyingly strong junior brother Han is. One Golden Core Realm beast and another 6 at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm are all wiped out in an instant. Even now, Chang Yuer can't forget Han Jue's cold expression during the fight. It almost makes her wonder whether that was really the junior brother she knows. Still, one thing is undeniable. He is incredibly strong and handsome. Not far away, Hanju finishes gathering the spoils and remarks that everything is almost done. Today's harvest is excellent, and the beasts are carrying plenty of valuable materials. Since these items can apparently be exchanged for spirit stones, this trip has turned out far better than expected. With a large sack in tow, Hanju calls for them to leave. Chang Yuer wants the terrifying junior brother from earlier to come back first, then questions whether they are really leaving just like that. Hanju confirms it. Since this entire incident counts as an exceptional circumstance, the worst possible outcome is simply kneeling before their master and begging for forgiveness. Chang Yuer immediately decides to go with him. She also plans to complain to their master about 7th senior brother's unconscionable conduct. Later, the teleportation formation erupts with brilliant light. Meng He is overwhelmed with relief when Han Jue and Chang Yuer return alive. Before he can enjoy that relief for long, Chang Yuer drives a powerful kick straight into his face and demands to know why those beasts didn't kill him instead. Meng He can only apologize. Hanju wonders why senior sister dragged him along, since he intends to return to the inner sect first, exchange the materials for spirit stones, and meet their master afterward. Chang Yuer refuses to stay behind and insists on accompanying him. Meanwhile, Meng He painfully wonders why she dragged him along as well. Sometime later, the group arrives at the odd grocery store. The result is far beyond anything Hanju expected. He had been worried that his current supply of spirit stones wouldn't be enough to support his Foundation Establishment cultivation. But now it looks like his comfortable days are finally beginning. He can hardly believe beast hunting can generate this much profit. The materials alone sell for 397 superior-grade spirit stones, which immediately makes Hanju tempted to return and farm more beasts for money. Chang Yuer quickly shuts down that idea. The 10,000 Demon Realm is a small world specifically created by the sect to nurture beasts, meaning every creature inside is valuable. Under normal circumstances, disciples are strictly forbidden from killing them. This time is different only because they were caught in an exceptional situation, so the sect won't hold them responsible. Hearing that, Hanju decides it is better to remain quiet and continue cultivating normally. He can earn spirit stones gradually, and the amount he currently possesses should already be enough to support his breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. Later, the three return to the palace and greet their master. Xishuan immediately questions why all three of them have returned. Hanju explains that the 10,000 Demon Realm contains more than just beasts. They even encountered traces of the Nether cult. Under those circumstances, he truly couldn't remain there any longer, so he has returned to beg for forgiveness. He is even willing to accept punishment and face the wall in repentance for 100 years. Xishuan calmly counters that punishment by proposing 100 years without cultivation. Han Jue is instantly stunned by the possibility. Chang Yuer immediately defends him. During the beast attack, 7th senior brother abandoned them and escaped, meaning this matter has nothing to do with Han Jue. However, Xishuan doesn't blame Meng He. Although he failed to save them, Han Jue and Chang Yuer were weaker and would only have held him back. Having one person escape alive to relay the situation is still better than all three dying together. Chang Yuer is clearly dissatisfied with that conclusion. Xishuan continues that Meng He violated none of the sect's rules and merely chose to protect himself. With that settled, she dismisses Chang Yuer and Meng He first. Both obey and leave. Hanju immediately wonders what his master intends to do now that they are alone. He even suspects she might once again be trying to investigate him and wishes she would finally stop doubting him. Xishuan questions his reason for cultivating so persistently after all this time. Hanjue assumes she is referring to his ambitions and answers simply. His goal is immortality. Xishuan points out that even endless secluded cultivation cannot lead him to immortality without opportunities. Hanjue acknowledges this, but his approach is different. He wants to raise his cultivation and become powerful first, then search for opportunities afterward. Privately, his reasoning is simple. Only people without enough talent need to constantly chase opportunities. He possesses unparalleled spirit roots along with top-notch Conet providence, so there is no reason for him to take unnecessary risks. Xishuan reveals that she had already arranged an opportunity for him. Had he succeeded in the 10,000 demon realm, he could have become a core disciple. Unfortunately, he abandoned that opportunity. There is another problem as well. Hanju's cultivation technique is so unfathomable that even Xishuan cannot properly guide him. Instead, she offers another possibility. Hanju can obtain a spiritual pool for his own cave abode, one containing not only thunder spiritual qi, but several other types of spiritual qi as well. That immediately catches his attention, and he wants to know where it is. Xishuan reveals that it is somewhere near Jade's Serene Peak, but gaining access comes with one condition. Hanju must secure one of the top 3 positions in the intersect assessment. The mention of an assessment immediately makes Hanju cautious. An intersect assessment almost certainly involves fighting, and his first concern is whether it could become dangerous. Xishuan dismisses that worry. It is only a competition, not a life or death battle, so there is no reason for him to be afraid of fighting. Hanju then checks the most important detail and wants to know whether any Golden Core Realm cultivators or stronger participants will appear. Xishuan scoffs at the idea. Golden Core Realm cultivators are not as common as cabbages. Anyone who reaches that level is already either a core disciple, elder, or deacon. In other words, everyone participating in the assessment will only be at the Foundation Establishment realm. That is all Hanju needs to hear. He immediately agrees to the arrangement and expresses his gratitude, promising to do his best to earn respect for Jade Serene Peak. Privately, however, he is already thanking his master in advance for the Conet Cave abode and its spiritual pool. Xishuan can only regard the brat as surprisingly easy to handle. Hanju arrives at the spiritual pool and checks whether the elder in charge is present before requesting spirit stones worth 100 cultivation days. According to his master, only 8 years remain before the intersect assessment, so Hanju intends to make the most of every moment and cultivate as efficiently as possible. The elder quickly completes the arrangement and assigns him seat 4444 in Area A. Even with cultivation resources available, Hanju knows he still has to budget carefully. His current plan is to cultivate his wind spirit root to perfection while saving some of the spirit stones for later. Nearby, several girls immediately notice him and marvel at how handsome he is. They wonder whether he could be the mysterious handsome disciple from Jade Serene Peak, with one admitting that she has never seen anyone better looking in the entire sect. Hanju silently considers them vulgar for focusing on appearances when they clearly do not understand the joys of cultivation. Soon after, the elder calls the next person forward for transportation to the wind spiritual pool, and Hanju enters the spiritual pool area. Later, after experiencing the place himself, Hanju acknowledges the resources of the sect. It possesses all kinds of spiritual pools, and the environment of the wind spiritual pool is far better than the thunder spiritual pool. His objective remains unchanged. Before the intersect assessment, all 6 of his spirit roots need to reach the 9th level. Just then, something catches Hanju's attention. A group of disciples is surrounding Zhou Fan and mocking him relentlessly. They ridicule him for previously claiming that he would surpass them during the intersect assessment when he is still only at the 1st level of Foundation Establishment. With his supposedly measly spirit root, they consider his ambition ridiculous. They even demand that Zhou Fan kneel and beg if he wants them to consider letting him go. Since Sister Lu will soon be married and will no longer be able to help him, one of them considers dealing with Zhou Fan right now. Watching the situation, Hanju concludes that problems really do appear wherever people gather. Rather than involve himself, he decides to focus entirely on cultivation. However, the system suddenly appears different from usual. A notification emerges, informing Hanju that it has detected someone with Conet providence and offering to reveal that person's origin. The mention of Conet providence immediately catches his interest. Meanwhile, the disciples continue insulting Zhou Fan as trash. Zhou Fan refuses to back down. He challenges them for causing trouble near the spiritual pool, despite the threat of punishment from the disciplinary hall. With the fiendish cult becoming increasingly active recently, he condemns them for creating internal conflict and even claims he has reason to suspect that they are spies from the fiendish cult. The disciples angrily call him presumptuous and warn him to watch himself. Zhou merely smiles. The system then reveals Zhou background. Zhou is the reincarnation of a Mahayana monk. He is born in a mortal town, and after the Jade Pure sect discovers his spiritual roots, he enters the sect together with his childhood sweetheart. Hidden deep within his soul is a numinous treasure. The treasure suffers severe damage while protecting him, and to repair itself, it unconsciously absorbs spirit chi whenever Zhou cultivates. Because of this, his cultivation speed becomes extremely slow. Now, however, the numinous treasure is close to completely repairing itself. Hanju is stunned by such extraordinary Conet providence and such a frightening origin. Zhou circumstances sound almost like those of the main character in a novel, and the entire situation feels strangely familiar. Hanjue even wonders whether the numinous treasure might have the surname Yao. For a moment, he considers taking this opportunity to help Zhou. An angelic version of Hanjue encourages the idea, reasoning that Zhou resembles the protagonist of a novel, and helping him now could make everything much easier later. A devilish version immediately rejects that logic, pointing out that countless side characters are eventually abandoned by protagonists once they are no longer useful to their progress. Hanju quickly abandons the idea. Cultivation remains the most important thing, and Zhou will simply have to trust his own destiny. 8 years later, Hanju remains at the spiritual pool before finally deciding to end his cultivation there. The intersect assessment is about to begin. His water and earth spirit roots have both reached the 8th level, while his fire, lightning, wind, and wood spirit roots have all reached the 9th level. Suddenly, Hanju's attention shifts forward when Zhou cries out in frustration. Hanju immediately recognizes him. Zhou now looks tired and worn as he clenches his hand in frustration. Standing before him, a girl apologizes and admits that he is a nice guy before leaving. Watching the rejection unfold, Hanju remarks that this is exactly why Zhou should have focused on cultivation, which causes far fewer headaches. Before Hanju can leave, Zhou calls for him to stop. Hanju turns back and acknowledges him. Zhou confirms whether he is Hanju, and after Hanju verifies his identity and wonders what Zhou needs, Zhou introduces himself as Zhou of Heavenly Thunder Peak. He explains that Brother Mo has shared many stories about Hanjue and believes Hanjue will become a great cultivator in the future. Because of that, Zhou has always wanted to meet him. The mention of Brother Mo immediately makes Hanjue wonder what that man has been spreading about him. Judging from Zhou stance, Hanju expects some old-school development straight out of a wuxia novel. Then, Zhou suddenly kneels before him. Rather than challenging him, Zhou reveals that he has heard about Hanju's popularity with women and desperately requests guidance on how to pursue his childhood sweetheart. Hanju had genuinely expected him to start a fight. Zhou continues pleading for guidance, so Hanzhou advises Brother Zhou to let go of everything. Cultivators like them should not allow themselves to become trapped by love. Once Zhou obtains the Great Tao and has the world under his command, whatever he desires will naturally become obtainable. Hanzhou even points out that Zhou has never seen him getting close to a woman. Beyond that, Zhou will have to comprehend the lesson himself. For some reason, Zhou suddenly feels his previously dead heart skip a beat. Hanju internally dismisses him as a fool. In his view, the most important factor is appearance, and there is hardly any comparison between the two of them. At that exact moment, the system announces that Zhou has developed a liking toward Hanju, with his favorability reaching 1 star. Hanjue immediately feels that something about this is wrong. Suddenly, a loud bell rings through the sect. Hanjue concludes that all disciples are being summoned, most likely because of something related to the intersect assessment. At that moment, Lu Sanxin approaches and greets Hanjue after their long time apart. Hanju respectfully addresses him as senior brother. Lu Sanxin then mentions that there happens to be something he wants to discuss. Hanju invites him to continue. Lu Sanxin brings up a girl named Xing Hongshuan and wants to know whether Hanjue knows her. Hanju immediately wonders how Lu Sanxin knows about her. Lu Sanxin suddenly brings up a woman named Xing Hongshuan and checks whether Hanju knows her. Hanju denies knowing anyone by that name and wonders why senior brother is bringing her up. Lu Sanxin explains that for all these years, he and the sect master have been hiding inside the 10,000 demon realm while dealing with the nether cult. The reason their side suffers no casualties is because a traitor within the Nether cult has continuously supplied them with information. That information is also why the sect master only pretends to leave the sect before secretly hiding in the 10,000 demon realm and preparing an ambush for the Nether cult. Hanjuo praises his senior brother's great fortune, but Lu Sangxin suddenly reveals that the traitor is none other than Xing Hongshuan. When Xing Hongshuan is young, she is forced to swallow a poisonous pill and threatened into becoming a spy inside the Jade Pure sect. Because of that, she has always hated the Nether cult, and even searches for an antidote through one of the outer sect alchemists. Hanju immediately praises Lady Xing for doing such a splendid job. Despite her circumstances, she is still able to distinguish right from wrong and ultimately chooses the proper path. Lu Sangxin continues that because of her contributions, the sect master grants her asylum and even makes an exception by accepting her as an inner sect disciple. Hanju can only praise Xing Hongshuan even more. In his eyes, her strong morals make her an inspiration to their generation. Lu Sangxin then reveals that Xing Hongshuan is currently cultivating at the main peak under Jingshu, the sect master's junior sister. Earlier, when Lu Sangxin meets her, Xing Hongshuan specifically has him search for someone named Han Jue, who used to be the servant of an outer sect alchemist. By coincidence, Jade Serene Peak also happens to have a disciple named Han Jue, making Lu Sangxin curious about whether the two are actually the same person. Inside, Han Jue immediately curses that woman for spilling everything. With nowhere left to hide, he finally admits that he is the Han Jue Xing Hongshuan is searching for. Although he had no choice back then, Lu Sangxin only laughs and assures him there is nothing to worry about. What surprises him far more is Hanju's exceptional talent. In fact, he considers it Jade Serene Peak's fortune that Hanju chooses them instead of joining another, more outstanding peak. From now on, they intend to provide him with the best resources they can. Hearing all of this leaves Hanju feeling unexpectedly guilty. He never knew Xing Hongshuan had lived such a harsh life, yet he had even plotted against her in the past. With that in mind, he feels unworthy of the favorability she has shown him. Since she likes him so much, the only thing he can do is hope she never has to suffer again in the future. Later, Xishuan gathers the disciples and announces that the inner sect assessment is about to begin. Every peak must send at least 10 disciples to participate, and the moment she looks for volunteers, the disciples eagerly compete for a place. Hanju is surprised by everyone's enthusiasm and wonders whether the assessment offers some kind of special reward. Meng He explains that the rewards are indeed quite generous. Aside from inheriting the Jade Stream technique, participants can even receive 500 superior-grade spirit stones and a spirit ice pier. Hanju is immediately unimpressed. None of those rewards mention the Connet Cave abode, making him wonder whether that is actually a special reward prepared by his master. Still, since everyone around him is so enthusiastic, Hanjo decides he might as well blend in so nobody starts viewing him as unsociable. Unfortunately, the moment he raises his hand in support, Xishuan directly calls his name and gives him the first seat before looking for anyone else. The surrounding disciples are stunned. Junior brother Han, of all people, is actually volunteering, making them wonder whether the sun is about to rise from the west. Hanjo quickly tries to correct the misunderstanding. His raised hand is only meant to show support and is definitely not supposed to count as volunteering. Xishuan completely ignores the excuse. Since the first seat does not carry much responsibility anyway, she simply counts him in. Hanju can only protest helplessly toward his master. Once the list is finalized, Xishuan dismisses everyone else but specifically orders Hanju to remain behind. The departing disciples immediately start speculating that their master intentionally keeps junior brother Han alone to give him private guidance. To them, this is simply another benefit of possessing overwhelming talent. Before Xishuan becomes angry, they quickly stop looking back and leave. Once the others are gone, Xishuan points out that Hanju's cultivation has increased again, proving that she underestimated him. Even with 3 spirit roots, his cultivation speed remains the fastest within the entire Jade Pure sect. Hanju immediately credits everything to his master's guidance and insists that she is the truly impressive one. Xishuan calmly counters that she cannot remember teaching him anything at all. His cultivation and sword techniques are both excellent, but neither belongs to the Jade Pure sect. Hanju is briefly caught off guard. Xishuan reveals that she has been observing him for some time and has already guessed that he probably had another master before joining the sect. However, Ever since entering the Jade Pure sect, Han Jue has cultivated diligently and shown no intention of harming anyone here. Someone has also testified that he truly came from the outer sect. Because of that, Shi Xuan concludes that he probably encountered some opportunities while he was young. She has no intention of investigating any further. Everyone encounters opportunities in life, and his secrets are his own. The only reason she brings any of this up is to reassure him about the upcoming inner sect assessment. Nobody will deliberately make things difficult for him because of his background. Hanju sincerely thanks his master for the consideration. However, Xishuan has one more decision to make. To prevent unnecessary trouble from this point forward, Hanju will officially become her personal disciple. The moment those words are finalized, the system responds. Hanju's status within the Jade Pure sect has risen, and he has officially become the personal disciple of an elder. As a reward, he receives a magic manual. The system congratulates him for obtaining the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal and prompts him to receive it. Hanju immediately thanks his master and wishes that she may live for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years. Xishuan watches him with a smile before handing over the token that represents his new status as her personal disciple and instructing him to keep it safe. With everything settled, she dismisses him. Hanju obediently accepts the order and leaves. Later, inside his cave abode, the inheritance progress for the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal reaches 100%, officially marking the inheritance as complete. With that, Hanju successfully masters the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal, making it the 3rd magic technique he has learned. From what he can tell, the technique is somewhat similar to a palm technique since it can be cast directly by hand. By infusing different types of spirit energy into it, the seal can also produce different effects, making the technique surprisingly versatile. This gives Hanju another hidden card, but there is still one problem. He is nowhere near proficient with it yet. Combined with the 3 Pure Shadow Sword technique, he should have no trouble remaining passive until someone attacks him first. However, Hanju quickly rejects that idea. Although his master mentioned there are no restrictions on which techniques can be used during the battle, both of these techniques are simply too destructive. Unless absolutely necessary, he wants to avoid using them. After considering everything, Hanju is left with an awkward conclusion. He barely has any suitable techniques to use in the assessment. Just then, Chang Yuer calls out to her junior brother and brings up the approaching inner sect assessment, wondering how confident he is. Hanju greets his senior sister with a good morning before questioning how she managed to enter his cave. Chang Yuer keeps that part a secret and reminds him that this will be his first time participating in the inner sect assessment, so she wants him to follow along with her explanation. A little later, Chang Yuer explains that their master is worried Han Jue might not understand the rules, which is why she specifically sent her over. All 18 peaks have prepared their own arenas, something Hanju should already know. The disciples from each peak will compete in knockout duels until the top 10 emerge. Afterward, those remaining disciples will compete in the inner sect city, where the entire sect will be watching. For tomorrow's assessment, Hanju is assigned to fight at Tianju Peak. Hearing this, Hanju checks whether that means there will not be many spectators before the top 10 battles begin. Chang Yuer confirms it and then brings up the possibility of him aiming for the top 3. With his strength, she believes he can definitely pull it off. Hanju simply responds that he will do his best. Chang Yuer then prepares to report back to their master and encourages her junior brother to perform well in the assessment. Hanju thanks his senior sister and reminds her to be careful on the way back. Once she is gone, Hanju considers the arrangement surprisingly convenient. If there are only a few spectators during the early fights, he can keep his battles discreet. After all, the last thing he wants is unnecessary attention. But before he can relax, Xing Hongshuan suddenly appears and calls him husband. Hanju immediately addresses her as Miss and warns her not to spout nonsense, but Xing Hongshuan only laughs. She brings up the promise from their time in the outer sect and remarks that she never expected them to meet here again. To her, their reunion has to be fate. Hanju remembers that he had no real choice back then. If he had rejected her, he was afraid she might kill him. Xing Hongshuan reassures him that she is serious this time. Back then, Hanju never betrayed her, and without his help, she might not even be standing here today. She then brings up something else she heard. Apparently, Hanju has already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Hanju corrects that slightly, explaining that he is only almost at the 9th level. With the assessment approaching, he simply has not had enough time to continue cultivating. Xing Hongshuan repeats the fact that he is already almost at the 9th level before remembering that she happens to possess a pill suitable for Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Since it can increase cultivation, she begins searching for it. Soon, Xing Hongshuan presents him with a jade pure pill. She explains that she does not particularly like using it anyway, so Hanju can have it since the pill suits him. Hanju tries to refuse and believes she should keep it for herself instead. However, Xing Hongshuan assures him that there is no need to worry because she can regularly obtain more of these pills. Hanju clarifies that availability is not the problem. Xing Hongshuan then reveals that she is currently cultivating under Taoist Jingsu. Since Master Jingsu treats her well, Hanju does not need to worry about her. Before leaving, Xing Hongshuan once again calls him husband and urges him to work hard during the intersect assessment. Back then, she had no idea her husband was actually such a genius. Her own aptitude may only be average, but if Hanju ever needs her help, she promises to do everything she can. Hanju watches her in surprise and calls out to her. But Xing Hongshuan swiftly leaves before he can continue. Left holding the jade pure pill, Hanju can only wonder whether this is causality. Later, inside the hall, Taoist Jingshu calls over her disciple. She brings up the jade pure pill Xing Hongshuan gave to that boy and questions whether she regrets giving away something so valuable. Xing Hongshuan has no regrets. As far as she is concerned, she has already fallen into the trap of love. Taoist Jingshu dismisses that as nonsense and questions whether all of this is simply because Hanju is handsome. Xing Hongshuan counters that being handsome should already be enough. Even so, Taoist Jingshu does not believe helping him this much is worth it. Xing Hongshuan then points out that Hanju's aptitude is genuinely outstanding. When she first met him, he had absolutely no cultivation. Yet according to what she heard from the sect master, he has already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. That catches Taoist Jingshu's attention. Someone with that level of talent should have attracted attention long ago. Yet she has heard almost nothing about Hanzhou throughout these years. Xing Hongshuan explains that according to the sect master, Hanzhou is extremely low profile and spends most of his time cultivating in seclusion. The sect master even tried giving him an opportunity before, but Hanzhou rejected it because he was afraid of dying. Taoist Jingshu finds that interesting and decides that Hanzhou deserves more of her attention. Meanwhile, Hanzhou is completely shocked by what he sees. Chang Yue clearly mentioned that the huge number of spectators would only appear during the final top 10 battles. Before that, each peak should only have a small audience. Yet the stadium in front of him is completely packed with spectators. Hanzhou has no idea how he is supposed to keep a low profile under these circumstances. At that moment, the system announces that the Jade Pure Sect's intersect assessment is about to begin and presents him with two choices. The first option is to win in a high-profile manner, shock the entire sect, and receive 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones. The second option is to remain low-profile while reaching the top 3, reducing his impact as much as possible in exchange for a numinous treasure. Hanzhou considers the second choice far better, since a numinous treasure is on a completely different level from an ordinary one. The timing also feels perfect, because he does not own a single numinous treasure yet, almost as if the heavens are helping him. With that, he selects the second option. The system reveals that he will receive a numinous treasure as long as he keeps a low profile and reaches the top 3. Looking back, Hanzhou notices that almost every mission includes an option focused on staying low profile, which may be connected to the choices he made at the very beginning. Either way, the system clearly understands what he wants. Hanzhou would rather live a long life than stand in the limelight, so he decides to remain low profile until the day he becomes invincible. Just then, the host announces the first-round match between Hanzhou of Jade Serene Peak and Lu Renjia of Tianzhu Peak. Mo Zhu immediately points out that Hanzhou's match is starting, while Mo Fucho expects an interesting fight. Confident in Hanzhou's strength, Mo Zhu declares that senior brother Han will emerge victorious in every round. However, the moment the battle begins, Mo Fucho is completely caught off guard. Hanzhou desperately screams while using the 7 illusionary steps to escape, even crying for his mommy to save him. Lu Renjia unleashes Getsuga Tensho and considers himself extremely lucky to face such a weak opponent in the first round. Fighting someone like Hanzhou does not excite him at all. The audience quickly loses interest. The spectators complain that the match is painfully boring, with Hanju doing nothing except dodging as though the two are playing tug of war. Before long, many of them leave to watch the battles happening at another peak. Mo Zhu knows Hanju cannot possibly be this weak. Mo Fucho can already see that Hanju is acting on purpose and believes his sister will understand soon enough. Hanju suddenly leaps away from another dangerous attack. By now, maintaining the act has become exhausting, so he checks whether anyone is still paying attention. To his satisfaction, most of the spectators have already left. Even the judges are nodding off, making this the perfect opportunity. Lu Renjia has also grown bored. Since Hanju refuses to reveal any real skill no matter how much pressure he applies, Lu Renjia decides to finish the battle and send this stepping stone out of the arena. Hanju calmly accepts. In the next instant, Lu Renjia only manages to register Hanju's incredible speed before he is sent flying off the stage. The judges abruptly snap back to attention, wondering whether the match has already ended. Their shock grows when they notice that the person lying on the ground is not Hanju, but Lu Renjia, who can no longer stand. The host immediately declares Hanju of Jade Serene Peak the winner. Hanju politely thanks Lu Renjia for the match. Afterward, Mo Fucho questions why Hanju did not simply win from the beginning. Hanju greets brother Mo and casually claims that he merely happened to discover his opponent's weakness. Mo Fucho does not believe a single word. The next few rounds follow almost the exact same pattern. Hanju drags out every battle until barely anyone remains to watch, and eventually, even the judges begin leaving. Mo Fucho finds himself completely unable to understand this strange genius. Later, Mo Zhu admits that she feels Hanju is deliberately avoiding her. Mo Fucho points out that her intentions are far too obvious. Hanjue is an ascetic cultivator who refuses to let love interfere with his cultivation. Mo Zhu wonders what meaning life could have when someone does nothing except cultivate. Her brother explains that everyone pursues a different goal. What Hanjue seeks is immortality and the Great Tao. Mo Zhu believes that she and Hanjue are actually the same kind of person. But Mo Fucho immediately rejects that idea because she is nowhere near his level. Later, the sun sets over the sect. So far, Hanjue has defeated every opponent only after most of the spectators leave. However, the battle for the top 10 is approaching, and hiding his true abilities will become much harder with so many people watching. Even more surprisingly, Zhou Fan, the Mahayana cultivator, has also reached the top 10. With unexpected situations still possible, Hanju decides that strengthening himself is the highest priority. Suddenly, everything around him becomes unnaturally still. Hanju immediately finds the situation strange. The leaves are completely motionless, and there is no breeze anywhere, yet he can still hear the sound of wind. For a moment, he even wonders whether the place is haunted. A menacing atmosphere surrounds him. His eyes shine brightly as he activates the 9 Dragons Devil-Expelling Seal. Even after the technique is unleashed, Hanju notices that the remnants are still lingering. He calls out to the demon and demands to know why it refuses to give up. Without hesitation, he releases a massive energy blast. The violent strike sends smoke surging outward as the earth trembles from the impact. The mysterious entity desperately orders him to wait and stop attacking. Hanju immediately notes that the creature possesses intelligence, giving him even more reason to eliminate it. He orders the evil spirit to disappear and prepares to attack again. The entity protests that Hanju has already been ordered to stop beating him before finally revealing his identity. He is the Great Grand Elder of the Jade Pure sect. The Great Grand Elder angrily wonders why Jade Serene Peak has produced such a barbarian and whether Hanju has any respect for his elders. Only then does Hanju react with surprise, wondering whether this entity truly is the Great Grand Elder. The Great Grand Elder claims he is only passing by, then demands to know what is wrong with Hanju, why he keeps unleashing skills in his direction, and whether any law or justice remains in this world. Hanju questions why the senior is creeping around in the middle of the night. The Great Grand Elder explains that this is how he normally cultivates divine powers before probing whether Hanju knows about the primordial spirit. Internally, the Great Grand Elder reels from the spell used moments ago. It nearly extinguishes his spirit, and even his real body might not be able to withstand it. He cannot help wondering whether every inner sect disciple is this powerful nowadays. Hanju decides he needs to inform his master, warning that the senior could scare disciples like him to death by continuing this behavior. The great grand elder hurriedly stops him, pleads with him not to inform her, and even offers an apology. Hanju questions whether the senior knows his master. The great grand elder reveals that Hanju's master is actually his disciple, and so is the current sect leader. With that connection established, Hanju agrees to act as though nothing happened tonight and bids him farewell. However, the great grand elder notices that the young man's build is extraordinary and offers him the chance to inherit his legacy. Hanju questions what kind of legacy he means. The great grand elder presents the heavenly constellation Golden Body, revealing that only the sect leader and he know about it throughout the entire Jade Pure sect. The name alone sounds impressive, and Hanju briefly considers accepting. Despite that, he declines the offer and expresses appreciation for the senior's goodwill. The great grand elder dismisses the matter, allowing him to do whatever he wants before declaring that he is leaving. Hanju remains suspicious. He nearly killed him moments ago, so there is no way this old man suddenly becomes so benevolent. He is certain the senior is scheming something. Hanju later brings the situation to his master and seeks her opinion. Shixuan curses the restless old fart and assures him that she will confront him tomorrow. Should he dare to return, she will personally handle him. Hanju gratefully thanks his master. Shixuan permits him to leave and reminds him to rest early. Before departing, Hanju questions whether the heavenly constellation Golden Body is truly powerful, mentioning that the senior hoped to teach him the technique. Shixuan confirms its strength, explaining that it is considered the most powerful technique in the Jade Pure sect. However, anyone who cultivates it must first cut off his root. Hanju questions what root she means. Shixuan bluntly clarifies that it is the thing that makes him a man. As expected, that old man is definitely up to no good. Then, Hanju pauses. This means the sect leader and the great grand elder might also be lacking that particular part. Shixuan immediately coughs and orders him to keep this matter to himself. Hanju assures her that this disciple understands and takes his leave. These seniors are far too extreme. Hanju similarly stays away from women, but directly cutting off their own parts is on an entirely different level. The next day, the battle for the top 10 positions in the inner sect assessment formally begins at the inner sect city. The entire sect gathers to watch, while the disciples excitedly cheer over the Spirit Ice Pier reward. Standing before such a massive crowd, Hanju knows remaining low-key will be difficult. He considers abandoning restraint and defeating every opponent instantly. Chang Yuer spots her junior brother's arrival and excitedly announces that he is finally here. She reveals that all of them have gathered to support him. The surrounding disciples shower Hanju with encouragement, urging him to seize first place. Someone even loudly declares that she loves him. Hanju thanks everyone and promises to do his best. Soon afterward, he notices Zhou Fan standing nearby, fully prepared for the coming battle. Mo Fucho warns Zhou Fan that Hanju is his greatest opponent in this inner sect assessment. Hanju has been concealing his true strength, which is already comparable to that of the elite disciples. Zhou Fan refuses to accept that conclusion so easily. Internally, he focuses on the powerful trump card he now possesses, believing he might not have a chance against him. Before he can continue, Zhou Fan is suddenly caught by surprise. Moju calls out to Brother Han and confidently declares that she believes he will secure first place. Chang Yuer immediately questions who she is. Moju coldly responds that it is none of her business. Chang Yuer mocks that she should grow more, or Hanju could end up in jail. The situation becomes even more chaotic when Sing Hongshuan suddenly calls Hanju her husband. Chang Yuer instantly challenges who she is to address him that way. Sing Hongshuan confidently identifies herself as his love. Caught between them, Hanju can only wonder whether this is divine retribution. Before the argument can continue, old immortal Taoist Thunder roars for silence. He formally announces the beginning of the battle for the top 10 positions in the intersect assessment and commands the first round to begin. The opening match is Jade Serene Peak's Hanju against Heavenly Thunder Peak's Zhou Fan. The disciples immediately recognize Zhou Fan as Heavenly Thunder Peak's newly emerged genius. He is considered the black horse of the assessment after defeating every opponent instantly and winning every previous round. The crowd also recalls that he possesses a birth dharma treasure. Even the eldest disciple of Sword Peak publicly declared that as long as Zhou Fan reaches the top 3, he can request a duel with him, with his Tao companion at stake. Facing Hanju, Zhou Fan questions whether Brother Han previously claimed that he never had close relationships with girls. Hanju releases a helpless sigh. With the situation already this dire, he has no choice but to accept it. Zhou Fan internally curses and resolves to take this battle seriously. He then urges Hanju to give it everything he has. Zhou Fan takes out his birth dharma treasure and confidently gives Hanju the first strike, urging him not to hold back. Hanju accepts the offer without hesitation. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder orders them to prepare before officially starting the battle. Hanju immediately summons his sword Qi, intending to bet everything on a single attack. He warns him to prepare himself. Meanwhile, Zhou Fan believes his birth dharma treasure gives him the advantage. However, an unexplained sense of unease starts building inside him, and he worries that Mo Fucho's warning might come true. In a previous conversation, Mo Fucho, a powerful core disciple of Heavenly Thunder Peak, acknowledges Hanju as one of the few people worthy of his respect. He admits that Zhou Fan may not believe it, but he is far inferior to Brother Han in certain aspects. According to Mo Fucho, he is an extremely subtle person who follows one simple principle. Those he finds agreeable become competitors, while those he dislikes become enemies. Because of this, Mo Fucho advises him to befriend Brother Han whenever the opportunity appears, since forming that connection will only benefit him. His potential is enormous, making him a role model for their entire generation. Back in the arena, Zhou Fan refuses to accept that assessment. He intends to defeat him today and prove that he alone controls his destiny. At the same time, he remembers his ex-girlfriend dismissively claiming that this was all he was worth. Fueled by that memory, he declares that he will make her regret her judgment and understand that she made a terrible mistake. His spiritual qi suddenly surges, frightening the surrounding disciples with its overwhelming intensity. Zhou Fan activates absolute defense and prepares to trample him despite his heavenly talent. With complete confidence, he challenges him to attack. Watching from the side, Moju admits that Zhou Fan's birth dharma treasure is extremely powerful. His master even accepted him as a personal disciple because of it, meaning Brother Han may have a difficult time winning. Chang Yuer immediately disagrees, maintaining that he still has a long way to go before matching her junior brother Han. From a single glance, she concludes that Mo Zhu knows nothing about him. Mo Zhu sharply orders her to be quiet. Before their argument can continue, the disciples suddenly erupt in confusion. None of them understand what just happened, or whether the battle has already ended. Zhou Fan coughs up blood as his absolute defense shatters. Hanju's single blow sends him flying into the arena wall, leaving Old Immortal Taoist Thunder staring in shock. Once the result becomes undeniable, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder declares Jade Serene Peak's Hanju the winner, and announces that the second round will begin shortly afterward. The disciples struggle to process the outcome. They cannot understand how the match ended so quickly, or whether that was truly everything Zhou Fan could offer. Some blame his arrogance for surrendering the first move, while others praise Han Jue for defeating his opponent instantly. Chang Yuer reminds Mo Zhu that she already claimed her junior brother Han was powerful. Mo Zhu only responds with a dissatisfied hum. Meanwhile, the medics tend to Zhou Fan. As he lies defeated, he acknowledges his loss and suspects that Han Juo may have gone easy on him. Later, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder announces that the top 5 have been decided. A lottery will determine which participant skips the next round and advances directly into the top 3, while the remaining 4 competitors fight against each other. The person who draws the red color receives the automatic advancement. The result soon reveals that Jade Serene Peak's Hanju is heading directly into the top 3. Hanju marvels at the power of his top-tier luck. His master previously explained that the top 3 participants would each receive a personal Connaught Cave abode. Since he has skipped the next round and entered the top 3 without fighting, he begins wondering what this means for him. After Hanju receives the automatic advancement, the remaining 4 participants compete in the semifinals. However, neither match is particularly spectacular. During one battle, the disciples grow bored while watching 2 spiritual-type cultivators remain motionless. To them, battles between cultivators of that type are painfully dull. The following match is no better. The disciples complain about the 2 muscleheads, wondering why neither of them uses spells and whether their swords are merely decorations. In the end, they admit that the most exciting battle was the one that lasted only 3 seconds. Once the semifinals conclude, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder announces the final top 3 and prepares to explain the rules of the last round. Before he can continue, Hanju suddenly raises his hand and stops him. To everyone's disbelief, he concedes. The disciples immediately erupt in several different languages, unable to comprehend his decision. Hanju explains that defeating his previous opponent so quickly exhausted all his spiritual energy and that he is still recovering. Because of this, he willingly accepts third place. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder studies him thoughtfully before agreeing. He officially awards third place to Jade Serene Peak's Hanju and reminds him to collect his reward from the main peak later. Hanju respectfully thanks the elder. The disciples find his explanation ridiculous. Some conclude that Zhou Fan must not have been as weak as they believed, and that Hanju made the correct decision by going all out from the beginning. Others claim they overestimated Hanju. However, another disciple disagrees, arguing that using his full strength against an opponent is the highest form of respect. Because of that interpretation, several disciples begin viewing Zhou Fan more favorably and even consider his defeat unfortunate. Hearing their reactions, Zhou Fan regains some confidence. He decides that he was never truly weak and directs his thoughts toward Brother Han. At that moment, the system announces that Zhou Fan's favorability toward him has increased, bringing his current favorability to 2 stars. The system announces that he enters the top 3 of the Intersect assessment while maintaining a low profile, rewarding him with a numinous treasure. It congratulates him for obtaining the 7th grade Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe and prompts him to receive it. The robe automatically defends against enemy attacks and can withstand 1 strike from a Soul Formation Realm Cultivator. Its defensive power also increases when he injects spirit energy into it. Hanju marvels at the fact that it can block a strike from the Soul Formation Realm, which stands above the nascent Soul Realm. Unable to contain his excitement, he cheers and urges himself onward. Suddenly, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder questions why he is so overjoyed about taking third place and warns him not to claim that Fairy Xishuan ordered him to secure that rank. Hanju responds that his master only instructed him to do his best. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder dismisses the matter as they arrive at the main peak's hall. Later, Taoist Jingshu congratulates the 3 of them for successfully becoming elite disciples of the sect. Their reward is a Connaught Cave abode, with first place receiving the right to choose first. Each cave abode is located among the surrounding mountains beyond the 18 peaks. Since the locations are secluded, several balls of light will guide them to their destinations. They will also oversee the territory surrounding their respective cave abodes. Hanju privately wonders whether the sect is turning them into security guards. Taoist Jingshu introduces the first Connaught Cave abode, which contains abundant fire and wind spirit chi. Jojo immediately chooses it because those attributes suit him. The second cave abode contains plentiful water, fire, and wood spirit chi. Baki selects it, believing it will help him grow stronger. The remaining cave abode automatically belongs to Han Jue. Taoist Jingshu explains that every spirit key attribute mixes within it, and each one is as rich as the energy found in an ordinary spiritual pool. Since Hanju cultivates 6 different spiritual roots, the cave abode suits him perfectly. However, he remains confused about why the guiding light is colorless. Hanju thanks the senior Taoist and feels satisfied with the result. Taoist Jingshu finds it remarkable that the boy reaches the top 3 and concludes that Xing Hongshuan did not misjudge his potential. With every choice settled, Taoist Jingshu instructs them to follow their light balls back to their assigned cave abodes before dismissing them. The disciples acknowledge the order and leave. Later, Hanju travels to his mountain at the edge of the forest on the sect's outskirts, where a water source flows nearby. A vibrant light shines from a narrow crack in the mountain, barely wide enough for 1 person. Although the entrance appears ordinary, the passage opens into a massive cave after only a few steps. Inside lies a wide stretch of flat land with imposing houses. The soil is fertile, while a beautiful pond, mulberry trees, and bamboo plants surround the area. The owner enjoys himself while trying on clothing that looks foreign. Hanju examines it and wonders whether this is the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe. The numinous treasure rewarded by the system is clearly extraordinary. It is weightless, translucent, and possesses powerful defensive capabilities. Hanju pauses, then trails off with a single but. After putting it on, he feels no different from before. Even so, if its defense is truly as powerful as described, an expert from the nascent soul realm may not be able to harm him. For the first time, Hanju experiences an overwhelming sense of security. Now, he can finally focus entirely on cultivation. It will also be difficult for others to find him here. To make it clear that the cave abode already has an owner, he carves a message beside the main entrance and hopes visitors will notice it. Outside, Mo Fucho complains that the place is far too secluded and took them half a day to locate. Zhou questions whether Brother Mo is certain that this is Hanju's cave abode. Mo Fucho admits that he was only guessing before, but the carving confirms it. He directs Zhou attention toward the nearby rock cliff. The words carved into the stone read, "Endure today, freedom tomorrow." Zhou falls speechless before admitting that the message perfectly suits his personality. Mo Fucho agrees that it is extremely Hanju-like. Mo Fucho calls out to announce his visit, and Hanjo immediately recognizes Brother Mo. Hanjo questions why the two of them have come looking for him. Mo Fucho explains that the sect recently issued several missions involving the viridescent nether cult. They plan to destroy one of its branches and want him to join them. Zhou adds that the branch possesses many pills capable of helping them cultivate. Hanju appreciates their kindness, but refuses to leave. He needs to enter seclusion and prepare for a breakthrough, though he still wishes them success on their journey. Zhou reacts with shock and questions whether he is attempting to break through to the Golden Core realm. Hanju confirms it and prepares to return inside if they have nothing else to discuss. Zhou is left stunned, but Mo Fucho quickly stops Brother Han. Breaking through to the Golden Core realm will be extremely difficult, and the heavenly tribulation will be far more terrifying than the one faced during the Foundation Establishment realm. Mo Fucho offers him any tribulation transcendence pills they discover if he agrees to accompany them. Mo Fucho believes that the only way to persuade him is by discussing cultivation. Progress requires opportunities and stepping stones, so he becomes frustrated when his expression appears to reveal no interest. At that moment, the system presents a reward of a single inferior-grade spirit stone after he receives an invitation from fellow disciples. It gives him two choices. He can agree to help them and receive one spirit stone, or reject them, continue cultivating in a low-profile manner, and obtain equipment. Hanju is baffled that the system even considers this a choice. Zhou continues persuading him, emphasizing that the mission is important. They are guaranteed to earn merit and establish their names throughout the cultivation world. Hanju apologizes, but remains completely uninterested in fame or fortune. Should the sect ever face danger, he will risk his life to defend it, even if doing so costs him everything. For now, however, he only wants to cultivate in peace. Later, Zhou admits he truly cannot understand these geniuses. Even if he might be strong, he wonders whether he is simply too cowardly. Mo Fucho agrees, adding that you cannot spend your entire life cultivating in seclusion. If you want to cultivate, you must fight for opportunities, and he is certain he will come to his senses sooner or later. Zhou considers that unless he genuinely wants no resources, it will be difficult for him to obtain any while remaining in seclusion. Still, once he gets those elixirs, he might be able to surpass Hanjue. He decides to wait for him and prove that he is not worse than him. By that time, you who have nothing are going to regret it. At the same time, Hanju receives a reward for rejecting the invitation. The little universe belt contains a large alternate space and can function as either a storage ring or a bag. It is also elastic and cannot be easily destroyed. Hanju gratefully thanks the boss system. 2 years later, all 6 of his spiritual roots finally reach perfection, allowing him to attempt a breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. However, he cannot afford to be careless. Only 2 or 3 out of 10 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators successfully complete this breakthrough. He sits in meditation as the sky gradually darkens. Apparently, the Golden Core realm's heavenly tribulation provokes one's inner demon. If he fails, he will either be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation or driven mad by the inner demon. The inner demon laughs and urges him to reveal what he wants, listing fame, fortune, and women. It claims he is already strong enough to stop concealing himself and should show the world his strength. It presents him with 2 paths. He can devote himself to asking for benevolence or overthrow all beings and rule for eons. The choice belongs to him. However, Hanjue only wants to know what else it can offer. The inner demon wonders whether there is anything else. Hanjue responds that this is all the inner demon has, that it has no other choice yet still dares to urge him to spread his name, that it is terrible at choosing its target, and that the exchange is over with a simple bye-bye. With that, the inner demon is eliminated, and Hanju can finally go all out with his breakthrough. Speak of the devil, a storm begins brewing in the sky. Hanju activates the 6 paths of reincarnation and the golden cicada's mystic divine robe. Light immediately erupts from his body. 7 days later, the system congratulates him on successfully breaking through to the golden core realm and rewards him with an unparalleled magical sword. The Qilin sword is made from the bones of a Qilin, contains a Qilin's soul, and possesses the power to exorcise evil. At the same time, the inheriting function of the mystical power 6 paths soul absorption technique is unsealed. Hanju celebrates another increase in his lifespan and sets a small goal. He intends to break through to the nascent soul realm within 100 years. Anything beyond 100 years will count as his loss. Before continuing his cultivation, he opens the relationship screen and looks at it in surprise. The system reports that his good friend Li Qingzi has been attacked by a fiendish cultivator multiple times. Li Qingzi faces a never-before-seen disaster and suffers severe injuries, but luckily manages to escape. Seeing how many times the viridescent nether cult has attacked, Hanju doubts he can remain safe even inside the Jade Pure sect. He then wonders how the master is doing and decides he should go show her that he is safe. Suddenly, he sees a terrifying scene outside. Many injured outer sect disciples have arrived at the inner sect. The disciples announce that those with minor injuries must remain outside and wait, while the heavily injured must be brought into the hall for treatment. Those in convalescence are instructed to gather at the northwest square. Hanju takes in the scene while Chang Yuer distributes medicine. Chang Yuer calls out to junior brother Han. He greets senior sister, and she responds that he is finally willing to return and that master has ordered him to find her. Later, he walks toward the master's hall and greets the master. Hanju pleads that after the inner sect assessment ended, he rushed to Cultivate, forgot to come and greet her, and should now be punished. Xishuan wonders whether he still remembers to return, having thought he had betrayed the sect. Hanju trails off. Xishuan then declares that the Jade Pure sect is about to face a never-before-seen disaster, and this master will give him one chance to leave the Jade Pure sect immediately. Hanju questions whether he should leave the Jade Pure sect. He wonders if she is joking and whether the sect is really in trouble. For a moment, he considers choosing the first option. Suddenly, the system warns that the Jade Pure sect master is in danger, and his current condition remains uncertain. Hanju receives 2 choices. He can leave the Jade Pure sect and wander through the world of self-cultivation, earning a bottle of chi-gathering pill. Otherwise, he can remain in the Jade Pure sect until its demise or until the viridescent nether cult stops targeting it, earning a magic tool and a magic book. Hanju questions what will happen to his master. Xishuan declares that she will live and die alongside the Jade Pure sect. Hearing this, Hanju makes his decision. This disciple will live and die with the master. Xishuan questions whether he is afraid of dying. At that moment, the system raises Fairy Xishuan's favorability toward him to 3 stars. Hanju focuses on the new rating, wondering whether 1 more star will make her his Dao companion. However, he quickly dismisses the idea. It sounds too troublesome and goes against his original plan. His master and everyone else will inevitably die one day. Life is precious, but whether it becomes fulfilling or mediocre depends on him. He pursues longevity, yet he does not want to abandon his master. Of course, if he ever encounters an unstoppable enemy, he is certain he will save himself first. Xishuan points out that she has never taught him anything, so he does not need to go this far. Hanjue refuses. Even without receiving direct instruction, his gratitude toward her runs deep. His master has repeatedly presented him with opportunities and helped resolve several potential problems, giving him plenty of reasons to remain grateful. In truth, after reviving and living for almost 60 years, his master has treated him better than anyone else in this world. She has never blamed him or caused him trouble. Since she is such a good master, he only wishes the best for her. Xishuan praises him as expected of her disciple. However, the situation has not become that serious yet, and she appreciates his consideration. Chang Yuer reveals that master already knows how afraid he is of death, which is why she wanted him to leave first. Xishuan then questions whether he has encountered any difficulties in his cultivation. He can cultivate with her just like Chang Yuer. Hanjue considers how she has never truly taught him before. Cultivating alone must have made things difficult for him. Even so, Hanju declines and assures her that she does not need to worry. Xishuan calls him a brat for daring to reject her guidance, then allows him to leave. Hanju accepts and takes his leave. Later, Xishuan instructs Chang Yuer that they must arrive there first. Chang Yuer confirms that she understands. According to the plan, she must help her brother, and everything she needs is already inside the storage bag. Chang Yuer confirms that she has everything under control. Later, Hanju questions why sister is there, and why senior sister is trespassing inside his personal cave abode, but his reaction trails off before he can finish. Chang Yuer reveals that master sent her to establish a spiritual formation and plant spirit plants. Both will increase the spiritual qi inside his cave. The spiritual formation is made from redstone and requires spiritual power to activate or deactivate. It can also conceal the cave entrance. Anyone who forcibly breaks inside will become trapped in an illusion and remain unable to escape. Meanwhile, the spirit grass requires no tending and naturally increases the surrounding aura. Chang Yuer proudly questions whether the arrangement is impressive. Hanjue never expected her to possess these kinds of skills. Chang Yuer points out that although her cultivation is not as great as his, she has plenty of experience with alchemy, talismans, spirit formations, and exorcisms. Impressed, Hanjue praises her abilities and expresses his gratitude toward both his master and sister. Chang Yuer dismisses the need for thanks. Soon, this senior sister will move in with him, and she wants his opinion on the arrangement. Hanjue immediately questions whether she actually wants the spiritual qi inside his cave. Chang Yuer pauses after hearing his response. Hanjue's expression turns extremely serious. Chang Yuer yells that cultivation is all he knows, and that he should get lost. 5 years pass, and Hanju reaches the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm. Meanwhile, the sect master continues living a difficult life, often leaving to investigate the viridescent nether cult. Hanju figures it is no wonder he keeps running into accidents. The same thing happened to Mo Fucho and Zhou Fan, making him grateful that he never followed them. At that moment, a system notification appears, offering to reveal the origin of a detected Conet Providence bearer. Hanju wonders whether someone with Conet Providence is standing outside his cave abode. The system identifies Chen Santian, an inherently fiendish cultivator and the eldest core disciple of the viridescent nether cult. Learning that the intruder is the fiendish cult's eldest core disciple, Hanju questions why he has come to the Jade Pure sect. Without the system, he would never have noticed him. However, he still does not know whether Chen Santian came alone or brought a large group hidden nearby. If the intruder is alone, Hanju knows he has the advantage. Outside, Chen Santian reads an inscription urging people to endure today for freedom tomorrow. He mocks the message as ridiculous and declares that everyone in the Jade Pure sect must be a coward. The amount of writing scattered through the wilderness catches his attention. He suspects a cave abode is nearby, but cannot locate its entrance. Inside, Hanju hears him call him a coward and decides that the man is already dead. Now that Chen Santian is confirmed to be alone, he prepares to give him a grand welcome. Chen Santian suddenly detects killing intent. A beam of energy erupts, and his eye widens in extreme fear as Hanju unleashes the 3 Pure Shadow Sword technique. The technique is so overwhelming that it even drains the surrounding spiritual ki. Unable to resist, Chen Santian admits that he cannot fight back and desperately begs the elder to stop. Hanju questions why he has come to the Jade Pure sect. Chen Santian claims it is a misunderstanding and that he merely happened to pass by. Inwardly, however, he cannot identify his attacker despite investigating the sect beforehand. None of the Jade Pure sect's known elders possesses such a powerful sword technique. A disturbing possibility crosses his mind. He may be facing a great grand elder of the Jade Pure sect. Before he can continue, Hanjue identifies him as Chen Santian, an inherent fiend, and the eldest disciple of the viridescent nether cult. He then wonders what will happen to him if he hands him over to the Jade Pure sect. Chen Santian cannot understand how his background was exposed. He immediately admits fault, apologizes, and pleads for another chance. After seeing Hanjue, Chen Santian notices that he is extremely young and handsome. His cultivation also appears to be only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, leading him to suspect that he is merely the elder's disciple. Hanju considers tying him up and handing him over to the sect. Another option is keeping him as a hostage in case the sect master is captured in the future. Before he can decide, Chen Santian suddenly grabs Hanju as a hostage and demands that the elder release him, or he will kill his disciple. Hanju calmly points out that he does not have any disciples. Chen Santian immediately claims that he was only joking. The ninth-level foundation establishment cultivation is clearly a facade in his eyes. Anyone capable of suppressing him and uncovering his identity must be an expert, making escape impossible. Hanjue wonders whether this is truly all the fiendish cult's eldest core disciple is worth. Either Chen Santian is unbelievably weak, or the three pure shadow sword is simply too powerful. For now, Hanju assures him that there is no need to worry and orders him to follow. Chen Santian obediently agrees and expresses his gratitude for the elder's mercy. As they walk toward the entrance, Hanju considers his next move. He cannot forcefully capture Chen Santian, so he needs another method to make him stay. At the same time, Chen Santian discovers that the cave entrance is concealed by an array formation, explaining why he failed to notice it earlier. Hanju originally planned to hand him over to the master, but Chen Santian will likely attempt to escape even if it costs him his life. Since Hanju lacks the strength to keep him completely suppressed, killing him appears to be the only reliable option. The only reason Chen Santian has not fled is because he greatly overestimates Hanju. Hanju suddenly calls Chen Santian over and orders him to stab him with all his strength. Chen Santian immediately suspects that the elder is searching for an excuse to kill him. He desperately insists that he knows he was wrong and has already reflected on his mistakes. Hanju refuses to drop the matter. Unless Chen Santian attacks him now, he may continue looking for an opportunity to ambush him later. Besides, Hanju is protected by the golden cicada's mystic divine robe, which can even defend his head. Chen Santian has no chance of injuring him. Even so, Chen Santian refuses to attack and admits that he does not dare. Hanju continues urging him forward and promises not to blame him, but Chen Santian would rather kowtow to the elder. Left with no better option, Hanju orders him to remain there from that day onward. Chen Santian will help plant spirit herbs, clean the house, and cultivate inside the cave abode. Chen Santian agrees with a simple acknowledgement. His immediate surrender leaves Hanju wondering whether he is truly that frightening. He has never encountered anyone as cowardly as Chen Santian. Time passes as small herbs grow beneath the light shining into the cave. Hanju remains seated in meditation, while Chen Santian grows increasingly restless. The elder clearly enjoys cultivating and has not stepped outside even once. He has already been trapped here for an entire year, and the information he carries will be delayed at this rate. As the eldest core disciple, his prolonged absence will undoubtedly concern the sect elders and his master. Unsure of what to do, he considers ambushing Hanjue while he cultivates without fear. This might be his only chance. However, he is not strong enough. Otherwise, he would make Hanjue repay him 100-fold. After all, who is he? He is the formidable inherent fiend of the viridescent nether cult. At that moment, Hanjue looks toward him. Chen Santian immediately excuses the disturbance by claiming there is a mosquito. A system notification appears. He then declares that this lowly one will continue cleaning the ventilation openings, ensuring that the elder receives plenty of sunlight. Despite his obedient act, the system reveals that Chen Santian's hatred toward Hanjue has increased to 4 stars. The same situation has repeated throughout the entire year. Hanjue has forced him to clean the cave abode while keeping him under constant watch, preventing him from leaving or contacting the sect. Now, his hatred has already reached 4 stars, meaning he is willing to fight Hanju to the death. Meanwhile, Chen Santian decides that he can only wait until Hanju leaves. Only then will he have a chance to sneak out. He doubts Hanju can continue cultivating without stopping forever. Once he escapes, he plans to lead the cult here and flatten the Jade Pure sect. When that time comes, Hanju will repay the immense hatred he has endured for an entire year. Suddenly, his eyes widen. 3 pure shadow swords shoot forward in a straight line, piercing a hole through Chen Santian's chest. Hanju declares that he has already given him enough chances, but he failed to appreciate them. Had he remained obedient, he could have served as a valuable hostage. Unfortunately, Hanju no longer needs him. Blood splatters across the cave as Chen Santian falls to the ground. Hanju immediately expects trouble. Based on the countless novels from his previous life, Someone like this probably possesses a method of contacting his monstrous seniors the moment he dies. Those seniors may have already sensed his death, and they will soon come hunting for Hanju. Kill the little one, and the big one arrives. Kill the big one, and the old one arrives. Kill the old one, and an even older and stronger one descends from heaven. Just then, purple smoke begins swirling above Chen Santian. Hanju wonders whether an old one is truly appearing already. A figure named Zhang Kunmo emerges and praises Han Jue for killing his disciple before declaring that death now awaits him. He then demands to know whether Hanju has the courage to reveal his name. Hanju introduces himself as Cao Cao and requests the other man's identity. Zhang Kunmo identifies himself as a member of the viridescent Nether cult. He has memorized the name Cao Chao and orders him to await his death. A system notification suddenly displays Zhang Kunmo's portrait. Zhang Kunmo has developed immense hatred toward Han Jue, and the current hatred level is 5 stars. Han Jue is stunned by how high it is. Zhang Kunmo stands at the 8th level of the nascent soul realm, making him extremely difficult to handle unless Hanju reaches the soul formation realm. For now, he decides to contact the sect and have someone sent over to clean the floor. 8 years slowly pass. One day, Xing Hongshuan calls out, wondering whether her husband is here. Hearing her voice, Hanju recognizes Lady Xing. Not only his senior sister, but even Xing Hongshuan has managed to enter. This makes him question whether the array formation is merely decorative. Hanju wonders what reason Lady Xing has for visiting this humble one. Xing Hongshuan explains that she has come to see him. However, Hanju immediately assumes she is here because of the pure jade pills. She presents every pure jade pill she has saved over the years and encourages him to use them freely. Hanju refuses and advises her to take them back because he no longer needs them. Confused, Xing Hongshuan wonders why. Hanju points out that she has already reached the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm and should use the pills herself. She looks at him sadly as a troubling possibility enters her mind. Before she can finish, Han Jue warns her not to reveal his breakthrough to anyone. He then explains that if she truly wants to become his Tao companion, she must work harder. Otherwise, after a few hundred years, he will become an immortal while she will be reduced to white bones. Her deep love will eventually become his punishment. Xing Hongshuan accepts that he is right and refuses to hold him back. She urges him to cultivate in peace while she searches for golden core cultivation pills for him. Hanju immediately protests that this is not what he meant. Meanwhile, inside the viridescent nether cult, eerie flames burn from skulls and illuminate the dark room. The elders sit in a circle around Duan Tongtian, the cult leader who has reached the peak of the Yuanying realm. Duan Tongtian demands to know why Li Qingzi still has not been captured after so long. Zhang Kunmo explains that Li Qingzi is likely avoiding the Jade Pure sect on purpose and drawing away most of their manpower. Instead of continuing the pursuit, he proposes ignoring him and attacking the Jade Pure sect directly. However, the elders warn that Li Qingzi is not their only concern. Another old monster is hiding within the Jade Pure sect, so they must remain cautious when dispatching their forces. One elder offers to personally lead the disciples into battle, while another volunteers to join him. They then wait for the cult leader's decision. Duan Tongtian orders them not to rush. They have already invested too much into Chen Santian, and now that they have damaged the Jade Pure sect, he has no intention of backing down. This time, however, the outcome will be different. He reveals that he is close to breaking through to the soul formation realm. Once he succeeds, defeating the Jade Pure sect will become effortless. The elders react in surprise and question whether he is truly confident about reaching the soul formation realm. Duan Tongtian reveals that he has prepared for this breakthrough for decades and has a 90% chance of succeeding. All they need to do is wait another 30 years. The elders immediately erupt in celebration. 30 years means nothing to them, especially when victory is already within reach. They vow to destroy the Jade Pure sect, slaughter the men, use the women as cultivation furnaces, and force every cultivator to submit to the viridescent nether cult. Zhang Kunmo declares that their fallen disciple will finally be avenged. The Jade Pure sect should cherish what little time it has left and wait for its inevitable destruction. Meanwhile, another 10 years pass for Hanju. Throughout these years, he feels himself becoming stronger every day. The progress is both wonderful and fulfilling, and the nascent soul realm now feels closer than ever. His thunder and wind spiritual roots have both reached the 9th level of the golden core realm. His fire spiritual root has reached the 3rd level, while the rest remain at the 1st level. At that moment, Chang Yue arrives and greets her junior brother. Han Yue responds with a simple hum before suddenly wondering how she entered the cave. Chang Yue reminds him that she created the formation herself, so naturally, she knows how to pass through it. She has also brought several treasures that can be planted in the pool to increase the cave's spiritual qi. In the future, it may even possess the richest spiritual qi in the entire Jade Pure sect. Hanju expresses his gratitude, but Chang Yue explains that everything comes from their master. She is only responsible for the manual labor. Hanju silently praises his master as the best. As she continues working, Chang Yue mentions that Jade Serene Peak has accepted several new disciples since he entered seclusion. She then delivers unfortunate news. Brother Iron, who once worked under him, has died. Hanju freezes in shock and struggles to believe that Brother Iron is truly gone. Chang Yue explains that Junior Brother Iron's aptitude was far too poor. His lifespan eventually ran out, and he passed away. According to his alchemy apprentice, he still wanted to meet Hanzhou before his death. Hanzhou wonders why Brother Iron wanted to see him, but Chang Yue has no answer because she was never close to him. Her words bring back memories from long ago, when Hanzhou is only 6 years old. The servants discover that his parents have abandoned him and fled. They pity the unfortunate child and debate whether they should search for them. Elder Iron decides that Hanju should take over his parents' work since the fields still need tending. The servants protest that he is only a child and cannot handle hard labor, but Elder Iron insists that he should do whatever he can. Working there is still better than starving alone in the wilderness. Looking back, Hanju remembers the times Elder Iron treated him harshly. Even so, he never truly harmed him and still raised him for many years. Hanju admits that he once hated him deeply. However, without Elder Iron, he might not even be alive today. Perhaps this is simply the path of cultivation, where everything carries its own cause and effect. Some people leave too soon and leave nothing behind except a lingering sense of melancholy. Time can feel both endless and painfully brief. Returning to the present, Hanzhou urges his senior sister to work harder on her cultivation. If she disappears as well, he will truly feel lost. Chang Yue calls him a silly junior brother and admits that she assumed he did not care about her. After finishing the spiritual grass planting, she prepares to return to cultivation. She intends to work hard and accompany him along the path of cultivation for as long as possible. Hanju bids his senior sister farewell. Once she leaves, he stands alone and looks toward the tomb in somber silence. He hopes Brother Iron will be born into a good family in his next life. Another decade passes. Even without relying on pills, all of Hanju's spiritual roots except earth and wood reach the 9th level of the golden core realm, bringing his strength closer to the nascent soul realm. As Hanju's 100th birthday approaches, the system unlocks a new function. Hanju questions what it is, and the system congratulates him for reaching 100 years of age before introducing the simulation trial function. Inside a simulation trial, he can adjust an opponent's cultivation and strength parameters to simulate a battle. He can also detect every living being within a radius of 100 miles and use them as simulated opponents. The battle will not affect the opponent's physical or mental state, and Hanju can activate the function an unlimited number of times. Hanju wonders whether the trial has any side effects, such as injuries. Once he confirms that it is only a simulation, he considers it another overpowered cheat ability. The system presents the option to activate the simulation trial. Hanju has never known exactly how strong he is, so he immediately decides to test himself. The screen begins to glow, and he is instantly transported away. His eyes open in surprise as the system welcomes him to the simulation trial training ground. The place resembles a dreamland, making Hanju wonder whether he has entered his own consciousness. He examines the interface, and the system explains that he can select an opponent from the Relationship tab. Hanju finds it strange to fight someone on his own side, but since this is only a simulation, he decides to choose the strongest person available. A list appears, containing the Great Grand Elder, Zhang Kunmo, Li Qingzi, and Lu Sanxin. Hanju selects Li Qingzi, an 8th-level nascent soul realm cultivator. The simulated Li Qingzi looks exactly like the real sect master. Hanjue greets him, but Li Qingzi suddenly charges forward without warning. His speed immediately catches Hanjue off guard. Hanjue complains that the simulation trial has no martial virtue. Li Qingzi attacks immediately and even uses his full strength from the beginning. With no room to hesitate, Hanjue unleashes the 7 illusionary steps. He decides to fight with everything he has, combining the Qilin sword with the 3 pure shadow sword technique before launching the attack. A massive explosion shakes the training ground as dust and smoke spread across the area. Hanju stares in shock. The 3 pure shadow sword technique has no effect on Li Qingzi at all. His body is far too powerful, making Hanju suspect that this is the heavenly constellation golden body. Li Qingzi charges again. Hanju responds by unleashing the 9 dragons devil-expelling seal. The seal shines with intense light before striking Li Qingzi and triggering another massive blast. However, Li Qingzi charges out of the explosion once again. The two exchange a series of explosive blows until Li Qingzi is finally forced backward. Hanju acknowledges the power of the 9 dragons devil-expelling seal. It is strong enough to push the sect master into this state, but he can only repel him rather than defeat him. Handling an 8th-level nascent soul realm cultivator is still too difficult. The system offers to lower the opponent's strength, with the adjustable range extending from the 8th level of the nascent soul realm down to the 1st level of the foundation establishment realm. Hanju finds the simulation trial more interesting by the second. Meanwhile, inside the hall of the main peak at the Jade Pure sect, old immortal Taoist Thunder questions how such a thing could be possible and demands confirmation. Li Qingzi confirms that the information is completely true. Duan Tongtian transcended his tribulation 1 month ago and is currently consolidating his cultivation. He is now a soul formation realm almighty. The elders immediately question how they are supposed to fight someone at that level. Taoist Jingshu brings up their master. Since he has already cultivated his essence soul, she wonders whether he should be close to reaching the soul formation realm. Li Qingzi rejects that possibility. His essence soul is only a mystical power, and truly reaching the soul formation realm will still be extremely difficult. Old immortal Taoist Thunder proposes requesting outside assistance while they still have the chance. Li Qingzi has already sent letters to the other orthodox sects asking for help, but no one has responded. Old immortal Taoist Thunder can only sigh. Li Qingzi laments that the situation would be different if the great ancestor were present. His strength has already reached the middle stage of the soul formation realm. Unfortunately, he left many years ago and has never returned. Finding him now is nearly impossible. With no other solution, Li Qingzi proposes that he and the Great-Grand Elder confront Duan Tongtian when the time comes. Taoist Jingshu immediately refuses. Li Qingzi insists that they have no other choice. With everyone's current strength, it will not matter who faces Duan Tongtian. Even before considering Duan Tongtian himself, none of them can break through the heavenly constellation golden body. As the strongest technique of the Jade Pure sect, no one has managed to shatter it so far. Li Qingzi believes he may still have a chance to match Duan Tongtian. At that exact moment, the simulation reaches a completely different conclusion. Li Qingzi is defeated. The supposedly unbreakable heavenly constellation golden body is smashed to pieces. Hanju's final record for the day shows that he successfully defeats an opponent at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, despite being in a lower realm. After experiencing the result for himself, Hanju decides that the simulation trial is incredibly fun. Powerful lightning strikes the mountain peak as a massive energy vortex forms overhead. From within the storm, a lightning dragon descends toward Hanju, growing stronger with every passing moment. The heavenly tribulation of the nascent soul realm has begun. As the saying goes, a canal forms wherever water flows. During the past 10 years, all 6 of Hanju's spirit roots have reached the 9th level of the golden core realm. With everything prepared, he is certain that his breakthrough into the nascent soul realm will succeed. Meanwhile, Chang Yuer calls out for her junior brother, but he is nowhere to be found. The fiendish cult is about to invade, yet he has chosen this exact moment to ascend. She wonders whether her junior brother is breaking through into the golden core realm. If the people from the viridescent nether cult attack from this side, They could interrupt his ascension. A forced interruption would cause him to suffer a severe backlash. As his senior, she refuses to let that happen. Although protecting him with her current strength will be difficult, Chong Yuer decides to wait until his breakthrough is complete. Afterward, she will bring him back to the inner sect and hide him somewhere safe. Until then, she can only remain here and defend him. She can only blame herself for liking him as she begins setting up a protective array. 10 days later, the viridescent nether cult invaders charge forward aggressively and leap into battle. Chong Yuer senses the approaching fiendish aura, but it is coming from the main peak. The fiendish cult appears to have attacked from the other side, allowing them to avoid her junior brother's cave abode. Bringing him back to the inner sect now could cause even more harm. As long as her junior brother remains inside the cave abode, he should be safe. Chong Yuer apologizes that she must leave first and assist the master. She has sworn to live and die together with her, so she pleads for her junior brother not to come out. Meanwhile, Hanju successfully ascends into the nascent soul realm. The realm feels incredibly domineering, and even his 6 paths of reincarnation technique has evolved. The nascent soul realm is an important threshold. After reaching it, a cultivator's power can interact with heaven, earth, and the 5 elements to obtain supreme power. Now, all 6 types of spirit energy within Hanju's spirit roots can merge into one new and powerful spiritual root. He obtains the 6 paths spirit root. From this point onward, he can directly absorb spiritual ki from heaven and earth. He no longer needs to cultivate each spirit root individually, making his future cultivation far more efficient. A series of system notifications appears, congratulating him on breaking through to the nascent soul realm, awarding him a mystical power reward, granting him the unique aptitude known as the 6 paths spirit root, and confirming his path as a swordsman through the Sword Dao mystical power known as the Heaven-Shaking Ghost Deity Sword. Hanju lets out a triumphant cheer after discovering that his lifespan has reached 998 years. However, another system notification suddenly reveals that his sect, the Jade Pure Sect, is currently under attack by the viridescent nether cult. Hanju reacts to the news that the invasion has already begun and starts wondering whether he should interfere. Before he can finish, another system alert appears, making him wonder what has happened this time. The system has discovered a new strongest person within the Jade Pure Sect. His name is Duan Tongtian, the cult leader of the viridescent nether cult and a first-level soul formation realm cultivator. The system then offers to initiate a simulation trial. No one in the Jade Pure Sect can handle a soul formation cultivator. Still, Hanju forces himself to remain calm. He defeated a nascent soul cultivator while he was only in the Golden Core realm, so he may still have a chance against someone in the soul formation realm. Hanju chooses to test it, and the simulation trial begins. Meanwhile, dark smoke gathers over the battlefield as the disciples call for everyone to retreat. Zhang Kunmo wants Cao Cao to come out and die, but Cao Cao is nowhere to be found. To him, that means Cao Cao has run away, proving that everyone from the Jade Pure Sect is garbage. The cult leader should also be finishing things soon. Zhang Kunmo commands every disciple to burn everything, kill everyone, and rob everything. The fiendish disciples immediately acknowledge the order. Since he cannot find Cao Cao, Zhang Kunmo plans to use the other disciples of the Jade Pure Sect instead. He will offer them as sacrifices to honor his disciples' soul. At the same time, Hanju's simulated battle ends abruptly. The entire trial lasts only 1 minute. Hanju murmurs Duan Tongtian's name, wondering whether it was him he just defeated. Meanwhile, lightning strikes the dark mountain peak as a giant skull appears above the battlefield. The Great Grand Elder groans at the terrifying aura, while Duan Tongtian laughs and urges everyone to give up. He declares that as long as they kneel and beg him, he might let them suffer a little less. Li Qingzi immediately refuses, declaring that the disciples of the Jade Pure Sect would rather die than surrender to the fiendish cult. Duan Tongtian merely sighs that this is taking too long. The Great Grand Elder suddenly shouts that the bones behind him are conate black magnets. Any spiritual energy absorbed by them immediately dissolves, meaning the demon can exhaust everyone with that treasure alone. Li Qingzi curses, wondering what they can possibly do now, while Xishuan pants from the exertion. Her thoughts drift to Han Jue, betting that he is still in seclusion. Li Qingzi can only hope no one discovers his cave abode before apologizing to Chang Yuer and everyone else. Xishuan laments that she has failed to protect them. At this point, she can only make sure she dies before they do. Suddenly, Duan Tongtian declares that the grudges lasting for centuries will finally end today. His attention shifts toward Xishuan, and he remarks that it is such a pity for such a beautiful lady. Meanwhile, Mo Zhu jumps from a cliff. The fiendish disciples immediately react, shouting that she has jumped into the endless pit below before ordering everyone to chase her and stop her from escaping. However, Mo Zhu has already exhausted her spiritual energy while running from them. She cannot even fly on a sword anymore. Knowing she is going to die, she would rather end her life than allow all of them to harass her. Her thoughts turn toward that guy. If only she had cultivated as much as he did, this situation might never have happened. With death approaching, she wonders whether she will be able to meet him again in her next life. Suddenly, Han Ju wonders why she came all the way down there. Mo Zhu's eyes widen as she recognizes senior brother Han. Completely stunned, she wonders whether they have both died and somehow ended up in heaven. At that moment, the system reports that Mo Zhu's favorability toward him has increased, bringing her current favorability to 5.5 stars. Later, Han Ju finally finds brother Mo. Mo Fucho cannot understand how this is possible, but Han Ju instructs him to take care of her because he is heading toward the main peak. Mo Fucho is even more confused about how he cultivated to this level, while Mo Zhu remarks that he must also be in heaven. Mo Fucho explains that the three people surrounding them were all Golden Core realm cultivators. Yet all three were instantly killed by brother Han as he passed by. Meanwhile, Han Juo assesses the situation and finds it extremely dire. He senses the aura of a soul formation cultivator at the main peak and can only blame himself for arriving so late. He then notices something happening at Jade Serene Peak. There are countless fiendish cultivators there, and senior sister and the others have already been surrounded. Meng He orders the junior sister to take the new disciples and escape once they create an opening, causing Chang Yuer to cry out in worry. Lu Sansen declares that they have already made their decision. Since they are going to die anyway, they might as well strike first and send their enemies to hell before that happens. Suddenly, the fiendish disciples react in shock as three flashes appear before them. Three streaks of light tear through the battlefield, slicing the enemies into pieces as blood sprays through the air. Lu Sangsen stares at the aftermath, wondering whether they all died, while Chang Yuer looks toward her junior brother. Elsewhere, a fiendish disciple gives Xing Hongshuan one final chance. If she returns to the viridescent Nether cult with him and becomes his Dao companion, he will spare her life. Xing Hongshuan spits back that Duan Tongtian killed her parents, so she would rather die than return there. The fiendish disciple cannot believe she would reject his goodwill and warns her that his sword is coated with poison. Suddenly, Xing Hongshuan looks upward in surprise and cries out for her husband. The fiendish disciple completely misunderstands her reaction, believing she has finally agreed to his proposal. He remarks that she has caught on quickly and comments that people only start listening after experiencing hardship. Suddenly, the wind surges, and the fiendish disciple dies instantly. Xing Hongshuan recognizes this person as the second-ranking core disciple of the fiendish cult and marvels that her husband finished him with just a single move. Hanju warns her to find somewhere to hide because this place is no longer safe. Xing Hongshuan agrees and reminds her husband to be careful. At that moment, the system announces that Xing Hongshuan's favorability toward Hanju has increased, bringing her current favorability to 6 stars. Hanju can only credit his goddamn charm and strength. Meanwhile, Duan Tongtian mocks the Jade Pure sect, questioning whether this is all they are worth. He explains that his cult previously only used human corpses and cultivated poisonous insects. Yet others targeted them for centuries just because of that. Now that he has already reached the soul formation realm, he wants to see who dares to stop him today. Xishuan stares at him in pain, while the sect leader and great-grand elder lie badly injured. Duan Tongtian declares that using all the cultivators in her sect to cultivate poisonous insects will greatly increase his sect's power. He laughs at the thought of his fiendish cult becoming the top sect in the Great Yan dynasty, then proclaims that the Jade Pure sect's centuries-old foundation will come to an end today. Xishuan looks up at him. Seeing that she still refuses to give up, Duan Tongtian challenges her to guess how many people in the Jade Pure sect are still alive. Xishuan screams for him to go to hell. Duan Tongtian snorts and calls her a foul-mouthed wench, allowing her to curse as much as she wants on her way to the afterlife. Before he can finish her, a beam of light suddenly descends. Li Qingzi cries out for his junior sister as a massive explosion rocks the area. Han Ju immediately activates the 7 illusionary steps technique and catches his falling master. He checks whether she is okay, while Zhishuan weakly recognizes that it is Han Jue. Li Qingzi admits that his previous evaluation was wrong because his junior sister actually took in a good disciple. Great-Grand Elder adds that he is starting to like him quite a bit, though unfortunately they will all die together here today. Zhishuan demands to know why he came here and orders him to run away immediately. She commands him to listen to her and escape as far as possible, declaring that from today onward, he is no longer a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. Han Ju tries to respond, but Zhishuan cuts him off. She insists that this master will stop him and orders him to run now. However, Han Ju stutters that he came here because of something. Duan Tongtian chuckles at the sight of a cultivator at the measly 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm, interrupting his fun. Calling the brat brave, he offers to spare his life and give him a chance to join the viridescent nether cult as long as he kneels down and kowtows 3 times. At that moment, the system presents Han Ju with 2 choices. The first is to obey his master's order and run for his life, earning a piece of equipment. The second is to kill the cult leader. After all, the path of cultivation is no bed of roses, and being low profile does not mean that he is timid. If he successfully saves the Jade Pure sect, he will obtain a bottle of unparalleled pills. Han Ju reflects that it is all thanks to the simulation trial. Otherwise, he would have chosen to run away. He chuckles before rejecting Duan Tongtian's offer, declaring that he does not need the chance because he came here to kill him. Duan Tongtian erupts at the brat's arrogance. Han Ju declares that even the most casual cultivator is full of passion. Suddenly, Zhang Kunmo identifies him as Cao Chao and discovers that he has been hiding here all along. Without hesitation, he commands him to die. Great-Grand Elder immediately recognizes Zhang Kunmo. Duan Tongtian merely chuckles, claiming that he does not even need to personally handle pests like them. With Elder Kunmo's strength, he believes Zhang Kunmo can kill them all alone. So he plans to remain there and enjoy their despair as they face death. But in the next instant, Zhang Kunmo suddenly flies backward. Duan Tongtian freezes in shock. Li Qingzi can barely process what he has witnessed. Han Ju just instantly killed a nascent soul cultivator. The disciples stare in disbelief, while Zhishuan notices the nature of this spiritual energy. Han Ju then unleashes his immense power and turns his attention toward Duan Tongtian. With everything set, he challenges whether Duan Tongtian is ready and declares that it is time to send him on his way. Han Ju declares that he is here to send him to the afterlife. Duan Tongtian laughs and calls him a son of, mocking the idea that he can fight him just because he managed to hit Elder Kunmo once. Zhang Kunmo stutters in rage over the humiliation before screaming at Cao Cao and calling him a son of a. Furious, he vows to kill him and activates the anomalous demonic lamp. The Great-Grand Elder curses and warns the young lad to run because this magical treasure can refine a person's soul. Zhang Kunmo declares that his soul will be offered to his disciple, Chen Santian, hoping his disciple can witness him finally getting revenge. Han Ju coldly declares that he will definitely see it before unleashing the 3 pure shadow sword. A massive sword strike tears forward and instantly obliterates Zhang Kunmo's head. Everyone gapes in absolute disbelief. Duan Tongtian merely remarks that things are getting interesting. Han Ju wonders what comes next, and whether he is finally qualified. Duan Tongtian admits that with this level of strength, he is fully qualified to become an elder of his cult. He even offers him money, companions, techniques, land, or anything else he wants if he joins them. Duan Tongtian waits for his answer. Instead, unexpected swords immediately shoot toward him. Duan Tongtian blocks them. Han Ju notes that he actually managed to block the 3 pure shadow sword. Duan Tongtian reveals that the object behind him is the Connet Black Magnet, a treasure capable of absorbing spiritual energy while remaining immune to most attacks. Unless his spiritual energy surpasses his own, he will never be able to touch him. He then declares that an opportunity has already been offered, so he can only blame himself for being arrogant. Talent will not save him either, because countless talented people exist throughout the world. Duan Tongtian points out that there is a reason so few geniuses survive. They have to rely on their own skill. and most of them die halfway through their journey, just like he will. A terrifying pressure suddenly shakes the mountain. The surrounding cultivators buckle beneath the overwhelming aura. Zhou Fan wonders what kind of aura this is, stunned by how terrifying it feels. He recognizes it as the true strength of a soul formation cultivator. Since he insists on remaining adamant, Duan Tongtian decides to let him experience some real suffering. He brings up his connection to the Jade Pure sect and threatens to kill everyone in the sect right in front of him. Then he challenges him to show exactly how he plans to protect the Jade Pure sect. Hanju wonders whether he is finally finished because he is far too noisy. Duan Tongtian pauses in confusion. Hanju clarifies that he wants to know whether he has any other last words. Duan Tongtian counters that he should save those last words for himself, but his voice suddenly trails off. Something is wrong. Duan Tongtian notices that something seems to have locked onto him even though he never sensed anything. His body refuses to move at all, leaving him unable to understand what kind of technique could possibly restrain him like this. Hanju prepares his final sword technique, the Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword. A gigantic slash tears through Duan Tongtian and completely obliterates his body. Hanju remains amid the rising smoke as everything before him becomes clear and silent. Xishuan can hardly believe what just happened. Li Qingzi recognizes that Duan Tongtian is gone and is stunned that a nascent soul cultivator has just killed someone from the soul formation realm. The Great Grand Elder finally understands why mystical power was never the issue last time. This brat is simply far too strong. His talent is completely heaven-defying, and the Great Grand Elder immediately decides that the Jade Pure sect must retain this person at all costs. However, Han Jue knows the problem still is not resolved. Only his body has been destroyed. Through the six-path soul absorption technique, he can still sense an essence soul attempting to escape. That means he still has a chance to restore his body, and Hanju has no intention of sparing such a dangerous threat. The surrounding cultivators call out to youngster Han, trying to stop him and wondering where he is going. They celebrate that heaven is protecting the Jade Pure sect, and marvel that their sect actually possesses such a powerful disciple. Some even wonder whether he really is a disciple, whether he ever participated in the inner sect assessment, and why they cannot remember him. Meanwhile, thick smoke billows over the ruins as debris remains scattered across the ground. Duan Tongtian's soul secretly gives thanks that he managed to escape during the chaos. He hopes nobody noticed him, especially since his opponent is only a nascent soul cultivator. Still, he refuses to accept what happened. He refuses to accept losing to someone who is only at the nascent soul realm. His ghost desperately wonders who the hell that person actually is. Suddenly, Hanju wonders whether he is looking for him before introducing himself as Zhao Zilong of Chang Mountain. He declares that the centuries-long grudge between the Jade Pure sect and the viridescent Nether cult ends today. Hanju activates the six-path soul absorption technique. Duan Tongtian screams at Zhao Zilong and vows that even as a ghost, he will never let him off. He also warns that the demon-taming sect will never let him escape. But his soul is instantly obliterated. The system confirms that soul formation cultivator Duan Tongtian has been purged. Hanju is left wondering what the demon-taming sect even is. At that moment, the system informs him that he has successfully killed a soul formation realm cultivator and will receive a bottle of unparalleled pills. It then congratulates him for obtaining a bottle of divine cognition pills. Immediately afterward, another notification appears. Xiaowei has developed hatred toward him, and the current hatred level has reached 5 stars. Han Jue can only wonder what the hell is going on, and who this Xiaowei even is. The system explains that several realms exist above the nascent soul realm, ranked from lowest to highest. First comes soul formation, where spiritual energy becomes true ki. Next is void amalgamation, where the body merges with heaven, followed by body integration, where the body and true ki merge. After that comes tribulation transcendence, which leads toward immortality, and finally, Mahayana, where the earth immortal reaches perfection. The system then reveals that Xiaowei is at the second level of the void amalgamation realm. His hatred toward Han Jue has already reached 5 stars because Han Jue killed his puppet, Duan Tongtian. Now, he wants to extract his bones and refine his soul. Hanju inwardly remarks that he already knew someone even older would eventually appear and cause trouble. However, This enemy is at the second level of the void amalgamation realm, which immediately puts him in a dangerous position. He admits that he definitely cannot win against him right now. Even if he reaches the soul formation realm, the outcome would still be difficult to predict. At that moment, Taoist Jingshu urgently calls everyone's attention to the Conet black magnet because something is wrong with it. The massive skull suddenly transforms. Xiaoyi chuckles in amusement, mocking Duan Tongtian for being so useless that he could not even stall enough time. Since things have already reached this point, it seems he will have to search for another one. He then praises this fellow Taoist's mystical power, acknowledging that killing a soul formation cultivator while only being in the nascent soul realm is genuinely impressive. Hanju immediately activates the 3 Pure Shadow technique. Xiao Yi dismisses the attack as useless. As a void amalgamation cultivator, his essence soul cannot be harmed by Hanju's mystical power. He only regrets that Duan Tongtian failed to stall longer because a little more time would have allowed him to recover much further. One of the elders reacts in shock, demanding to know who he is and whether he is truly in the void amalgamation realm. Xiaowei identifies himself as an elder of the North State's demon taming sect. He reveals that this plan has been prepared for years, yet he never expected everything to go wrong. Still, he intends to remember this debt. Hanju questions whether Duan Tongtian was only stalling here because of him. Xiaowei confirms it, without hesitation. That trash had assured him that the Jade Pure sect was no match for him. He then notices Hanju trying to sound him out. From what Hanju observes, this essence soul seems different from normal. He suspects that either his real body is heavily injured or it has already been extinguished. Xiaoyi refuses to reveal anything further, claiming Hanju has no right to know and that he simply despises bullying a junior. In the end, he abandons the confrontation. Before disappearing, Xiaoyi claims that he has already sent this information back to the demon taming sect and warns them to wait for revenge from their fiendish cult. With Xiaowei gone, Li Qingzi finally understands why the viridescent nether cult has been ambushing the 10,000 demons realm. The demon taming sect has been directing them from behind the scenes. The Great Grand Elder concludes that after today's battle, the viridescent nether cult should have been completely removed. Li Qingzi declares that their immediate priority is wiping out the remaining fiendish cultivators inside the sect. He then turns toward Hanjue, preparing to request his help. Before he can finish, Hanjue apologizes to Xishuan and claims this is all his fault. He immediately announces that he will heal her. Xishuan scolds the brat, insisting that his master is not injured badly enough to require such urgency. Hanjue refuses to accept that. His master is the most important person to him, so Li Qingzi can deal with the remaining enemies himself if he wants. If he personally deals with the entire fiendish cult, his fame will become far too great. After all, people fear becoming famous just as pigs fear being fattened up. Xishuan simply smiles at Hanju's words. The elders cannot hide their jealousy toward fairy Xishuan, wishing they had a disciple like him. Another immediately spits at the comparison and complains that his own last disciple stole a superior divine pill just last month before running away. Comparing disciples really can kill a person. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder then questions Hanju's identity. With cultivation like his, there is simply no way the Jade Pure sect could have nurtured an ordinary disciple to this level. Hanju calmly responds that since fate brought them together, all they need to know for now is that he is a disciple of the Jade Pure sect and will never harm them. The other elders immediately criticize Old Thunder for raising such a sensitive matter. Everyone has secrets, and if that question somehow drives Taoist Han away, they threaten to kill him themselves. Elsewhere, the fiendish disciples desperately call for their cult leader after losing all sense of his aura. One of them even claims to have seen Kunmo's corpse, leaving the others unable to believe what happened. Li Qingzi suddenly shouts for youngster Han to hurry over and kill them. He even promises to make him the next sect master once everything is finished. Taoist Jingshu quickly reminds her senior brother that she has only just healed his arm and warns him not to exert too much strength. Hanju still refuses to move, insisting that healing his master comes first and foremost. Li Qingzi can only stare at him in shock. With no other option, Li Qingzi publicly announces that the fiendish cult leader is dead and orders every Jade Pure sect disciple to eliminate all remaining fiendish cultivators. The news immediately throws the fiendish disciples into panic. They cannot believe their cult leader is truly dead and quickly understand that their side is finished, causing them to flee. The Jade Pure Sect disciples erupt in cheers and charge after them, determined to kill the invaders without sparing anyone. Meanwhile, Taoist Jingsu considers their retreat a good thing, because it will greatly reduce the sect's casualties. The elders, however, vow that the enemy will pay for this in the future. After suffering such a defeat, the viridescent nether cult will never dare attack their sect so easily again. Once the immediate crisis settles, Li Qingzi gathers the elders and points out that all of them have now witnessed Hanju's strength. He declares that from this day onward, Hanjui will become the vice sect master. Li Qingzi admits that he is unlikely to make another breakthrough himself, meaning the future of the sect must depend on the younger generation. Privately, Li Qingzi is determined not to let Hanjue leave the sect. His potential and strength are more than enough to qualify for such a position, and he is certain everyone else will agree. Hanjue immediately opposes the decision. Li Qingzi demands a reason. Hanjue explains that all he wants is to cultivate. Becoming vice sect master would bring endless responsibilities, leaving him with no time to focus on cultivation. Li Qingzi groans in frustration. Seeing the problem, the Great Grand Elder proposes a compromise. Hanjue can simply receive the title of elder while enjoying the same benefits as a vice sect master. Unless the sect faces serious trouble, no one will be permitted to disturb him. Hanju immediately praises the Great Grand Elder's wisdom and accepts the arrangement. However, one concern still remains. Hanju brings up the void amalgamation cultivator from earlier and questions whether he might eventually return. The Great Grand Elder reassures him that Xiaowei currently possesses only his essence soul. Duan Tongtian most likely promised to restore his body in exchange for an opportunity to break through, which explains why he kept stalling for time while Xiaowei used a secret technique to absorb the Jade Pure Sect's spirit qi and vitality. He further explains that the North State lies extremely far away, practically on the other side of the world. Even if the demon-taming sect rushes here, the orthodox sects would never allow them to cause trouble so freely. Hanju, however, still cannot bring himself to stop worrying. For him, being safe is always better than being sorry. With that in mind, he decides to enter seclusion and cultivate as quickly as possible until he breaks through into the void amalgamation realm. Later, after the remaining members of the viridescent nether cult flee, the inner sect of the Jade Pure Sect begins recovering from the crisis and planning its reconstruction. At the same time, rumors about a mighty figure start spreading throughout the inner sect. Xishuan observes that the Jade Pure Sect manages to survive the crisis, explaining that everything is thanks to the sect's deity-slaying elder. With a single swing of his sword, the elder slays the deity and completely turns the situation around. Naturally, the disciples can barely contain their excitement. Some wonder if their sect really has a hidden soul formation realm expert, while another immediately declares the deity-slaying elder his idol. Someone even wants to establish a deity-slaying elder fan club after hearing that the elder is apparently quite handsome. Others marvel at how he killed the enemy with only one slash, praising the demon-slaying elder as magnificent before everyone begins cheering for him. Once the commotion settles, Xishuan dismisses everyone but requests that Hanjue remain behind. The disciples follow their master's instruction and leave. With only the two of them remaining, Hanjue waits for Xishuan to speak. Xishuan presses him on whether there is anything he wants to explain. Hanjue wonders what exactly there is for him to explain. Xishuan immediately demands to know who in the world he really is and why he came to the Jade Pure Sect. Li Qingzi may be willing to let everything slide, but as his master, she needs to know the truth. No wonder he has never needed her guidance. At this point, she even wonders whether she should start addressing him as fellow Taoist Han. Hanju insists there is no need for anything like that. She should already know everything about his background through junior brother Iron. So he wonders whether she simply refuses to believe in his talent. Xishuan admits that even if she assumes his talent truly is unrivaled, that still leaves one major problem. Where exactly did all his abilities and techniques come from? Hanju understands why Master doubts him. A nascent soul killing a soul formation cultivator is simply too outrageous. No one would believe something like that easily. Even while living in seclusion, he somehow has access to numerous resources, so even an idiot can sense that something is unusual. Because of that, Hanju agrees to explain everything, but only if she promises never to reveal it to anyone else. Xishuan agrees. Hanjue then begins his story. Once upon a time, there is a child filled with innocence who loves drinking beast's milk and lives a carefree life. One day, he discovers a ring beneath a burnt tree that has been struck by lightning. Wanting to return the lost property to its owner, he decides to hand it over to Mr. Constable. However, he never expects an immortal to be living inside the ring. The immortal immediately takes an interest in him and decides to grant him an opportunity. His body is praised as wonderful and full of purity, making him a one-in-a-million talent. Since their meeting is considered fate, the immortal bestows a yellow class technique upon him. From then on, he frequently receives the immortal's dream transmit dharma. The old immortal even predicts that the child will definitely become an immortal one day, although the road ahead will be rough. Because of that, the child spends every day cultivating in seclusion while doing everything possible to avoid trouble. As Hanjue continues, he becomes worried that the story is getting more outrageous by the second. He is practically certain Master will never believe him. Unexpectedly, Xishuan accepts that such encounters have happened before. However, that creates another issue. If everything he explained is true, she wants to know why he stepped forward to save them. The Jade Pure sect has never treated him particularly well, and she believes he does not truly regard the sect as his home either. Hanju acknowledges that she is right, but he has still lived here for 100 years. There are not many people he cares about in this life. By coincidence, however, the few people he does care about are all within the Jade Pure sect. More importantly, one of them even declared that she would live and die together with the Jade Pure sect. At that moment, the system suddenly notifies him that Fairy Xishuan's favorability has increased, bringing her current favorability to 3.5 stars. Xishuan then questions what he plans to do from now on and whether he intends to continue cultivating in seclusion like usual. Hanju confirms that he does. He still has no idea when that monster of the Void Amalgamation Realm might come and attack them, which means he needs to become stronger as quickly as possible. With nothing more to discuss, Xishuan permits him to leave. Hanju follows his master's instruction and later returns to his cave abode. Earlier, those same elders had questioned whether that damn cowardly person had gotten through the back door just to participate in the intersect assessment. They even complained that allowing him into the top 3 was already overkill and suggested canceling the drawing of sticks. Now, those elders represent all the disciples as they thank him for sparing their lives. They praise his generosity as an exemplary example for their generation and excitedly hail him as the demon-slaying elder. Hanju reflects that, just as expected, the strong ruling over everything is an immutable fact. More importantly, this only proves that cultivating in seclusion is the correct choice. If he had spent even a few fewer years cultivating, staying alive during this crisis would have been far more difficult. Opportunities only come to those who are prepared. With that in mind, Hanjue resolves to continue doing his best to cultivate in the future. Suddenly, Chang Yuer announces her arrival. She explains that the sect has gathered several natural treasures capable of increasing the spirit chi inside his cave abode and offers to plant them for him. There is also a spirit chi gathering array formation included. Hanju thanks her for all the hard work. Chang Yuer immediately urges him to stop joking around. Now that he has become the demon-slaying elder, she wonders how she can possibly continue acting as his senior sister. At the same time, the system displays Chang Yuer's favorability at 6 stars as she enthusiastically cheers for her junior brother, the demon-slaying elder. Suddenly, she looks up. Hanju promises that as long as senior sister keeps working hard on cultivating without slacking off, she will always remain his senior sister. Chang Yuer insists that she is already doing her best, although there is no way she can compare with junior brother. Hanju reassures his senior sister and mentions that he actually has one request. Chang Yuer eagerly urges him to continue, promising that she can help fulfill all of them. This is exactly what Hanju has been waiting for. He requests that senior sister add another array formation to the cave abode, specifically one capable of preventing fire and thieves, before thanking her in advance. 3 years later, the sect master leads the disciples of 10 peaks in an attack against the viridescent nether cult, while the remaining 8 peaks stay behind to guard the sect. After losing Duan Tongtian and Zhang Kunmo, the viridescent nether cult has already lost most of its strength. Faced with the Jade Pure sect's assault, it is quickly subdued. After hundreds of years, the wicked viridescent nether cult is finally destroyed. News of its destruction shocks the cultivation world of Great Yan, while the Jade Pure sect's prestige rises significantly. At the same time, the fame of the demon-slaying elder begins spreading throughout the cultivation world. However, only his name is known, while his true identity remains a mystery. Meanwhile, Hanju notices a new sensation. He has reached the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm. although the mission is already completed. The deaths of Duan Tongtian and the destruction of the viridescent nether cult have also fulfilled a hidden achievement. The system notifies him that alongside the original reward of divine cognition pills, he has obtained another treasure known as the Demon Binding Rope, as well as the secret spell manual for Major Chiliocosm Thunderstorm. Caught off guard by the unexpected rewards, Hanju immediately calls out to the system in surprise. Later, lightning strikes with immense power. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder wonders whether those fiendish cultivators have come to attack them again, and orders everyone to prepare for battle. The Bald Elder questions whether the viridescent nether cult was not already destroyed, while Li Qingzi suggests that they could be fiendish cultivators from another cult. Li Qingzi turns to his master for his opinion, but the Great Grand Elder reassures him after checking the situation with his energy-perceiving technique. The burst of spirit energy is coming from Hanju's place. Hearing that, the elders immediately decide there is nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Hanju has just mastered the Major Chiliocosm Thunderstorm, a thunder-type spell capable of inducing the thunder spirit key of heaven and earth to unleash a catastrophic thunderstorm over a massive area. Hanju is pleased that he finally has an area of effect skill, which is precisely the kind of ability he likes. He prepares to test out his 5 consecutive lightning strikes, but Li Qingzi suddenly calls out to him and wonders whether he is free. Hanjue greets him and wonders whether he needs anything. Li Qingzi explains that he has something to discuss. Later, Li Qingzi requests that Elder Han inform him if he ever requires anything, since he has already discussed the matter with the other elders. Anything concerning him is now considered a matter of enormous importance to the Jade Pure sect. Hanjue has no requirements and only wants to live his life peacefully. Li Qingzi notices that the cave abode seems a little cramped, but Hanjue has already grown used to it. Li Qingzi proposes moving to the main peak to cultivate instead, where the environment is bigger and more comfortable. Hanju politely refuses. Since that is the case, Li Qingzi does not force the matter. Instead, he promises that the sect will renovate the Connaught Cave abode using the best resources available. That finally catches Hanju's attention, and he wonders whether Li Qingzi is serious. However, Li Qingzi still has another matter to discuss. He wants to know whether Elder Han is willing to accept a disciple. The mention of a disciple catches Hanju's attention. Li Qingzi claims that this person has enormous potential. Hanjue only needs to offer him some guidance whenever he has time, and once he grows stronger in the future, he could become a great help to him. At that moment, the system suddenly detects a bearer of Connaught Providence. The system reveals Yang Tiandong, someone who possesses the bloodline of a demon saint. He is born half human and half demon with unparalleled cultivation potential, though he once lost control and injured fellow disciples before being rescued from the viridescent nether cult. Hanju immediately wonders whether this is another protagonist template. Yang Tiandong bows and offers his greetings to the deity-slaying elder. Hanju agrees to take him as a disciple under one condition. He must learn the Jade Pure sect's cultivation technique. Hanjue will only be responsible for teaching him spells and mystical powers. Li Qingzi readily agrees. He informs Yang Tiandong that learning ordinary cultivation techniques will not be a problem, but secret techniques require contributions and merits. Li Qingzi then presents tokens representing Hanjue and requests that the deity-slaying elder accept them so they can be handed out to his disciples in the future. Hanjue immediately wonders whether Li Qingzi is hinting that he should take in a bunch of disciples later on. With everything settled, Li Qingzi takes his leave and allows the two of them to speak privately. Hanju looks toward his new disciple and reveals that he has already deduced his background. His name is Yang Tiandong. He is half human and half demon, and he was once imprisoned by the viridescent nether cult. Hanju wonders whether his deduction is correct. Earlier, Li Qingzi had specifically warned that Yang Tiandong's identity was unique and advised against mentioning his past. Because of that warning, Yang Tiandong is stunned that Hanju can seemingly deduce even his hidden history. Hanju formally declares that from this day onward, he is his disciple. Yang Tiandong is amazed by his master's ability, especially after seeing him deduce all of those details. The system displays Yang Tiandong at the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm with 3 stars of favorability. Hanjue considers this only natural. With the system, he knows everything in the world. He hands Yang Tiandong a token and instructs him to keep it properly before finding somewhere to cultivate. Yang Tiandong accepts, but he still has one request. Hanju wonders what it is. Yang Tiandong reveals that his father personally handed him an ultimate technique. However, he can only learn it after reaching the soul formation realm. Believing himself to be dull, he hopes his master can guide him. Yang Tiandong then presents a red feather. Hanju stares at it in complete shock and wonders whether this is what he suspects. Hanju wonders if the feather is blocking his divine sense. Before long, he realizes that unveiling the ultimate technique hidden inside requires the divine sense of a soul formation cultivator. For now, Hanju decides to wait until he understands everything about the feather. He agrees to accept and study it first, then explains that a cultivator needs to cultivate diligently. Hanju instructs him to spend 10 years cultivating his spirit energy before he teaches him any spells. Yang Tiandong gratefully thanks his master, but suddenly questions the 10-year requirement. Hanju wonders what is wrong, but Yang Tiandong quickly brushes it aside and leaves to cultivate. Just like that, 10 long years pass. Hanju reflects that reaching the 4th level of the nascent soul realm took him 10 years. At this rate, reaching the soul formation realm should not be too far away, so he is already eager to begin preparing for it. At the same time, Hanju wonders how his disciple is doing. Suddenly, Yang Tiandong announces that his master has finally woken up. For the entire 10 years, Yang Tiandong has remained sitting in the exact same spot without moving, and he even worries that he might get hemorrhoids soon. Hanju is surprised to discover that he has advanced from the 1st level to the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. His cultivation speed is quite good, and he clearly has a knack for cultivation. Hanju questions how his disciple feels after cultivating for 10 years. Yang Tiandong explains that he has benefited tremendously from the past 10 years of cultivation and even claims to have grasped some principles. Hanju immediately considers it complete bullshit. He has spent many years in seclusion himself and has never grasped anything like that. Instead of dwelling on it, Hanju permits him to leave and complete missions. Yang Tiandong becomes excited and wonders whether he can really go outside and what kind of mission he will receive. Hanju brings up the sect mission building's monthly contribution list and instructs him to return only after reaching 1st place. Yang Tiandong reacts in shock, wondering how long it could possibly take to reach 1st place on the monthly contribution list. Meanwhile, Hanju is simply relieved that he has finally sent the kid away. With Yang Tiandong gone, Hanju turns his attention back to the feather. By now, he believes the ultimate technique inside can be unveiled even without personally reaching the divine sense of a soul formation cultivator. For the past 10 years, Hanju has been preparing for this exact moment. Strengthening his cultivation base to enhance his divine sense is only secondary because the truly crucial ingredient is the divine cognition pills. These pills specifically enhance divine sense, and Hanju is certain Daddy Yang never expected this. Everything has remained within his plans. There are 9 pills in total, and the more he consumes, the stronger their effect becomes. With enough of them, even someone in the nascent soul realm can possess divine sense comparable to the soul formation realm. The pills work exactly as promised, increasing Hanju's divine sense tenfold. Now prepared, Hanju finally decides to uncover what is hidden inside the feather. He probes it with his divine sense and forcefully breaks through its resistance. Hanju immediately wonders what he is seeing. In the next moment, an enormous flood of memories pours into his mind. Later, a group of young people arrives near the Jade Pure sect. They wonder whether the sect is directly ahead and whether he will be accepted. Someone reassures him that rejection is normal and that Makapaka will welcome him, but he still does not want to be rejected. The group then wonders which of the 18 peaks is the strongest. None of them knows. So they decide that Senior Mo will introduce the peaks later. Watching them, Mofucho reflects that being young really is wonderful. He remembers looking exactly the same when he first joined the Jade Pure sect. Time has passed quickly, and now he is the one responsible for enrolling new disciples. Fortunately, these youngsters are all talented and polite, making the enrollment assignment relatively easy. Without warning, a mysterious hooded figure attacks them. Mofucho reacts instantly as a deadly projectile tears through the air. He quickly dodges, and the projectile explodes nearby. Staring at the aftermath, Mofucho recognizes that the needle is designed to spread poisonous fog. The young disciples scream for senior brother Mo. Mofucho orders everyone to retreat because someone is attacking them. The attacker immediately charges. Bright purple lightning erupts around Mofucho as he blocks the incoming sword strike. The attacker groans from the impact. Mofucho intensifies the lightning, sending the attack forward like a striking snake. He launches another attack, but the attacker dodges to the side. Suddenly, blood sprays out. Mofucho recognizes that he has gotten careless. Another attacker has appeared behind him. Mofucho warns that the attacker is not alone. Everyone screams for Senior Mo in terror. The attacker commands everyone to kneel and remain still, explaining that they only want Mofucho. If anyone interferes, none of them should even consider returning alive. Mofucho demands to know who they are. At the same time, he notices that the attack pierced somewhere near his acupressure point, leaving him unable to move. The attacker identifies them as Heavenly Constellation and Earthly Wraith, the phantoms in raincoats. Beyond that, all he reveals is that a great calamity is waiting for the Jade Pure sect. Suddenly, the earth begins trembling. Everyone looks upward in disbelief at the incredible sight above them. Hanju has unleashed the mystical power imitation of heaven and earth, an ability that uses spirit energy to forge an actual physical body. Once cultivated successfully, it allows the cultivator to form a body reaching 1,000 meters in height. Towering over the scene, Hanju dismisses them as pieces of trash. He then challenges how they dare attempt to capture their sect's disciple right in front of the Jade Pure sect. Heavenly Constellation wonders aloud how Hanju can possibly be so colossal, while Earthly Wraith suggests that the massive figure might only be an illusion. Meanwhile, Hanju marvels at just how incredible the mystical power of the imitation of heaven and earth truly is. His deterrent power has skyrocketed instantly, along with his destructive potential. The only problem is that he can't act freely while so many people from his own side are standing nearby. Mofucho stares at the enormous figure above and finds him strangely familiar. Then, without warning, the massive Hanju charges forward. Everyone immediately panics, begging him to stop since they're his own people, and fearing that they're about to be stepped on. Heavenly Constellation instantly orders a retreat. He commands his men to take hostages and use them to threaten Hanju, believing that this will stop him from acting recklessly. However, what Hanju does next leaves Heavenly Constellation completely shocked. He wonders whether Hanju is really supposed to be someone from the Jade Pure sect and how he can possibly make such a move against his own people. Mofucho desperately pleads with him to stop and leave the children out of it since they're innocent. But at that moment, Hanju suddenly returns to his normal size and moves at incredible speed, flashing straight past Mofucho. Mofucho immediately wonders whether the gigantic charge was only a feint. In the next instant, the attackers are sent flying and disappear completely. Mofucho looks back, wondering where all of them went, and whether they somehow vanished at once. One disciple struggles to understand what just happened during the sudden encounter, while the younger disciples conclude that someone must have intervened. Unfortunately, everything happened so quickly that none of them could even see it. Mofucho recognizes that whoever stepped in managed to instantly defeat two experts in the Golden Core realm. At that level, he wonders who else it could possibly be besides him. Suddenly, Mofucho snaps him out of his daze and demands that he come over and heal him quickly. The disciple immediately apologizes and urges Senior Brother Mo not to strain himself any further. Meanwhile, inside the sect master's palace, Li Qingzi is happily looking through a magazine featuring fairies and laughing to himself about how nice it is. Hanju suddenly barges inside and loudly calls for the sect master. Li Qingzi jumps in surprise, and his book immediately catches fire. Hanjue explains that the two men tried to abduct Mofucho and leaves them for the sect master to deal with. Li Qingzi looks down at the straw hats before noticing their weapons. From those details, he wonders whether these are members of the sect he already suspects. He identifies them as the phantoms in raincoats and explains that the twin swords have slaughtered many righteous cultivators. The Great Grand Elder adds that if his guess is correct, these people belong to the Raincoat sect. 1,000 years ago, the Raincoat sect attempted to conquer the entire Great Yan cultivation world. However, because they killed talented disciples, the Orthodox sects united against them and crushed their forces. Recently, though, the Raincoat sect has appeared once again and started capturing talented disciples from Orthodox sects. Li Qingzi points out that they must have obtained information about the Jade Pure sect, since every disciple they targeted is talented. Because of this, he suspects that either Sunrise Pavilion has planted spies inside the sect, or someone among the high-ranking seniors is secretly working against them. The Great Grand Elder warns that they still can't jump to conclusions, although the Raincoat sect's sudden return clearly serves some purpose. Hanju immediately wonders how powerful the Raincoat sect actually is and whether they have any cultivators in the Void Amalgamation realm. The Great Grand Elder confirms that they possess soul formation cultivators, but he isn't certain whether any Void Amalgamation cultivators are among them. Hearing that, Hanju quietly considers whether he can simply run away if things become too dangerous. The Great Grand Elder then announces that he and Li Qingzi will personally travel to the various sects and unite them against this threat. During their absence, he intends to leave the safety of the Jade Pure sect entirely in Hanju's hands. At that moment, the system presents Hanjue with two choices. He can reject the responsibility and receive a youth retaining pill, or agree to protect the sect and receive pills and manuals. The youth retaining pill immediately catches Hanju's attention. He wonders whether obtaining it would mean he never needs cosmetic art again. The reward is incredibly tempting, so he carefully considers his options. In the end, Hanju accepts their request and agrees to protect the sect. Li Qingzi is relieved, knowing that Elder Han will remain behind to guard the Jade Pure sect. As for Hanjue, his reasoning is much simpler. As long as he doesn't have to go outside, he's fine with anything. Immediately afterward, the system notifies him that Li Qingzi and the Great Grand Elder's favorability toward him has increased to 4 stars. 6 years pass in the blink of an eye. During that time, Hanju successfully breaks through to the 5th level of the nascent soul realm and happily celebrates the fact that his lifespan has finally exceeded 1,000 years. However, something has been bothering him. His disciple still hasn't returned. Hanju wonders why it has taken so long and complains that expecting his disciple to rank first in monthly contributions shouldn't be asking for too much. Curious about what happened, he decides to check the relationship list and see whether his disciple appears there. The interface immediately reveals a string of bad news. Li Qingzi, the Great Grand Elder, and Zhou Fan have all been attacked, while Yang Tiandong has been captured. Hanju finally understands why his disciple hasn't returned. Normally, when a disciple gets into trouble, it's only natural for the master to go out and rescue him. Hanju immediately rejects that idea with an internal scream. Instead, he apologizes to his beloved disciple and admits that this master is currently powerless. All he can do is wish him good luck and hope he has a good life in his next life. Still, as an elder of the Jade Pure sect, Hanju knows he has to do something for the sect without actually leaving. After everything the sect has done for him, he needs to return the favor. That reminds him of their earlier suspicion that one of the elders might secretly be a spy. Hanju begins wondering whether there really is a Raincoat sect spy hiding inside the Jade Pure sect. So, he checks the system. The profile that appears belongs to old immortal Taoist Thunder. More importantly, the system identifies him as a secret deacon of the Raincoat sect. Hanju can barely believe what he's seeing. The hidden spy is actually him. Hanju notes that a secret deacon of the Raincoat sect is hiding within the Jade Pure sect, and he has concealed himself extremely well. This explains why, when Hanju previously saved the Jade Pure sect, he was the only high-ranking elder who never developed any favorability toward him. Hanju had assumed he was simply reserved, but it turns out he is actually a spy. Now the problem is how to deal with him, whether to arrest him immediately or collect evidence first. With both the sect master and the Great Grand Elder currently away from the sect, Hanju concludes that the only person he can trust is his master. Later, Hanju greets Shi Xuan and explains that he has discovered a Raincoat sect spy among the elders. Wanting to know how they should handle the situation, Shi Xuan immediately demands his identity. Hanju identifies the spy as Thunder Peak's old immortal Taoist Thunder. However, he has no evidence and obviously cannot expose the system. He briefly considers lying that someone secretly reported old immortal Taoist Thunder. Instead of demanding proof, Shi Xuan directly commands him to be killed. Hanju wonders whether she has some grudge against him, considering she orders his death without even requesting evidence. Shi Xuan reveals that she has suspected him for a long time. Since Hanju has reached the same conclusion, she considers the suspicion confirmed. There is no need to inform the other elders first. They will head directly to Thunder Peak. Later, they arrive at the peak. Old immortal Taoist Thunder remarks on both elders personally coming to visit him. Hanju announces that they are here to bid him farewell before his journey to the Netherworld. Without wasting another moment, Hanju instantly unleashes the 3 Pure Shadow Sword. The sword technique pins Old Immortal Taoist Thunder against the wall. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder yells in confusion over this nonsense. Hanju explains that someone reported him as a secret deacon of the Raincoat sect, with the recent disappearances of disciples also connected to him. Today, Hanju intends to eradicate this evil and avenge the talented disciples who vanished from the Jade Pure sect. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder immediately erupts in an explosion and moves with incredible speed. At the same moment, the system reports that Old Immortal Taoist Thunder has developed hatred toward Hanju, reaching 5 stars. Suddenly, lightning crashes down and traps Old Immortal Taoist Thunder. Hanju unleashes the major Chiliocosm thunderstorm, and the massive storm consumes him beneath waves of lightning. Xishuan notes that Hanjue is unbelievably fast, to the point that she cannot even see when his attack begins. Anyone facing him would have almost no chance of escaping. Unable to resist any longer, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder begs Elder Han for mercy and promises to confess everything. Hanjuo agrees to show mercy. He then leaves the rest to his master and uses the 9 Dragons Taoist expelling seal. The disciples immediately cry out for their master, wondering what happened. After noticing Elder Xishuan, they urgently question where their master is and what happened to him. Xishuan explains that, according to the deity-slaying elder, Thunderpeak's Old Immortal Taoist Thunder was a spy from the Raincoat sect. Therefore, he has already been executed. She informs the Thunderpeak disciples to continue cultivating normally. A new elder will be chosen once the sect master returns. Since the Raincoat sect may target them during this period, they should also avoid leaving the sect too frequently. The disciples struggle to accept it. They wonder how their master could possibly be a spy, whether the deity-slaying elder targeted the wrong person, and can hardly believe that their master is already dead. Meanwhile, an elder slams the table and furiously protests that Old Immortal Taoist Thunder has worked diligently for so many years. He demands to know how such a man could be a spy and where the evidence is. Xishuan presents Old Immortal Taoist Thunder's storage ring. Inside is an item belonging to the Raincoat sect, which their envoy used to send letters and exchange information with him. There are also letters from the Raincoat sect and equipment belonging to fiendish cultivators. After examining the evidence, the elders confirm that everything is true. They even know that his underwear is pink, proving how familiar they were with him. Yet none of them noticed his hidden identity. They credit the deity-slaying elder for exposing him, otherwise there is no telling how many more years the sect would have remained deceived. At the same time, the elders become wary of Hanju's strength. A cultivator at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm cannot even withstand 3 of his strikes. In their minds, this is someone who absolutely cannot be provoked. Meanwhile, Hanju is relieved that the other elders are innocent, but the number of hidden deacons is another problem entirely. The Raincoat sect alone has 4 spies inside the Jade Pure sect. There are also spies belonging to both Orthodox and Fiendish sects, along with others connected to cultivation families. Hanju can only sigh at the ridiculous situation. The Jade Pure sect feels more like a circus with so many different factions secretly planted inside it. Dealing with every spy one by one would be far too troublesome. For now, Hanju decides to memorize several names and deal with them later, rather than alerting everyone immediately. Suddenly, the system detects a bearer of Connaught Providence and offers to reveal its origin. Hanju is stunned by the discovery and can hardly believe it is real. Compared with this existence, even his disciple's bloodline suddenly feels terrible. He immediately calls for the elder to wait. Hanju requests one of the chicks. The elder explains that all of them are intended for the inner sect. Hanju reminds him that he is the deity-slaying elder of the inner sect. If anyone questions the matter, the elder can simply report that Hanju personally took the chick. The elder immediately greets him respectfully and allows him to choose whichever one he wants, even offering as many as he wishes. Hanju declines the extra offer. He only needs one. After checking its information, Hanju discovers that its true form is the reincarnated demon saint of the Black Hell Phoenix. Because it killed too many people, it was executed by the heavenly court. However, its soul secretly entered the 6 paths of reincarnation and was reborn in the mortal world. Its soul will continue modifying its physical body until it eventually transforms back into a Black Hell Phoenix. For now, it is still only a chick, and its spiritual intelligence has yet to mature, leaving it at roughly the level of a 2-year-old infant. Later, Xishuan notes that the master and senior brother have finally returned. Seeing how happy they look, she wonders how their trip went. Li Qingzi declares that he has no more regrets left in his life before checking whether anything happened while they were away. Meanwhile, the great-grand elder remarks that this is the first time he has seen her so concerned about them. Xuan then begins explaining what happened regarding old immortal Taoist thunder. The two quietly listen to everything, and only after a long time does she finally finish the story. Li Qingzi immediately instructs his junior sister to reveal where he died because he plans to desecrate the corpse, while the great-grand elder wants to be counted in as well. Meanwhile, the system announces that the sect master has returned and that Hanju successfully kept the sect safe. As a reward, he obtains a spell manual along with Soul Formation Realm cultivation pills. The system congratulates him on obtaining the Wing God technique, a wind-type spell that allows him to ride the wind or transform his body into wind. He also receives 12 top-tier Soul Formation Realm Spirit Chi gathering pills. Hanju then corrects Black Hell Chicken's method of accumulating chi and instructs it to pull in its abdomen. With this technique, it can relieve its hunger in the future. Hanju privately considers the process difficult, but at least the bird will finally stop devouring all the treasures inside the cave. Xing Hongshuan reassures him that there is nothing to worry about because she obtained plenty of treasures during her adventures and has already finished planting them all. However, she still has another big present for him and challenges him to figure out what it is. Hanju guesses that the present is a storage ring, and Xing Hongshuan confirms that he is correct. She explains that something happened last month while she was training outside with her senior brother and sister. They encountered an ongoing battle between an orthodox sect known as the Crimson Peak sect and a demonic sect called the Azure Dragon sect. While helping the Crimson Peak cultivators fend off the Azure Dragon sect, she took away a storage ring containing a plethora of treasures. Xing Hongshuan points out that adventures offer plenty of opportunities and believes a trip like that would go smoothly with his strength. Hanju immediately rejects the idea because all he wants is a peaceful life. Xing Hongshuan urges him to face reality. The Jade Pure sect cannot protect him forever, especially when many stronger sects exist outside. Hanju then wonders where the Jade Pure sect ranks within the Great Yan cultivation world. Xing Hongshuan explains that the world contains more than 20 sects, including 12 orthodox ones, and estimates that their sect sits somewhere within the top 5. Hanju muses that being only among the top 5 explains why the sect has so many enemies. However, Xing Hongshuan adds that most of the sects are not that different in strength. There is also no actual ranking system or tournament that determines their positions. Even so, she warns that maintaining a peaceful life may prove difficult and brings up an influential figure named Huang Jihao from the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. According to her, he once killed a nascent soul monster while only at the Golden Core realm and may have already reached the Soul Formation realm. Now, he is apparently planning to challenge every major sect in Great Yan. Xing Hongshuan jokingly wonders whether he plans to hide once Huang Jihao comes after the deity-slaying elder, while Hanju privately wonders what that title has to do with him. Hanju questions why battle maniacs seem to be everywhere and whether the man has killed anyone during his previous challenges. Xing Hongshuan does not believe he has. That information immediately puts Hanju at ease. If that is the case, he can rest assured and welcomes old Huang to come whenever he wants. Nearby, Black Hell Chicken happily enjoys its small snack. Very quickly, 1 year passes. Elsewhere, Ye Sanlong notes that they have already been there for a month, yet Old Thunder still has not arrived. He considers that he would have infiltrated the sect already if the deity-slaying elder were not present. Knowing how vicious the elder is, he even wants to witness him fighting their sect leader. Suddenly, Hanju confronts him and identifies him as a deacon from the Raincoat sect. Hanju claims that he is the personal disciple of old immortal Taoist Thunder. At the same time, he privately marvels at how incredible the system is for allowing him to check experts without exposing himself to danger. He explains that old immortal Taoist Thunder has been targeted by the sect master and supposedly instructed him to find them. However, Ye Sanlong immediately notices something wrong. That is not their secret code. Without hesitation, Ye Sanlong attacks and remembers that nobody actually knows the true identity of old immortal Taoist Thunder. A massive impact erupts through the area, and Ye Sanlong is blasted backward. He cannot believe that he failed to break Han Jue's defense. The power behind that exchange is something he has only seen their sect leader display before. Ye Sanlong demands to know who this man really is. He cannot understand how someone at only the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm could possess such overwhelming strength. Then another possibility crosses his mind. He himself is at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Ye Sanlong desperately hopes Hanju is not who he suspects. Hanju confirms that his suspicion is correct. Ye Sanlong immediately decides to retreat. In his estimation, they would need to mobilize half of their reinforcements just to deal with the deity-slaying elder. No matter the cost, he has to relay this information. But before he can escape, Ye Sanlong is instantly obliterated. His soul emerges from his destroyed body as Hanju unleashes the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. Ye Sanlong wonders whether he has already become an essence spirit without even realizing it, and laments that the sect leader was right about everything being his fault. Hanju follows up by unleashing the major Chiliocosm thunderstorm. Faced with certain destruction, Ye Sanlong immediately begs him to stop and surrenders. Hanju orders him to start talking and reveal the Raincoat sect's true intentions. Hanju questions what the Raincoat sect plans to achieve by abducting so many talented cultivators. Ye Sanlong explains that before annexing a sect, they first abduct all of its talented disciples and place them in a concentration camp. Once the sect is destroyed, those talents will have nowhere else to go, leaving them with no choice but to join the Raincoat sect. Hanju then questions whether they are targeting only the Jade Pure sect or the entire cultivation world. Ye Sanlong reveals that their target is the entire cultivation world. Hanju remarks on their boldness before questioning whether the Raincoat sect has cultivators in the Soul Formation realm or even the Void Amalgamation realm. Ye Sanlong confirms that they have Soul Formation cultivators, though he has no knowledge of anyone in the Void Amalgamation realm. That only raises another issue. Hanju questions why such a powerful sect continues hiding in the shadows and demands the location where all the talented disciples are being imprisoned. Ye Sanlong insists that he genuinely has no idea because he is merely an ordinary deacon looking extremely terrified. Hanju wonders if the Raincoat sect is trying to bluff everyone. After all, they sent a nascent soul expert who somehow claims to be nothing more than an ordinary deacon. Ye Sanlong desperately begs for his life, promising that he will never do this again. At that moment, the system notifies Hanju that Ye Sanlong has developed 6 stars of hatred toward him. Hanju considers the man tired of living, then calmly allows him to leave. Ye Sanlong can barely believe he is truly being released. Hanju simply lets him go before unleashing his power and completely obliterating his soul. Later, Xing Hongshuan is in a forest when she excitedly picks up another storage ring for her husband. She notices that the ring carries the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. 2 years pass by quickly, with Black Hell Chicken making a maka-paka sound. Eventually, Li Qingzi approaches Hanjue because he needs Elder Han's help. Hanju invites him to explain the situation. Li Qingzi reveals that he has discovered where the Raincoat sect is imprisoning the abducted talents. Since the terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack, his plan is for them to confront the enemy directly while Hanju ambushes them from behind. Hanju immediately rejects the plan. If the entire operation is only a diversion, the Raincoat sect could attack the Jade Pure sect the moment he leaves. He then questions whether Li Qingzi could stop a soul formation cultivator if one were sent to attack the sect. Considering that even a nascent soul expert is merely a deacon in the Raincoat sect, Hanju points out that dealing with them will be extremely difficult. Li Qingzi admits that he has no other choice and will have to handle the rescue himself, leaving the safety of the Jade Pure sect in Elder Han's hands. Hanju assures him that no one should be capable of defeating the Jade Pure sect unless a Void Amalgamation expert appears. Satisfied with that assurance, Li Qingzi leaves the matter to him. Still, Hanju decides that being absolutely certain is better and prepares to test his current limits. He enters the simulation trial's training ground. For now, Hanju ignores the strongest Xiaowei and chooses Duan Tongtian instead. He has the system adjust his opponent's cultivation to the 9th level of the Soul Formation realm and decides to let the opponent go all out this time. The battle begins immediately. The two rapidly exchange attacks as energy erupts throughout the simulated battlefield. Before long, the virtual battle ends. Hanjue notes that the result is a tie. Even with his current strength, he can only fight evenly against an expert at the 9th level of the Soul Formation realm. Black Hell Chicken checks whether he is still alive. Hanju declares that this is nowhere near enough and decides to begin secluded cultivation immediately. Before that, however, he wants to confirm the Raincoat sect's latest movements. The system suddenly notifies him that Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan have failed to escape and are being attacked by the Raincoat sect. Hanju urges his disciple to hold on. He will wait until he is confident enough in his own strength before going to save them. Meanwhile, several Raincoat sect deacons gather inside a dark hut, wondering why Ye Sanlang still has not returned. One possibility is that something happened to him, but the others quickly dismiss it. Ye Sanlang is an expert at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm, meaning only the deity-slaying elder should be capable of stopping him. They are also supposed to be coordinating with someone from inside the Jade Pure sect. This leads them to question the identity of their spy, but none of them knows. Only Ye Sanlang has that information. The Raincoat sect deliberately operates this way. Every spy maintains contact with only one person, with the sect leader being the sole exception. However, the deacons find this excessive caution troublesome. In their view, they should simply destroy the Jade Pure sect directly and kill every disciple who refuses to obey. Suddenly, Huang Jihao enters their hideout. The deacons immediately react to the audacious intrusion and demand to know who he is. Huang Jihao looks down on their strength and remarks that they are not even worth drawing his sword against. The deacons quickly recognize him. Huang Jihao introduces himself as someone from the Vermilion Bird Sword sect and reveals that he has come to challenge the Raincoat sect. All he needs now is the location of their headquarters. The deacons cannot believe this calamity has somehow found their hideout. One suggests letting the sect leader personally teach him a lesson, but another immediately rejects the idea. Considering the sect leader's personality, bringing Huang Jihao there could result in them being skinned alive first. Huang Jihao casually flicks his sword from its sheath. The deacons immediately stop him and reveal that their sect leader is currently in seclusion. Instead, they suggest that Huang Jihao challenge the Jade Pure sect first. If he can defeat that person, they promise to reveal the location of the sect leader. Huang Jihao pauses on those two details, the Jade Pure sect and that person. Huang Jihao wonders if they are suggesting he challenge the Jade Pure sect, but dismisses the idea because fighting such a desolate sect does not sound challenging enough. The deacons quickly explain that the Jade Pure sect is no longer what it used to be. An incredible figure has recently appeared there, known as the deity-slaying elder, who killed a soul formation expert with a single slash. With such unfathomable strength, they suggest he might finally be someone capable of interesting Huang Jihao. However, Huang Jihao has already fought the Jade Pure sect's sect master and great grand elder before, and found both of them mediocre. Since he has never even heard of this deity-slaying elder, he warns them not to deceive him. The deacons desperately insist that everything is true and that he can ask around himself. They would never dare trick him, especially when the viridescent nether cult fell into oblivion because of that very man. Huang Jihao then orders them to reveal the Raincoat sect's sect master's location first. For now, he decides to challenge the Jade Pure sect and save the other sect master for afterward. In the end, they compromise just to stay alive. Later, Chang Yuer arrives again, loudly announcing another visit and wanting to hug her dear. After noticing the creature nearby, she wonders when he took in such a pet and remarks on how large and fluffy it is. Hanju immediately warns her to stop touching his precious mount, questioning how she plans to compensate him if all that hugging ruins it. Chang Yuer finds it quite admirable that he actually uses a chicken as a mount. She also admits that her junior brother's face, combined with his aptitude, makes her feel pleased whenever she looks at it. That leads her to wonder just how outstanding his parents must have been. Hanju briefly recalls his parents before explaining that they were only normal people. Since more than a century has already passed, he assumes they are probably dead by now. As far as he is concerned, their blood tie ended the moment they abandoned him and ran away. Even Elder Iron had been more responsible than them. Not wanting to continue the subject, Hanju shifts the conversation and wonders what brought her here. Chang Yuer brings up Elder Guan, their master's third senior brother. Hanjue has never heard of him. She explains that 300 years ago, the Great Grand Elder sent him outside the sect to stand guard because he had offended someone. Elder Guan recently sent a letter announcing that he would return soon, leaving her surprised that none of the elders mentioned it to Hanjue. Hanjue remains unconcerned since the matter has nothing to do with him anyway. Chang Yuer then mentions another detail. Apparently, Elder Guan likes competing for the sect master position. Hanju considers that sect master Li's problem and leaves him to deal with it. However, Chang Yuer lowers her voice and reveals another rumor. Elder Guan apparently likes their master and might even become her Dao companion. That finally gets Han Jue's attention. He immediately wants to know how strong Elder Guan is. According to Chang Yue, he obtained an opportunity outside the Great Yan and has now reached the Soul Formation realm. The elders are currently celebrating the news, although the sect master still knows nothing because he has gone out. Han Ju understands the situation and lets her return first. Chang Yue agrees, but before she leaves, Han Jue has one more request. He wants her to relay everything to Sect Master Li and assure him that he will do his best to protect his Sect Master position. With that handled, Han Jue can only acknowledge that things are becoming troublesome. A confrontation with Elder Guan seems unavoidable, and for his master's sake, he needs to figure out how to settle the matter peacefully. Unfortunately, there is an even bigger problem. Strictly speaking, the Conet Providence detector system has already been active for half a day. Huang Jihao is an external elder of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect at the 3rd level of the Soul Formation realm, born with the heart of the sword and possessing unparalleled aptitude. He naturally developed an extremely haughty attitude. Han Jue cannot understand why this guy refuses to simply cultivate peacefully and instead insists on challenging sect after sect. Right then, the system reveals that the Jade Pure sect is facing Huang Jihao's challenge and presents 2 choices. He can order the sect to annihilate him and receive a cultivation manual, or secretly repel him and obtain a numinous treasure. Since the mission notification has already appeared, Han Jue assumes Huang Jihao must be getting close. Rather than take any unnecessary risks, he decides to test him first through the simulation trial. The system announces that the target is defeated after 2 minutes and offers another attempt. Han Jue continues. Once again, the system announces Huang Jihao's defeat after 2 minutes. Han Zhou is dissatisfied that he still cannot kill him instantly. As expected from someone possessing the heart of the sword, Huang Jihao can actually endure for more than 2 minutes. But that creates another problem. 2 minutes is far too long, and a fight lasting that long would create enough noise to attract attention. With little time left, Han Ju decides he needs to intercept him before he reaches the sect. Otherwise, handling everything discreetly will become much harder once he arrives. For now, this is the only option, though the outcome will depend on Huang Jihao's character. Later, Huang Jihao appears along the path. As he continues forward, he suddenly stops. Looking up curiously, he notices Han Jue beneath a tree. Huang Jihao is immediately puzzled. Han Jue only appears to be at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, yet he somehow failed to notice him before. That alone makes the boy interesting. His attention then shifts toward his delicate, pleasant, slender figure, along with his soft, smooth, perky lips. He even finds himself admiring his silky hair and the youthful pheromones surrounding him, wondering if this is what people call true elegance. Huang Jihao continues staring in a daze. Then a blush appears on his face. At that exact moment, the system announces that Huang Jihao has developed a favorable impression of Han Jue. His current favorability has reached 2 stars. Han Jue nearly screams in complete and utter disbelief. Han Jue faces Huang Jihao and immediately wonders where this favorability is even coming from when he has done absolutely nothing yet. Huang Jihao claims that he feels an affinity with him, then questions whether he is interested in taking him as his master. With his guidance, he claims he could easily become a nascent soul cultivator in the future. Han Jue questions this supposed affinity and pleads with Mr. Huang not to continue because he is not that kind of person. At the same time, he wonders if something has gone wrong with his peerless charm and why it always seems to attract men. He then questions who he is and why he has come to the Jade Pure sect. Huang Jihao introduces himself as someone from the Vermilion Bird Sword sect, questioning whether he has ever heard of him before. More importantly, he reveals that he came here specifically to challenge the Jade Pure sect's deity-slaying elder. Han Ju questions why he is targeting the deity-slaying elder specifically instead of the other people in the Jade Pure sect. Huang Jihao explains that he has already defeated their sect master and great-grand elder, so originally he had no intention of dealing with them any further. His actual plan was to challenge the Raincoat sect, but they insisted that he challenge the deity-slaying elder instead. According to them, the deity-slaying elder is qualified enough for him to challenge him instead of the Raincoat sect's sect master. At that moment, the system reveals that Han Ju has developed hatred toward the Raincoat sect, with his current hatred reaching 6 stars. Hanju questions how powerful the Raincoat sect's sectmaster actually is, suggesting that the deity-slaying elder might not be as strong as him. Wang Jihao admits that their sectmaster is mysterious and that he does not know much about him either. Hanjue then questions how confident he is, but Huang Jihao quickly grows impatient with all the questions and presses him on whether he is going to take him as his master or not. Hanjue notices that he is getting impatient and decides it is time to proceed with the plan. He agrees to take him as his master under one condition. If he can receive one strike from him, he will take him as his master. Huang Jihao questions whether he has truly never heard of his name before making such an agreement. Still, he accepts the condition and declares that he will receive one strike from him. If he can injure him even slightly, Huang Jihao promises to leave immediately and never return to disturb the Jade Pure sect. He even declares that he, Huang Jihao, personally promises him. Hanju simply requests his pardon before slowly drawing his sword. Huang Jihao immediately notices that the sword is anything but ordinary. Since he is only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, he wonders where he managed to obtain such a treasure. Hanju checks whether he is ready. In the next instant, Huang Jihao reacts as his spirit energy suddenly erupts. He immediately realizes something is wrong and admits that he can no longer hold on, forcing the wind barrier to rise. Hanju unleashes the Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword technique. Huang Jihao blocks with his sword, but his blade violently shakes under the pressure. A strained cry escapes him as the ground explodes from the impact and his foot slides backward across the dirt. Shaken by the attack, Huang Jihao questions what kind of sword technique this is before realizing that it is actually a mystical spell. Hanju praises his incredible reaction before pressing the famous Huang Jihao on whether he intends to break his own promise. Huang Jihao accuses him of tricking him, but Hanjue reminds him that he did indeed warn him beforehand. Huang Jihao brushes it aside and returns to the attack just now. Even without the ambush, he knows he would not have been able to endure it. He then questions who he really is. Hanjue points out that he is the one who came looking for him. Yet now he is questioning his identity. Huang Jihao stares at him wide-eyed before lowering his head in silence. After a moment, Huang Jihao snorts and concedes that he did promise never to come to the Jade Pure sect to challenge him again. However, that does not mean he is giving up completely. He plans to wait until he leaves the Jade Pure sect before challenging him again. Hanjue can only wonder whether he can really wait until he leaves the Jade Pure sect. Later, Huang Jihao curses him as a damned bastard and questions how he dared to trick him. He reflects that he was simply careless and reacted too slowly. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. Suddenly, Guan Yugong appears and demands to know who he is and why he has just left from the direction of the Jade Pure sect. Finding his actions suspicious, Guan Yugong immediately concludes that he must be a thief. Huang Jihao questions what any of that has to do with him before ordering him to scram. Guan Yugong considers capturing him and bringing him back. If he can increase his achievement this way, those elders might think more highly of him, and that would work out well for him. Huang Jihao laughs at the idea and challenges who he thinks he is. At the same time, Huang Jihao is almost relieved. He had been needlessly worried that he would have nowhere to vent his anger. Meanwhile, the system announces that Hanjue has secretly defeated Huang Jihao and obtained a numinous treasure. It congratulates him on receiving the Burning Fiend Bell, a 6th-grade defensive numinous treasure capable of blocking every attack below the Void Amalgamation realm. The more spirit chi injected into it, the heavier it becomes, eventually reaching the weight of a mountain. Hanju remarks that the treasure is perfect for him. He can wear the divine robe underneath while coating himself with the Burning Fiend Bell on the outside. With defenses like these, Hanju declares that the world is practically his now and wonders who would dare defy him. Just then, Xishuan calls out to check whether Hanju is there. Hanju immediately recognizes the familiar voice and is surprised that his master personally takes the initiative to visit him. He wonders why the master did not simply send him a message, since he would have visited her instead. Xishuan brushes that aside and brings up her senior brother, Guan Yugong, checking whether Chang Yuer has mentioned him before. Hanju confirms that she has. Xishuan explains that he returned yesterday, but something happened along the way. While traveling toward the Jade Pure sect, he encountered Huang Jihao and ended up heavily injured. Hanju silently remarks that this is exactly what he would expect from old Huang, though Guan Yugong is certainly unlucky. Xishuan adds that misery loves company, because he was defeated by Huang Jihao even while Huang Jihao was already injured. Han Jue can barely respond before Xishuan continues. An unknown sword chi also destroyed a nearby forest. Huang Jihao originally came to challenge the Jade Pure Sect, but was repelled by him. After confirming it, Han Jue remarks that the master surely did not come here just to hold him responsible for destroying the forest. Xishuan denies that immediately. She simply did not expect the famous Huang Jihao to be defeated by a junior like him. More importantly, she has come because she hopes he can help suppress senior brother Guan. Han Jue wonders if she wants him to suppress Guan Yugang. Xishuan explains that although the sect master might be weaker than senior brother Han, he has devoted himself completely to the Jade Pure Sect, even delaying his own cultivation for the sect's sake. Removing him from his position as sect master would be disheartening, especially when her senior brother only wants revenge against the sect master and does not care about the sect itself. Her plan is simple. Once his injuries recover, she will make him challenge Han Jue. He will only be allowed to become sect master if he can defeat him. Xishuan then waits for Han Jue's opinion. Han Jue agrees, but insists that the battle must be handled discreetly. Xishuan readily accepts, since keeping it private will also help senior brother preserve his dignity. Before leaving the subject, Xishuan notices that Han Jue is raising a chick and remarks that it looks rather impressive. Han Jue explains that secluded cultivation became boring, so he brought the little birdie along to keep him company. Xishuan is surprised that even he can become bored and brings up the Immortal Domain meeting, a gathering held once every century that is about to begin. Equipment, pills, treasures, and even cultivation techniques can all be exchanged there as long as someone has enough resources. She offers Hanju the chance to attend. Hanju appreciates her intentions but declines. All he wants is secluded cultivation, and he has no interest in going outside for an adventure. Meanwhile, at the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect, Tong Han is stunned to learn that Huang Jihao could not even withstand a single strike from his opponent. Huang Jihao admits that he refuses to believe it himself, but that is exactly what happened. Tong Han finds it ridiculous. Other than himself, Huang Jihao is the strongest in their sect when it comes to strength. Huang Jihao explains that his opponent's spiritual energy was unbelievably domineering, unlike anything he had ever encountered before. Then he brings up something else. Tong Han waits for the important detail, only for Huang Jihao to reveal that the person was extremely good-looking. In fact, nobody in the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect is as beautiful as him. Tong Han questions whether that detail matters. Huang Jihao admits that it does not really matter before moving on to something far more important. The Raincoat Sect is still targeting the Jade Pure Sect, so once his injuries recover, Huang Jihao intends to challenge the Raincoat Sect's sect master. Tong Han recognizes that troublesome name again. Although the Raincoat Sect has been declining for thousands of years, an emaciated camel is still bigger than a horse. He reveals that the Jade Pure Sect's great-grand elder previously visited him, hoping their forces could join together against the Raincoat Sect. Tong Han refused because the Raincoat Sect will never truly disappear unless one particular person dies. Huang Jihao wants to know who that person is. Tong Han identifies him as the sect master of the Raincoat Sect. When they were young, he was just as high-spirited as Tong Han, but fate eventually led him onto the demonic path until he became the Raincoat Sect's sect master. According to what Tong Han heard from the Grand Master, the Raincoat Sect's sect master was the strongest person of their era. Tong Han allows Huang Jihao to test his strength, but warns him not to become reckless. If he cannot win, he must retreat immediately. Huang Jihao reassures him that although he may be arrogant, he is not stupid. 7 years pass. Han Jue checks on Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan and wonders how their cultivation actually increased after they were captured. Their identities have not changed either, making him suspect that they may only be pretending to have compromised with the enemy sect. Looking through the situation, Hanju also finds Sect Master Li rather pitiful. He either gets attacked directly or travels straight towards somewhere he is destined to be attacked. At that moment, Black Hell Chicken suddenly calls out. He wonders what the outside world looks like and admits that he really wants to leave and see what lies beyond the mountain. Hanju considers the outside world while looking at Black Hell Chicken's rapid development. His strength has already reached around the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, while his growing intelligence has naturally caused him to become curious about everything outside. Hanju immediately begins educating him. He warns that the outside world is extremely dangerous. To make the danger clear, Hanju shows him an image of a chicken feast and explains that plenty of people outside would love nothing more than to eat him. Then he brings out a map and marks all the places that are completely off-limits, ordering him to remember that he cannot go anywhere near them. Hanju insists that he must first become invincible before leaving. Otherwise, he will definitely die. Even Hanju himself does not dare wander around outside. That is more than enough for Black Hell Chicken. He begs Hanju to stop and promises that he will never go outside again. Hanju confirms that the brainwashing has succeeded. Suddenly, Li Qingzi rushes in with terrible news. Maple Leaf Valley has been destroyed by the Raincoat sect. Before dying, the valley's sect master informed him that the Raincoat sect possesses at least 10 soul formation cultivators, more than enough power to sweep across the entire cultivation world of the Great Yan. Even worse, Li Qingzi believes there is a strong possibility that the Jade Pure sect will become their next target. As Li Qingzi continues calling out to him, he notices Hanju already grabbing a woven basket. Hanju quickly picks up the confused chicken and ties up his travel bag. Seeing how quickly Hanju reacts to the crisis, Li Qingzi becomes impressed. He praises him for being so dependable during such a dangerous moment and feels that placing his trust in him was the right decision. Then, Hanju stands there with all his gear and wonders why he is not running away. Li Qingzi is left completely stunned. Later, Hanju groans while Li Qingzi pants heavily and sweats. Hanju wonders why he still refuses to run away and urges him to stop pestering him. Li Qingzi fires back that this is hardly what he is supposed to be saying. He came here so Hanju could prepare in advance, not so he could immediately run away. Besides, with so many disciples in the sect, where could he even go? Even if everyone somehow escapes, they would have nowhere to stay because the other sects would simply swallow them whole. Either way, the Jade Pure sect would still perish. Hanju originally expects him to claim that everything will be fine as long as everyone survives, even if the Jade Pure sect disappears. It seems he underestimated just how important the sect is to them. At that moment, the system announces that the Jade Pure sect is facing the danger of annihilation and presents him with two choices. Choice 1 is to run away immediately. In return, the Raincoat sect will hunt him down alone, and he will obtain equipment. Choice 2 is to protect the sect because people only live once and he cannot retreat forever. After defeating the Raincoat sect, he will obtain a numinous treasure, a sword technique manual, and an egg of a divine beast bearing Connat providence. Hanju wonders where he could even run. Constantly fleeing and wandering the world is not the kind of life he wants. If he truly cannot win, maybe joining them would be another option. At this point, continuing to stay idle is no longer caution. It is cowardice. Hanju then confirms that since Li Qingzi came to inform him in advance, the Raincoat sect must not be arriving yet. Li Qingzi replies that cleaning up the situation in Maple Leaf Valley will take some time. As for the Jade Pure sect, they have a decade at most. Hanju can hardly believe it. He wonders why the Jade Pure sect keeps getting targeted when he used to believe their sect was fairly formidable. Apparently, he has been elevating the Jade Pure sect far beyond the level it actually deserves. Li Qingzi explains that the only truly powerful person connected to the Jade Pure sect is their founding ancestor. However, he left 500 years ago and has not been heard from since. If he were still here, the Raincoat sect would never dare attack them. 1,000 years ago, he personally destroyed the Raincoat sect and even made their sect master question his own existence. Hanju wonders if the Raincoat sect is simply here for revenge. Li Qingji dismisses that as unimportant. The founder left behind a treasure capable of contacting him, and as long as the founder returns, there will be nothing to fear. Until then, they only need to grit their teeth and survive. If they can endure this crisis, there should be no more threats afterward, allowing Hanju to return to peacefully cultivating in seclusion. With that incentive, Hanju agrees to accompany everyone in dealing with the Raincoat sect. However, he makes one condition perfectly clear. If they cannot win, he is running away immediately. Li Qingzi readily accepts. Inwardly, Li Qingzi has the exact same idea. If they cannot win, there is no chance he plans to remain there and die with everyone else. With that settled, Hanju decides to stand with the Jade Pure sect and wonders whether there are any pills that could make him strong enough to reach the nascent soul realm. Unfortunately, Li Qingzi explains that the Jade Pure sect lacks an alchemist, meaning Hanju will have to handle that problem himself. Hanju immediately bids farewell. Li Qingzi yells after him, wondering what happened to the declaration he just made about following the Jade Pure sect. Hanju was only kidding around. He is actually going to buy a beast-taming bag because it will make escaping much easier. Hanju then calls over the little chick and points out just how dangerous everything is. Even when they avoid causing trouble, enemies still come looking to kill them. Black Hell Chicken proposes secretly running away. Hanju approves, noting that it has clearly absorbed his teachings. Black Hell Chicken wonders whether they are leaving already, but Hanju decides to wait and see first. Later, Hanju arrives at Main Peak's inner city, with Black Hell Chicken looking extremely annoyed inside the beast-taming bag. As Hanju walks through the busy city, the system suddenly detects another bearer of Conet Providence and offers to reveal the person's origin. Hanju is surprised to encounter Conet Providence again. The Jade Pure sect really does seem to be a sect blessed with providence. The system identifies Swan Qingjun, currently at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Her true identity is the Demon Lord's mortal body. She was born with an innate Dao heart and possesses extraordinary talent. 800 years ago, the Demon Lord sought to surpass the Dao and ascend, so she created a mortal body while sealing the main body within the depths of the essence soul. This mortal body travels the world and experiences every aspect of life in order to consolidate the Dao heart. Traces of her exist throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and 3 years ago, she joined the Jade Pure sect before hiding there ever since. Hanju nearly loses his composure at the words Demon Lord. Someone capable of ascending must be at least a Mahayana cultivator. He wonders whether the person nearby is her. There is only one girl in the square, so it should be her. Meanwhile, Swan Qingjun sits on a bench. Nearby, Bullhead orders everyone to scram because she is his wife. Punkboy mocks his ape-like face and doubts she would ever be interested in him, ordering him to stop spouting nonsense. Bullhead counters by demanding that he kneel and kowtow, while Punkboy challenges him to come pick a fight if he refuses to accept it. Bullhead then wonders why he would need to pick him up. Swan Qingjun finds the entire situation boring and considers whether she has already experienced enough of traveling the world and living among ordinary people. Then, she notices a subtle aura. Hanju quickly walks away. Swan Qingjun decides she should remain here a little longer. At that moment, the system reveals that Swan Qingjun has developed favorability toward him because of his face. Hanju only wanted to quietly escape before causing unnecessary trouble. He never imagined his peerless charm would create problems for him yet again. The system immediately announces another increase in Swan Qingjun's favorability, bringing it to 2 stars. Hanju unleashes the Wind God technique and speeds away. From inside the beast-taming bag, Black Hell Chicken wonders about that woman's expression and whether she was trying to eat him. The outside world really is dangerous. Hanju is glad it finally understands. Later, Swan Qingjun reads the 7 words, "Enduring today brings freedom tomorrow," and finds the kid quite interesting. Those 7 words make sense to her, only making her more interested in him. Still, Swan Qingjun prefers to leave the best food for last, so she decides to visit him again another time before waving goodbye. Once she is finally gone, Hanju sighs in relief. He guesses she failed to find the entrance because of the array formation, but the whole situation is already giving him a headache. With another devil seemingly appearing besides the Raincoat sect, things are only getting more troublesome. From what Hanju can observe, she appears to be a formation establishment cultivator. Even so, he is certain she is hiding far greater power. Meanwhile, Black Hell Chicken complains about how cramped everything is and wants to return to the beast-taming bag. For now, Hanju can only hope she forgets about him. 7 years pass. Hanju becomes increasingly frustrated with his slow progress. At this rate, he fears he will not break through into the soul formation realm before the Raincoat sect master arrives. Checking the system notifications only makes things worse. His good friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by the Raincoat sect 87 times, while his disciple Yang Tiandong has been assaulted 8 times by the same sect. His good friend Mo Zhu has been assaulted by a fellow disciple, and even his good friend Li Qingzi has been attacked by a fellow sect member and severely injured. That last notification immediately catches Hanju's attention. He had already checked before, and none of the Jade Pure sect's nascent soul cultivators were spies. This leaves him wondering whether Guan Yugong could be responsible, and his guess is correct. Since Guan Yugong does not dare challenge the deity-slaying elder, he gives up on becoming sect master. However, his frustration does not disappear, so he goes after Li Qingzi for a martial duel to vent his anger. At least Shi Xuan does not seem to have encountered any trouble. Just then, Xuan Qingjun's voice reaches Han Jue again, wondering whether the fellow Taoist is there and whether she can pay him a visit. Han Jue immediately knows she has returned. Over the past 7 years, she has already visited twice, and Han Ju rejected her both times. However, she never forced her way inside, making him suspect she has no ill intentions. Still, the third time is the charm. If he keeps ignoring her, Han Ju is afraid she might eventually kill him. When Xuan Qingjun finally meets him, she remarks that he is finally there. Black-Hell Chicken immediately cries out in panic, begging her not to eat its master. A moment later, Black-Hell Chicken is kicked away. Han Ju introduces himself before wondering why this fellow Taoist keeps visiting someone else's house. Xuan Qingjun introduces herself as a disciple of Jade Bamboo Peak. She explains that she saw senior brother Han in the inner sect several years ago and was stunned by his magnificence. From that very instant, his figure has remained buried deep within her heart, and she hopes he can forgive such a sudden visit. She even praises his beauty as something truly out of this world. Han Ju accepts the compliment before wondering whether he can leave if there is nothing else. Xuan Qingjun urges him not to rush. As his junior sister, she has prepared a treasure for him and hopes he will not reject it. Han Ju becomes curious about what she has brought. Xuan Qingjun reveals the Heavenly Immortal Abode token. The Heavenly Immortal Abode is a cultivation holy land within the cultivation world, and entry is only possible through that token. Anyone who cultivates there can supposedly reach the nascent soul realm at the very least. Xuan Qingjun is certain the brat cannot resist such temptation. No matter what, she is determined to get his beautiful face. Unfortunately for her, Han Ju thanks her for the kindness but refuses. He has no intention of leaving the Jade Pure sect because he has already decided to spend his entire life cultivating there. Xuan Qingjun reacts in shock, but she quickly changes her approach and presents something else. This time, she brings out the Earth Spirit Sword, a weapon capable of easily killing a Golden Core expert. Han Ju still wants to leave. Xuan Qingjun cannot believe even that is not enough, so she produces another bottle of pills capable of helping someone break through into the Golden Core realm. Han Jue remains completely unimpressed. The offers keep increasing. Xuan Qingjun promises him a body-tempering cultivation technique along with 3 spell techniques, then even shouts that she will add more on top of everything else. Han Ju finally orders her to stop right there. Truthfully, he is already in the nascent soul realm. With that, Han Ju releases his true power. Xuan Qingjun is stunned, wondering whether he is really at the 8th level of the nascent soul realm and whether he is actually the deity-slaying elder. Han Ju requests that she keep this secret. Suddenly, the system announces that Xuan Qingjun's favorability toward Han Jue has increased to 4 stars. Xuan Qingjun acknowledges his request and remarks that his current needs are actually quite straightforward. She immediately produces a first-grade nascent soul pill capable of helping him break through into the soul formation realm. 1 bottle is already available, and if that is not enough, she is even willing to provide another. Han Ju can only marvel at how incredibly rich she is. This makes him wonder about the junior sister's true background. Xuan Qingjun dismisses the importance of her identity. Instead, she expresses her hope of becoming his Tao companion and wants to know whether he is willing. Han Ju hesitates. Anyone capable of casually taking out this many treasures is clearly not simple, leaving him wondering whether she could help them deal with the Raincoat sect. However, Xuan Qingjun has no intention of doing so. The only person she cares about is him. Han Ju realizes that commanding a demon lord is clearly not that easy. Before agreeing to anything, he wants to know exactly what price he would have to pay. Xuan Qingjun whispers that the price is simply cultivating together and becoming strong together, leaving his willingness as the only matter remaining. At that moment, the system suddenly presents Han Jue with 2 choices. The first is to reject her with the response that a male cultivator cannot be threatened by a woman. Doing so will earn the demon lord's hatred along with a Sword Tao mystical power inheritance. The second is to accept and become Tao companions affected by karma and providence. In return, Han Jue will obtain the demon lord's favor and a mystical power inheritance. Seeing the choices, Han Ju immediately wonders whether the system is doing this on purpose because the font sizes are so different. Meanwhile, A raincoat sect deacon walks through a dark hallway before stopping at the entrance to one of the halls. Inside, Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong are being tortured. Their breathing is already ragged after enduring another beating. The deacons complain that these two people from the Jade Pure sect are as stubborn as mules. They run away every year, yet even after being captured and beaten, neither of them is willing to give up. One of them suggests simply killing them, but another points out that their sect will never win their hearts that way. Annoyed and exhausted from beating them, the deacons finally decide they have done enough. They head off to get some drinks and order someone to throw the two prisoners back inside. Zhou Fan silently vows that if he ever attains enlightenment in the future, he will definitely kill everyone from the Raincoat sect. Yang Tiandong suddenly questions whether this was really his plan when they were captured before they could even escape. Zhou Fan fires back that no one could have expected someone to be training a monitor lizard on a rooftop. Yang Tiandong urges him to stop struggling and simply wait for his master to rescue them. Zhou Fan admits that he is sorry to disappoint him, but his master will not come. Yang Tiandong immediately rejects that idea. His master is extremely powerful, and no one in the Jade Pure sect can stand up to him. If he does not appear, then Yang Tiandong cannot imagine who else possibly will. Zhou Fan groans, admitting that his master really is powerful and possesses top-notch talent. However, there is one problem. He is afraid of death. Yang Tiandong counters that his master is not like that. In his eyes, his master is already somewhere nearby, perhaps watching from the shadows to test whether he can endure hardship and whether his Tao heart is stable enough. Hearing this, Zhou Fan decides it is better not to crush the pitiful child's remaining hope. At the very least, he can leave a sliver of faith in his Tao heart. On the other side, the system announces that Han Jue has obtained a maneuvering-type mystical power known as Somersault Cloud, which allows the user to travel more than 1,000,000 miles in a single move. Xuan Qingjun declares that from today onward, he is her Tao companion and reminds him to cultivate diligently. She will come find him whenever she needs him. At the same time, the system reports that her favorability has increased to 4.5 stars. Hanju apologizes, remarking that the number of pills she gave him is simply too much, and that he is no longer pure. Black Hell Chicken wonders whether she still plans to eat him. Hanju immediately warns it not to speak badly about his Tao companion, leaving Black Hell Chicken speechless. Suddenly, Hanju's eyes widen. The effect of the first-grade nascent soul pill is far more domineering than he expected. His Six Paths spiritual chi has been completely purified, while the absorption rate that had stagnated for years begins accelerating again. Just one bite of the pill produces results far beyond what he could normally accomplish through 100 days of cultivation. Even so, Hanju reminds himself not to become too dependent on pills. He still needs to cultivate slowly and steadily every day to prevent his spiritual chi from vanishing. With this progress, breaking through to the soul formation realm is finally within reach. 2 years pass quickly. Hanju silently thanks the Demon Lord for his generosity. He has now reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm and is already half a step away from soul formation. As usual, he commands the system to initiate a simulation trial. The system completes its automatic detection and identifies Guan Yugong, a 2nd-level soul formation cultivator, as the strongest person currently inside the Jade Pure sect. Hanju is satisfied. The Raincoat sect still has not made any movement, which means he still has time to break through into the soul formation realm. He decides to enter the 10,000 demon realm and instructs Black Hell Chicken to watch over the cave abode. Before he can leave, Li Qingzi suddenly arrives and celebrates the perfect timing. Li Qingzi brings extremely good news, though Han Jue takes one look at him and feels that it does not seem very good at all. Li Qingzi explains that Huang Jihao went to challenge the Raincoat sect's sect master and ended up being captured. His capture enraged the Vermilion Bird Sword sect, causing them to decide to join forces with the Jade Pure sect and attack the Raincoat sect. The entire situation has now turned around. Li Qingzi is overjoyed. After spending so many years causing trouble, Huang Jihao has finally done something useful for once. Hanju praises old Huang for doing an excellent job. Li Qingzi then begins explaining that this is why he intends to invite someone along. The moment Hanju hears that, he gets a bad feeling. He immediately assumes Li Qingzi wants to bring Elder Guan, but is worried that doing so will affect the sect. Li Qingzi denies that this is what he means. Hanju responds that he can simply bring all the elders. He alone is enough to guard the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi is surprised, especially since Hanju has always been so low profile. Hanju reveals that he is about to break through into the soul formation realm and therefore needs some time. Li Qingzi freezes in complete shock. Once he recovers, he agrees to let Hanju break through peacefully while leaving the Raincoat sect to them. Hanju accepts without hesitation. Li Qingzi finds the situation almost unbearable to imagine. Hanju could already kill a soul formation cultivator while only being in the nascent soul realm, so he can barely imagine what will happen once he reaches soul formation himself. Hanju simply acknowledges it and urges him to leave, hoping everything goes smoothly. Later, Hanju arrives inside the 10,000 demon realm. He has heard that ascending to the soul formation realm creates an ear-piercing disturbance that can attract enemies looking to attack during the breakthrough. Because of that, the 10,000 demon realm is the perfect place to attempt it. Hanju declares that today is the day he breaks through into the soul formation realm. Dark clouds gather across the sky, while the beasts flee in terror. Hanjue calls for the tribulation to come. In the next instant, an enormous bolt of lightning crashes down. Li Qingzi walks toward the entrance of the Raincoat sect, where a deacon requests his token. He confidently presents it, only to realize he has accidentally pulled out the token identifying him as Li Qingzi, sect master of the Jade Pure sect. Without hesitation, Li Qingzi activates Zawarudo, instantly distorting and freezing everything around him, and presents the proper token belonging to a Raincoat sect deacon. With the problem handled, he smirks at how easy it was. Everything is now prepared. All that remains is setting up the teleportation formation. Later, deacons rush through the base, urging everyone to move quickly. An elder has ordered them all to hurry toward the gate. Zhou Fan watches the sudden commotion and wonders why more than half of them are rushing out. Yang Tiandong suggests that something major may have happened. He then urges him to hold on, wondering whether his master has finally arrived to save them. Zhou Fan observes that mobilizing this many people likely means the sects have formed an alliance. With the base thrown into chaos, he immediately considers how they can use the opportunity to escape. Yang Tiandong would rather avoid another attempt and prefers waiting for their rescuers instead. Zhou Fan refuses to simply sit there doing nothing. If the people attacking the Raincoat sect are not actually on their side, they could end up wasting their best chance to escape. Yang Tiandong remains worried that he will come up with another terrible plan, especially after how many times they have already tried. Before they can continue, Li Qingzi suddenly blasts through the ceiling, forcing Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong to quickly dodge. Standing before the imprisoned Jade Pure sect disciples, Li Qingzi addresses them and declares that he has come to rescue them. Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan immediately recognize the sect master, reacting with both joy and surprise. Li Qingzi orders everyone to prepare for battle. They are moving out, and together with him, they will destroy the Raincoat sect. Meanwhile, the system announces that Hanju has successfully broken through to the soul formation realm and obtained a Sword Dao mystical power inheritance. The newly acquired mystical power is 10,000 Sword Sect. 10,000 Sword Sect allows him to use his own sword chi to summon sword shadows belonging to ancient swords from the long river of history. Hanju notices that his lifespan has now reached 3,000 years. With every breakthrough, he feels himself getting closer to true immortality, and the progress feels incredible. Black Hell Chicken suddenly welcomes his master back, admitting that he had assumed that woman had eaten him. Hanju wonders whether that is all his chicken brain spends its time considering. Black Hell Chicken complains about the insult and questions whether he is supposed to be a phoenix. Hanju reminds him that right now, he is still nothing more than a chicken. Becoming a phoenix will only happen after he cultivates enough. Black Hell Chicken immediately wonders how long that cultivation will take. Hanju ignores him and instead checks the latest updates. Guan Yugong and Li Qingzi have been attacked by the Raincoat sect, while Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong have successfully escaped. He wishes everyone good luck and decides that his role is to protect the Jade Pure sect while remaining alert for enemies approaching from far away. At that moment, Xuan Qingjun suddenly arrives and mentions hearing that he achieved a breakthrough inside the 10,000 demon realm. Hanju immediately panics, wondering when this woman even entered. He nervously questions what brings her here while another possibility crosses his mind. She might have come to force him into doing that again. Now he has to consider whether he should simply obey or endure it. However, Xuan Qingjun reveals that she has come for something else. Hanju cannot help considering that she is a demon lord. If anyone heard that she had fallen for him at first sight, he doubts they would even believe it. He also wonders whether the favorability between them has driven her crazy enough to sacrifice everything for him. Instead, Xuan Qingjun suddenly announces that she has come to say goodbye. She is leaving. Hanju stares at her in surprise and questions her sudden departure. Xuan Qingjun explains that she does not know when they will meet again, so she came to see him before leaving. Before departing, she offers to fulfill anything he needs and promises to do her best. Hanju requests that she stay because he will be lonely. Xuan Qingjun immediately points out that his face makes it obvious he can barely wait for her to leave. She admits that she needs him, just not right now. The time has not yet come for her to remain beside him every day, so he does not need to spend his time thinking about her. Hanju quickly changes the subject and wonders whether she possesses any pills capable of increasing the cultivation of someone in the soul formation realm. Xuan Qingjun produces soul formation spirit-enhancing pills. She only has 4 bottles with her, but she gives every single one to him. Hanju thanks her repeatedly, impressed by her generosity. Xuan Qingjun admits that she is somewhat reluctant to leave because she will not be able to see his face again for many years. Before departing, she advises him to remain within the Jade Pure sect and continue cultivating diligently, even though he has already reached the soul formation realm. The cultivation world is dangerous, so she warns him against going anywhere unnecessarily. With that, Xuan Qingjun finally leaves. Han Jue watches her departure. Black Hell Chicken observes that she apparently only stopped by the Jade Pure sect while passing through. She is now heading somewhere else to comprehend Tao. With Xuan Qingjun gone, Black Hell Chicken chuckles to himself. At least now, he no longer has to worry about his master being eaten by her. Meanwhile, the Raincoat sect members gather at their base. Huang Zuntian remarks that the Vermilion Bird Sword sect seems determined to fight them to the death and requests the elders' opinions on the situation. The elders immediately argue that intimidation is the best option and propose killing Huang Jihao outright. They agree that their enemies have become far too arrogant and need to be suppressed. Although the opposing side has 2 soul formation cultivators, the Jade Pure sect also has 2, and one of them does not even dare to appear. With that amount of strength, they believe taking down their hideout is impossible. Huang Zuntian, however, wonders how their enemies can act so arrogantly and suspects there may be other forces secretly supporting them. The elders quickly lose patience. They complain that here he goes again and challenge whether he is overthinking everything. They curse the constant delays and urge him to stop selling himself short. In the entire Great Yan cultivation world, they believe no one can rival them. After all, they have 10 soul formation cultivators, so they cannot understand how the enemy could possibly defeat them. They practically beg the sect master to stop being so overly cautious. Huang Zuntian denies being overcautious and explains that he simply tends to imagine the worst possible scenario first. Suddenly, the great elder declares that the sect master is unreasonably cautious before correcting himself and bluntly calling him too cowardly. He points out that they have delayed their plan again and again, but they cannot keep postponing it forever. If he is still worried, he already has a plan. Since the enemy's main force is currently fighting them, their sect should be nearly empty. They can send several elders to ambush their base while its defenses are weakened. The elders immediately agree that this is a perfect opportunity to raid their base. Some praise the great elder for taking the words right out of their mouths, while others warn everyone to speak more quietly before the sect master reacts again. Huang Zuntian reluctantly wonders whether they truly have to fight. At once, the elders glare daggers at him. Left with little choice, Huang Zuntian gives in and declares that he will personally handle the matter this time. Spiritual Master Shan Kui and he will go to the Vermilion Bird Sword sect and the Jade Pure sect. Then he checks whether everyone is satisfied with that arrangement. The elders immediately celebrate the decision. Some cheer that the sect master has finally made the right choice, while others wonder how many years it has been since this happened. Even then, a few remind everyone not to become too optimistic, and the others agree they understand. The great elder pauses in deep thought before warning that spiritual master Shan Kui must remain firm when the time comes, because he is afraid the sect master will stall for time again. Shan Kui is more than happy to do exactly that. Meanwhile, Hanju reviews the results of his cultivation. The 6-path soul technique has already reached the 5th level, and at the same time, he has comprehended a new mystical power, an advanced version of the 6 paths soul absorption. It can absorb souls and store them deep within his essence, allowing him to protect a soul or confine it. He can also leave a Six Paths insignia on the soul. Once placed, the Six Paths insignia exists forever. No matter how many times the other party reincarnates, as long as the insignia remains, he can cross the reincarnation cycle and locate the other party again. Those are not the only benefits brought by the advancement of the Six Paths soul technique. As his cultivation realm rises, the Six Paths spirit energy also becomes increasingly domineering. However, his cultivation is still lacking. The Raincoat sect does not concern him too much, but the demon taming sect remains a problem, along with a powerful enemy as Xiaowei comes to mind. Even with his void amalgamation strength, he was still only an elder there. That alone makes the demon taming sect's background seem far too outrageous. Suddenly, Chang Yuer calls out to him. Hanju wonders why she is here. Chang Yuer explains that Master sent her to invite him to Jade Serene Peak because something very important has come up. After hearing that Master personally invited him, Hanju decides to head over immediately. It is rare for Master to invite him, so he has to give her face. Later, they arrive inside the main hall of Jade Serene Peak. The disciples are already buzzing about the current situation with the Raincoat sect. One mentions having exploding pills and offers to sell them at half price. Another brings up a rumor that the deity-slaying elder comes from Jade Serene Peak and is incredibly handsome, leaving several disciples wondering whether he truly belongs to their peak. Suddenly, Meng He orders everyone to quiet down because Master has arrived. By now, Lu Sangson has completed his apprenticeship and become a core disciple, while the 7th senior Meng He from back then has become the current eldest disciple. The disciples quickly notice something unusual. Junior brother Hanju has become even more handsome, but more importantly, they cannot understand why he is sitting directly beside Master. They wonder what kind of identity junior brother possesses to sit alongside her. Then someone remembers that the deity-slaying elder is known for his unparalleled beauty and begins suspecting it might actually be him. Meng He confirms it and admits that when he first learned the truth, he remained shocked for several days. He then warns everyone to listen carefully. They must never reveal Elder Han's identity to outsiders, and anyone who does will be expelled. The disciples immediately acknowledge the order and agree to keep the secret. Hanju, meanwhile, wonders what Master is planning. He even considers whether she intends to pass her position to him and starts thinking about how he should reject her. Suddenly, Xishuan announces that during this period, she hopes everyone will stop secluded cultivation. She orders them to patrol the outer sect of the Jade Pure sect because the sect master has sent back a message. According to the letter, they are currently cooperating with the Vermilion Bird Sword sect to fight the Raincoat sect, and the imprisoned disciples have already been rescued. However, they are concerned that the Raincoat sect may launch an ambush. Xishuan explains that they only encountered 5 soul formation cultivators. That means the remaining 5 must have been sent elsewhere. Among all the disciples, Jade Serene Peak has contributed the least. This is not only because they have the fewest disciples, but also because the sect master has shown favoritism toward them. She makes sure everyone understands the situation. The disciples respond without hesitation. They have cultivated diligently for so many years, and now they finally have the chance to prove themselves. They declare that they understand and will not retreat even if they die. Han Jue knows the outer sect is their first line of defense, which means guarding it could easily lead to death. Seeing such determination, he admits they are worthy of the sect's many years of cultivation and feels he cannot even compare to them. Suddenly, Xishuan calls out to him. She wants to know whether he is confident in defending against an ambush from the Raincoat sect's experts. Hanju immediately understands why she brought him here. His presence is meant to put everyone's minds at ease. He responds that he does have some experience fighting experts. The disciples immediately erupt in excitement, praising Elder Han for being far too humble and declaring that they can definitely succeed. Xishuan then uses sound transmission to inquire about the level he has cultivated to. Hanjue responds with the first level. Xishuan cannot understand how he has remained in secluded cultivation for so long without improving at all. Hanjue then clarifies that he means the first level of the soul formation realm. Xishuan falls silent. Hanjue wonders whether Li Qingzi never informed her. Later, Xishuan dismisses the group and orders everyone to return and prepare, leaving the matter of patrolling to Meng He, who immediately agrees. The disciples quickly get moving. Some head toward the main peak to notify the troops before gathering later at Jade Serene Peak, while another confirms the order. One disciple brings up the strange look their master had just shown, and another agrees, noting that it is the first time she has ever seen her master become restless. Shishuan reflects that he only broke through to the nascent soul realm not long ago. Yet before she knows it, he is already in the soul formation realm. Shishuan questions whether he is making fun of her, remarking that it seems he no longer treats her as his master since she has never taught him anything. Hanju clarifies that making fun of her is not his intention. Shishuan brushes the matter aside and allows him to request anything he wants, explaining that the favor he has done for the Jade Pure Sect already exceeds everything the sect has given him, so there is no need for him to hesitate. Hanju wonders whether the sect has any soul formation cultivation pills, but Shishuan apologizes because they have none. Hanju accepts that and instead requests that she do her best to strengthen the spiritual energy inside his cave abode. Shishuan agrees to find a way. Still, Shishuan worries that Hanjue is growing far too quickly. She fears that this small temple may eventually be unable to contain such a big Buddha and can only hope the Jade Pure Sect becomes stronger. With nothing else to discuss, Hanjue prepares to take his leave. Shishuan quietly recognizes something. In the past, Taoist Nine Cauldrons announced that he was going to pursue a higher realm and would leave the future of the Jade Pure Sect to the younger generations. Just as Hanjue is about to leave, Shishuan stops him for a moment, drawing his curiosity. Shishuan questions how much longer he can remain in the Jade Pure Sect. People naturally walk toward higher places while water flows deeper. With him growing stronger so quickly, she points out that the sect may eventually become a burden to him. Hanju reassures her that if he wanted to leave, he would have run away long ago. Even if he had somewhere else to go, difficulties would still follow, and no matter where he went, it would only bring more trouble. Rather than wandering around in a desperate plight, he prefers remaining here and cultivating peacefully. Shishuan brings up the fact that many sects are stronger than the Jade Pure Sect, and questions whether continuing to cultivate here might eventually make it difficult for him to break through. Hanju assures her that she can always trust his potential and promises that if he ever intends to leave, he will definitely let her know beforehand. Privately, Hanju considers the idea of seeking the greater Tao in some wider world complete bullshit. He would rather stand at the peak of this world than become a bottom feeder in a higher realm. Living peacefully is already good enough. Suddenly, the system issues a warning. The Raincoat Sect is about to invade the Jade Pure Sect. Hanjue is shocked and immediately orders the system to detect the strongest person who has entered the Jade Pure Sect. Meanwhile, Huang Zuntian and Shan Kui look down from a cliff. Huang Zuntian questions whether the place before them is really the Jade Pure Sect. Shan Kui confirms it and urges the sect master to begin the attack. However, Huang Zuntian remarks that the Jade Pure Sect looks too weak and wonders whether this could be some kind of trap. Shan Kui explains that he has already investigated beforehand. The sect has no soul formation cultivators and fewer than 10 nascent soul cultivators. Even so, Huang Zuntian refuses to act. He feels uneasy, with the same persistent feeling that something is wrong. Shan Kui argues that they cannot waste this opportunity, especially when the Raincoat Sect could be destroyed by their hands and leave them unable to face the former sect master. Huang Zuntian lets out a dissatisfied grunt, but decides that they should continue observing. Shan Kui silently curses him. If it were not for the fact that he cannot subdue him, he would have stolen the position of sect master long ago. Meanwhile, Hanju observes that he seems to have encountered someone similar to him. He only dares to come here after using the simulation trial, since at first he even suspected that the system was malfunctioning. The system identifies Huang Zuntian as the Raincoat Sect Master, a 9th-level soul formation cultivator who is extremely cautious and dislikes killing. Hanju finds this person rather interesting. Back on the cliff, Shan Kui glares furiously at Huang Zuntian and continues raining curses on him. Suddenly, Hanju confronts them, questioning whether the Raincoat Sect really sent only 2 people to attack the mighty Jade Pure Sect. Huang Zuntian cannot sense any presence from him and immediately suspects something is wrong. Just as he expected, this has to be a trap. Huang Zuntian quickly retreats. Shan Kui, however, challenges whether the 2 of them are not enough. He calls Hanju arrogant and prepares to test his cultivation personally. Shan Kui unleashes the Gisekite Heaven Devourer technique. Huang Zuntian tries to stop him, but Shan Kui refuses to back down. Even if Hanju is the deity-slaying elder, he believes he can still fight him. Hanju brings up what he has heard about their sect master disliking killing, and questions why they are targeting the Jade Pure sect. Huang Zuntian begins to stammer. Shan Kui dismisses Hanjue's words as nonsense, while Huang Zuntian urgently orders Shan Kui to stop. But Shan Kui charges forward anyway. Hanju firmly holds his ground and unleashes the 3 pure shadow swords. Shan Kui cries out in terror. Blood sprays through the air. For Huang Zuntian, this confirms exactly what he suspected from the beginning. It really is a trap.